Oh, I need to show my objectives. Oh, I also need to add dare drop to tile. I am failing on a lot of things. Dare drop. Boom. We are earning keys for chat. So that's what the objectives that are on the side up there. Basically, what's happening is each one of these objectives I complete, I get a full a key. Jeez, I'm still waking up. A key for a full copy of the game, as well as the NEXAT DLC. Technically, that 1 million production change is actually 2 objectives, because there's also an objective to getting $1 million. You get the idea there. If I earn $1 million, I've certainly at least earned $1 million. If I earn $1 million through a production line, by default, I must have earned that $1 million, which means 2 objectives. So we've already got, I believe, 3 keys, and the McDonald DLC and the CR11 DLC I've got keys for. I'm not going to be giving those out today, because one, I want to wait till I have a bunch of these, not necessarily to have all of them. Let's see. You not missed a single Rual stream since finding the channel before the system was implemented? That includes the one-off short YouTube stream. I forgot about that. Morning, Mark. Always look surprised to a closed day 4 of being ill. Well, I hope you feel better, Lego. Alright, so where we left off is first realizing I don't have my music on. I'll probably end up changing the playlist here. But yeah. So if we look at what we've got here, the things that changed from last time is our field is larger. We did buy this field over here yesterday, field 47. So we more or less doubled the size of that. We did get, there's a couple other things we got. What else did we get? What else? We got something else. Oh yeah, we got like the little plow. I needed that. We upgraded our lime and fertilizer sprayer, setter downer, whatever the crap you want to call it. And I think that was the major equipment purchases. The buying the plot of land was probably the big thing yesterday. Okay, it looks like I already picked up the eggs. That's right, I had just started the day. We don't have anything on sale that we really care about. Contract-wise, nothing I'm going to worry about at the moment. Our greenhouses are doing fine, and our chickens appear to be getting mildly hungry. Oh, that's right. That's right, when I reload the game, it doesn't automatically pull from the stuff I park in front of the various things. So if we grab, I believe this had some sorghum left in it. We can go ahead and drop this off for the chickens to keep them happy. I need to buy this field next to me so this stops. It's okay, we'll get... If we come from the side, I should be able to get under there. Because I didn't level that out well, and so now I'm dealing with the pain of that. There we go. Drop off the sorghum for the chickens. Okay. Alright. So the whole point here... Sorry. The whole point here is there's not a lot I need to do today. The next thing I need to do in-game is in September, we gotta plant our barley to keep our chickens well fed. Don't be getting sick. No, I'm not getting sick. This isn't unusual that when I first wake up, like, my sinuses need to just, like, clear up, that kind of thing. So normally I've got a little more time for, like, all that to clear up. I haven't had that chance yet. I haven't been talking, haven't been able to get the vocal cords all warmed up, that kind of thing. So that's what we're dealing with. So that should settle in pretty soon. We don't have any debt left, by the way. We're all paid up. Wait, what was that? Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Alright, Lego, you relax. I was joking because your manager getting to the time of year won't smell anything for like 5 months because of allergies. I might have allergies. Like, I did when I was younger, not really. And it might just be that, like, as you get older, your allergies change. Like, you gain some, you lose some, that kind of thing. Like, I've definitely noticed if I haven't eaten anything for the day and I go right to eating something that's very dairy heavy, but it's only certain things. Like if I have like a glass of milk or something like that, that just tears up my stomach. Like I've noticed that as a new thing because that didn't used to be a thing. Like I could still have dairy, it's just not doing so like on an empty stomach. That kicks my butt. All right. So you should continue emptying there now that I've reset it. Let's go grab the chicken eggs, because they're producing eggs real fast and making me solid money. But yeah, no, it's a very normal thing for people's allergies to change as they age. Alright, so not a whole lot for us to do in August. This looks like such a good contract. You get excited and you see, oh man, $20,000. And it's a very respectable plow and everything. Plowing takes so long. It's nowhere near the worst. It's nowhere near as bad as like doing the vegetable crop, like the carrots and all that. But like the AI sucks at it, doesn't know how to turn with it very much. And it's just slow. They're very genuinely doing this thing where we're advancing forward, working our own field. I will make money faster than if I stop to do that contract. And it's not that bad. Like, plowing is not that bad. It just takes time. Hey, Draconic, how's it going? You have bad stuff in your stomach. Gotcha, Lego. Like I said, I do hope you feel better. Have yourself proper relax. Ooh. Ooh, okay. So, I'm gonna grab this. This is a piece for the NEXAT. So I'm gonna grab this now, because I can buy that outright. I'm gonna need to get it later anyways. Just checking. We got sorghum for 2,000. When the rain goes away, that might be worth doing. All right. So we're gonna need to borrow a little bit of money. Because that's the seed hopper. So we have our first piece of the NEXAT acquired. Alright, today's the day we actually have stuff to do. I'm going to speed up time to try and get us past this, this rain real fast. Because I can work on seeding the field and all that right now. Right. That was the other thing, is I need to lease the seeder. Which I wasted a bunch of money on last time, because I leased the seeder in the wrong month. So I don't care about the tire thing, I don't care about the ridge markers or anything like that. That should be everything I need for the seeder. It's going to cost me about 5,000 bucks, which does suck. Because with having that, with having the hopper for seeding, that means when I get the NEXAT, we can get the seeder right away. Because that's what that big yellow thing is. That gives you an idea of the scale of that. Is the NEXAT, when we actually get it, I'm not going to be able to attach this or anything, I'm just trying to demonstrate size. Like, the actual front of the vehicle sits at about this far on both sides of the, that hopper. The NEXAT would stick out about that far on both sides, the green tractor relative to the yellow. So you get the idea, is it's almost the full width of this area, not quite. It's gargantuan. I cannot express how ridiculously large it is. Alright, so that's lime. We can't pick that up. You gonna go outside and walk? Oh, but it was heckin' windy. Why are you not... You're not close enough? Oh, are you the one that requires the hopper? Oh, no. No, you have an internal capacity. You are my fertilizer, right? Yeah, that's fertilizer and seeds. Maybe it has to be on the right side of it? It's telling me I first need to fill the tools. But then it's also... I can't imagine we have to unfold it to fill it. Like, the hopper things are in the middle. Oh, weird. So normally you don't need to open these to refill them. Like, it's smart enough to do it for you. Apparently this one I have to manually open it. That's weird. That's fine. Alright, so I need to circle around to get better position for the fertilizer. Yeah, this is the first one I've actually had to stop and, like, manually be like, no, open it. Now do it. I literally just kicked them all out, because I was looking at the control being like, why is it not doing it? It's fine. It looks like it's got a pretty big space directly behind it accepts. Alright. Close these covers. Alright. So now I've spent entirely too much on this cedar for the lease. Let's get it going, because it's twice as wide as the one I was using. It is really on the limit of what this tractor can handle. Oh, you know what? I'm going to hand this over to the AI. Let the AI deal with it. So you start working on that. Meanwhile... I can't harvest now because of the rain. But I'd like to get you in position. I did see there was at least a sorghum contract or two. And you are where? Field. Oh, you're way up there in the top right. Okay, so we're going to accept that contract. Because I could use the extra sorghum to feed the chickens. We'll start driving that the whole way across the map. But what we need to do here is we get the seeds down. That gets fertilized. From there, we need to do a run with the hose to make sure the weeds don't come in. And the next in-game day, you got to do a pass to the fertilizer. And then that field to be fully handled. I'm just going to pull this harvester up towards field 22 so it's in position. And then I'll take over the cedar myself. Save some money. Yeah, because it's got the setting where it is automatically refilling the seed and the gas using the worker, which is fine, but that does cost you quite a bit extra. Or if I do it myself, we'll save some money. I'm not sweating that much or making enough money now on the run that getting caught up on, like, oh, did this cost me an extra 100, 200 bucks because of whatever, isn't that relevant. But still, you know, I need to be working on something. And unfortunately, I can't have this harvesting during the rain. You take a pretty bad penalty if you harvest during the rain. And I don't want to speed up time a whole lot because the AI is kind of weird in how much it charges based on in-game time and a bunch of stuff. So it's not really the best move to take something and have it leased and have a worker on it and speed up time at the same time. Yeah, so that's the field we need to harvest. Okay, just try and cut across this. There we go. So that's where our contract is. Alright, so I'll take over this job. Alright. Yeah, so again, we're kind of on the limit of what our tractor can handle. Our tractor's a 230 horsepower tractor. This job I'm doing right now technically calls for a 260 horsepower tractor. But when you're close, you can get away with it. But you will notice when we go uphill, it's gonna struggle a bit. I'm gonna do the hedgerows. Since the AI started this, I much prefer doing the hedgerows first if I'm gonna do hedgerows. Because then I don't have to worry about did I make the row long enough. A lot of times I just skip the hedgerows if I got enough turnaround space and just go from end to end. Alright, sorry about that. But yeah, so this one is not quite twice the size of the seeder I've been using. The downside is it also cost about twice as much to purchase. Now keep an eye on that. Like I said, we got lucky and we scored the hopper for the NEXAT for seeding. So if we're lucky, we score like the actual vehicle, because that would mean I only have to buy like the seeder header and that'll be good. Because with that, then seeding the field will take us no time at all. The downside is there's not really many sowing contracts. They do exist, but they're pretty rare. So that'd be one we'd get, and it wouldn't give us much of an opportunity to earn more. But it's still something I want to do / need to do, that kind of thing. I'm also going to need to dedicate a large section of space just to keep all the headers for the NEXAT. Because I believe between the hoppers and the headers, I want to say there's 11 of them. Because there's like 12 pieces of equipment I got to demo, and one is the machine itself. Alright. But yeah, so for the NEXAT itself, it runs 655,000 without any discounts or anything like that. Which is fine. We can borrow, last I checked, 500,000, so $500,000. So I would need to have at least 155,000 in the bank cash with no debt to just straight up buy it new. If we have to do that, we have to do that. I do think before I do that, I would want to have one of the headers. Like, just that we own it. Because at least that gives me the opportunity to potentially try and earn the money back for how much debt we're going to be accruing on it. And doing all that. We'll see. Okay, we can turn this around. That'll be the first head row done. Once we get to the other side of here. And then we do the second head row, and then the third head row, and then we just fill in the middle of the field. Because the size of this field of what it was at the beginning of stream yesterday, it's not quite twice the size. All right. Little by this we get solved. It does look like it's going pretty well in the fact that we're just not really going through the fertilizer seed that fast. It does seem like we got a pretty good efficiency going on here. So I shouldn't need to refill either of them, which is fine, because what I'm going to ultimately need to do is I will have to kick the fertilizer out of this, and then we will need to load up the fertilizer again on the other side, but in our fertilizer spreader. Okay. Might have to touch up that spot, we'll see. Yeah. Now the NEXAT's got a confusing setup, because like when you go to a tractor, like, you know, you've got your connection points in the front and back, and then every piece of equipment, like you look here, has a connection point. There's a couple pieces of equipment that the connection point is sometimes not as obvious, but most of them it's pretty obvious, where you got like the little yellow bar hanging out of it, you know, the hitching point or connection point, and it's pretty straightforward. The NEXAT doesn't have a front or back in that sense. It kind of drops down on the equipment, and so it's really hard to make out with some of the equipment, like what's the front and the back of the equipment. To such a degree, it was very clearly a problem that, unlike the other equipment in the game, they actually draw these lines that are like, it'll be red lines basically to show you you're on the wrong side, or green lines to show you you're on the correct side, because I think they realized it's very, very hard to tell the front and the back of the pieces of equipment with the NEXAT, so that they basically gave us a helper, because I could see people, like, even with those lines, I think it was me and Ultra drove around a little bit trying to figure out how to hook stuff up before, you know, it's finally like, oh, I see these lines. Okay, green good, red bad. Change schedule? No, so we're doing the streamathon. So as long as the streamathon's going, we're going to have extended hours. I'll be starting early, still ending at the same time, because it's kind of a hard limit on my end time. But we're starting a couple hours early each day. I don't have a specific start time in mind. It's basically as fast as I wake up, get showered, eat something, and then get on stream. That's basically the start time, as long as the streamathon's going on. But yeah, we're on day 2 on the subathon, streamathon, whatever we want to call it. But yeah, so that'll be just for as long as that goes. And it's up to chat at how long it goes. I've had a few that have gone a decent length, but I've never had one of those ones where like the subathon drags out for like months and months and months. I've known a couple people who got in that whole thing, that it feels like what happens is the subathon starts to go long, and then people start getting like, oh, how long can we make it, kind of thing, and it just keeps building and building. Because like the more you've invested to make it go long, the more you're invested in continuing it to go even longer, kind of thing, to see like just how over the top it can be. One second, I want to deal with the missed spot right there. But yeah, I've seen some wild ones where people like have managed to keep a subathon going. I need to turn off that alarm, because that's going to be my alarm for being like, hey, wake up, you got to start getting your day started for stream. Alright, so we're getting our last head row knocked out, after which point we'll fill in that last little bit of the field, and then we just need to run the hoe over it, and then the next in-game day we got to run a lap of the fertilizer. And a lot of that will all become stuff that the NEXAT takes care of down the road. Where, like, this whole field will be, like, 2-3 times. The NEXAT's huge. Absolutely enormous. Alright. Which it's interesting, because it'll still set up head rows. So if I hand it over to the AI, it'll do like the entire outside of the field, where it's doing like 14 plus meters wide border around the entire the entire field. So it'll be this one section in the middle, and they'll do the pass in the middle. It's just the way the AI works. As well as, like, the guidelines it gives you, which is going to be comical. Alright. And this is just this, the other end, and then it's just up and down those last couple rows. And that'll be all the barley planted, which should be good because that should mean we're in good shape for the chickens. That we should be making a surplus of barley now for what the chickens need. At which point, for making money, the considerations we have would likely what we'd probably want to do the most is probably pick up a flour mill, because if we pick up a flour mill, I could take all the extra barley, dump it off at the flour mill, and each part of the production chain you set up, you may usually make roughly 1.5 times whatever you put in. So if you put $1,000 worth of crop in, you get $1,500 worth of product out of it. They do vary, though. That isn't an exact figure by any stretch. There are some that get closer to like 2 times, but generally speaking, every production line will increase the value of what you're doing, which isn't always true of the animals. Some of the animals, the crop you put in can come at like a point where you actually don't make money. Like, you're better off selling the crop than you are with the animals. Some are very lucrative, some are not. Okay. And get these last couple of stripes done. That is one nice thing about when you lime the field. Because it's such a high contrast from what the field looks like after you've seeded it, there's no question about what you hit and miss. Versus like where I seed this versus hoeing it, it's very, very subtle, the difference, which makes it really hard to be like, did I already go over that spot or not? And you can pull up the map and use that to navigate it and all that, but that's fine. That rain is definitely sticking around. Okay. We'll do the skip a line pattern. A lot of times I do line by line by line, but with a lot of things, the turning radius, it usually works better to skip a line and then start coming back and skip a line the way back too. But yeah, you can see we're at the edge of what this tractor can handle. That when we're going up this minor hill, we're dropping to about 3 miles an hour for a little bit, 3 to 5. And then we're going on the other side, we're doing about 7-ish, which is about what the actual device is designed to be able to go at. And that's just because we are really pushing the limit of what the tractor can handle on this thing. It just doesn't quite have enough power to run it at speed uphill. It's fine. It's enough wider. That's still gonna save me time over using the little one. Even though it is costing me almost $2,000 more on the lease. How long is it supposed to rain in game today? Till 3 p.m. Oh, okay. Hey, buddy, you remember that contract I agreed to? Never mind. I'll feel like fast-forwarding through half of the day for a little $2,000 contract. Like, we're talking about those ones that are like 6 or 7. Yeah, we're on board. Like a little $2,000 contract? Nah, man. Because we won't be able to fast forward until we're on the other side of this. It's whatever. You can do a little tractor. It'd be really nice if by the next seating, hard settings. Right now we're on normal. Normally I do hard settings, but we're doing dare drops, and the dare drop required me. It was like, you know, your settings need to be normal. I don't think that'd have a problem if I did hard. But you wouldn't want to be like, we can't give you the key, you didn't follow directions or anything. I've never had that problem, but, you know. They're like, hey, you need to do a normal economy starting with $100,000, no starting loan kind of stuff or anything like that. But that was for a lot of these, because all these objectives we're doing over here, those are all getting keys for me to give out for the full game and its DLC. At the end, if I do all the objectives we've got, because we've already knocked off 3 objectives off that list. Like, these are this is what left over here. Each one of those objectives I do is a full copy of Farm Sim 25 and a copy of the NEXAT DLC. I also have a key for the McDon DLC and the CR11 DLC that I'll be giving away at some point here in the near future. Not today, near future. I want to get most of the keys, if not all the keys, sorted out, and then we'll get them all out. But that's the reason why I'm playing a lot of Farm Sim recently, is the way I look at each of those keys, you know, it's like $40 worth of Farm Sim plus like $20 worth of DLC or whatever it comes out to be. If you just kind of do the math, and I'm going to get 7 full copies of the game with the NEXAT, I'm potentially saving the audience like $350 worth of game from all the copies. And then I think the McDon DLC and the CR11 are both like $10 or something like that, so those aren't as relevant. Like the CR11 to me as a DLC is probably the most underwhelming, because it just takes an existing piece of equipment and gives it a gold paint job. It was just something they bundled in with the like if you bought like the special edition or whatever it was, that came with the season passes, like you bought like the really I Want It All edition, that was just like an extra thing they gave you. But all in all, it's purely just like a cosmetic thing. Okay, so we got our last 5 passes here, and then we're done seeding. At which point, then we do the hoe. The hoe is a much, much faster process. And we can go from there. But yeah, so normally when I play the game, I don't allow myself loans or leases, hard economy, starting with $0, like that whole thing. I like do the sweaty try-hard stuff. But yeah, in this particular case, there's an opportunity here that I'm taking advantage of. I'm still keeping... Like, I'm still avoiding some of the abuses. Like, for example, there's some cheese strats. Like, right now, the repair costs are broken in the current game, where you just get repairs for free. And as such, it can be extremely lucrative to buy. Like, I can go on the store, buy this, hit the repair, do it for free, and I'll make that 61% extra-ish back. So if I buy this for, like, the 26,000 or whatever it is, I'll probably be able to sell it for close to 40,000, and that just instantly, you know, 11,000, 19,000, whatever, just appears in my pocket. And it scales with how expensive things are. So say we found a used NEXAT for like 300,000. It's a 655,000 piece of equipment. We could buy it, repair it, and probably sell it back for close to like just a little under 600,000 and just instantly make $300,000. So there's some broken cheese stuff you can do right now. There's always also been the whole thing that there's been videos on it where you buy like electrical generation, you put down a solar panel on a tile, You fast forward till you can afford a second solar panel, and then you put that one down to the tile. Because the solar panels, well, they do have like a weekly upkeep. Well, it's all power generation. They have like sorry, not weekly. They have a upkeep every month. They make more money than they cost because otherwise, why would you ever buy it? And so as a result, it's effectively just making money appear in your pocket every month. That there's no like needing to repair it or rebuild it or anything like that. And so it is one of those things of exponential growth that you can put down a panel. They take about 10 months to pay for themselves. But let's just say it's 10,000. So you put down the panel, $10,000, you make $1,000 every month. And it varies a little, but you get the idea. So in 10 months, you put down a panel. So now you got 2 panels. So then 5 months later, you put down a panel. And then it'll be 3 months because 2.5 isn't a thing because you get paid by the month. So 3 months later, you put down another panel. And then 2 months later, now you put down another panel. Now every single month, you can put down a panel. And then very quickly it becomes you can put down 2 panels a month, and then 4 panels a month, and you get the idea. And then you start realizing that, like, if you don't put down a panel, you're making, you know, $60, $80, $100, $200,000 a month for doing absolutely nothing at that point. And no judgment for anyone who plays that way, but I usually avoid that. Because one, it defeats the, like, if you're trying to do any type of a challenge, it kind of removes the challenge run part of it. Because it's literally just, how fast can I save up for the cheapest power generation? And we look here at the power generation, it's like 7,800 bucks. Yeah, so 7,800 bucks, and it makes me about 650 a month. So yeah, that'll be just over 10 months it'll take to pay itself off, and it makes money indefinitely. So you'd probably build like 2 or 3 of those, and then use your money from that to upscale to the next bigger one, and build 2, 3 of those, and upscale to the next bigger one. You get the idea. It's also not as fun for content creation because while we are doing a lot of fast forwarding this run because I am maintaining my own fields for the most part now, and that one it literally is just fast forward until your money hits a certain amount, then you plop down one down, and you fast forward until your money hits a certain amount, then you, like, it's literally just fast forwarding simulator. And people do that till they have a couple million in the bank so they can just buy what they want. I've always been of mind that at that point, like, to figure out you can do it can be fun, so don't, whatever. But if you are going to do those things where you use a cheese strat to just get yourself to a certain point, then you kind of start playing the game, as it were, just give yourself the money. Just grab a mod and give yourself the money, because that's all you're doing. And again, not judging, just save yourself the time is all I'm saying. Okay, so the field's all seeded. So we want to go over here and kick all this out real fast. And we are done with that, so let's return that lease so we don't pay more than I need to. Alright, so now we just want to grab our hoe. And we use the hoe after we seed the field to prevent weeds from going in. But have you played the real-time challenge where you have to find work to sow nighttime as well? No sleep allowed? That sounds awful. No, I wouldn't be interested in doing that, honestly. Like, don't get me wrong, I've done runs where we end up working throughout the night and all that. But making your day 24 hours, that's literally just waiting out a clock. Because what'll end up happening is these contracts, they're not always present. There's times they come and go. So you could go in, finish your contracts of the day, and then have nothing to do. But yeah, not that that's the kind of challenge that doesn't interest me at all. Because, like, what if we made the game as monotonous as possible? I mean, the other thing is, like, you're saying real time, which means one in-game day is 24 hours. And I'm sorry, I got better things to do with my life than wait out a timer. Because, like I said, you'll run out of contracts very quickly. And if you're on a map with lots of lumbering, you could do that, but 24 hours is a long time. You'll very quickly run out of stuff to log on that. It's honestly probably just going to turn into logging the challenge. You'd choose a tree-heavy map because that'd be the only one you'd have stuff to do all day and night. And so you would just log throughout the entire night. And as you ran out of logs or trees on your tile, you'd buy the next tile until you fully depleted it. Yeah, no, that sounds like an awful challenge. People already get on my case that a lot of the challenges I like to do can, for a lot of people, they find them tedious. But to me, that's a whole nother league. And also, it'd be one of those things like, as a content creator, how would I even present that in a way that isn't agonizing? Because even if I were to dedicate my entire stream to just Farm Sim, it would be one in-game day per 3 full streams. You would have zero feeling of progression on that one. That's kind of like where, quite often in Project Zomboid, when I'd be like, man, I'm not sure what I want to do in the game right now, like I've kind of done it all. And I'll have people be like, oh, yeah, well, how about an Axes-only challenge? And so a lot of times, like, well, that's like Project Zomboid if I had even less content and it was more tedious. Like, nothing wrong with Axes, but, like, you're pigeonholing yourself into just one thing. It's like, well, you, like, yes, would it be harder than playing normally? Sure. That's not wrong. But would it be more fun? No. No, it wouldn't. It'd be literally saying, what if I had less game to play? Yeah, no, the usual challenge I do is stuff like Zero to Hero Survivor Man challenge, those kind of things. I really like those. Turning on hard economy, starting with like the absolute bare minimum required to function at all in the game. And then trying to build up from there, which isn't really that hard. It is a slow burn though. People find I usually do enjoy the slow burn challenges. So like I like in Project Zomboid to do Zero to Hero, where, you know, we start with no stats and our character sucks at like literally everything, and we slowly build up from there. Farm Sim, again, Zero to Hero kind of thing. With Survivor Man, which is where the map is basically empty. So we do like Calm Lands, No Man's Land, or New Frontiers, or one of those maps that like they just have like a sell point, a buy point, and then it's just this little pocket of the few things you need for the game to function. Ad starting? Yep. And it'll be starting soon. It do be how Twitch is. At least on the Twitch side, we get some pretty good warnings about that. YouTube, the ads just kind of happen.
Thank you, Poity, for subscribing for 40 months.
Thank you, Poity, for dropping that tier 3 sub for 40 months. Setting it up so we have now officially hit the 100 plus points for the month. And that means we're locked in. That will likely happen is probably tomorrow I'll get an email from Twitch saying, hey, you're good for the next year for the 60-40 split. So thanks so much for Poity doing that in. And adding a full hour on the clock. So Poity being the low-key hero of the stream. Thanks, Poity. It's been good having you around all this time. Like, you've been around here for a very long time. One of the very, very first people on the channel. But it's been good having you around all this time. You can't sub again, you already subbed on third? Right, for the record, for those that didn't catch the announcement on the Discord, anyone who did a tier 2, 3 sub, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, I did add everyone's time for those on the clock, even if it happened before the subathon started. As long as it was this month. That was my cutoff, was the start of March. Because everyone was, you know, supporting me for the plus push, and I really didn't want to, you know, make people feel like, oh, you did your tier 3 sub like a week before or some kind of thing. I didn't want it to be one of those. So I did pad out the clock around a lot. I believe we had started at 22 hours and 55 minutes yesterday. So we did an entire 9-hour stream yesterday, and we're still up by almost exactly 6 hours from where we started. So that's what, 15 hours have been added to the clock since the start or whatever? Let's see. Yeah, you've been watching Farm Sim 25 when you released and you did that temple challenge. Then you swapped to zombie. Glad you're back to Farm Sim. Yeah, I pop around with games. So, like, admittedly, Farm Sim will be here for a while. We've been splitting streams on this. So, like, for the last, honestly, about week, we've been doing Farm Sim for the first half of the stream, and then second half of the stream, we've been doing 2 Point Museum. For those who missed the end of yesterday's stream, we actually did finish, like, the main part of 2 Point Museum. So there's, like, more stuff I could do for achievement and stretch goals kind of thing. But as far as, like, mechanics and all that, we've kind of seen it on where now it'd be just kind of me repeating the things again and again until achievement done. So likely for the time being, we're probably done with 2 Point on the channel until, like, whatever their next content update or DLC or whatever they do. It is an absolutely amazing game. I probably still have 10, 15, 20 hours plus worth of achievement hunting to do in it. But it's the kind of content that also doesn't do well on streaming, in my opinion, where you go, oh, you need to pristine all of these. Okay, well, that's just... How do I do that? Time. That's how you do that. Time and dedication. Okay, so let's check everything. We did get that field all prepped. You're fine on your water. The animals are fine on their food. There was no sales I care about. And the eggs we've already picked up, right? And I know my harvester's half across everything, but One double check, make sure we didn't get an amazing contract in the meantime. I was waiting for that to be sorghum and be like, alright, fine. Actually, wait, what was that? Yeah, okay. They're both crap I'm not dealing with. The root crops are a pain in the butt. We got it planted, we got it hoed. So we advance a day. Now we want to grab the fertilizer wagon and do a passive fertilizer. And then that'll be that field set in till it's time to harvest in June. I was waiting for the next. I keep like in my mind be like, today's the day. The NEXAT gonna come up on sale. Trust me. Trust me, it's time. Those contracts suck. You're good there. You're fine there. But yeah, so I'm figuring we're gonna start with some farm sim today. And then I haven't made a final decision on what we're doing for the second half of stream. Because I do want to keep doing the Switch. I like that. Keeps it fresh, and it also means, like, if people aren't into one of the two games I play, sometimes they'll stick around to watch the other one, that kind of thing. Plus, you know, like I said, it keeps the content fresh for me, where I'm not just playing the same game all the time kind of thing. But City Skylines 2 has had a bunch of updates. They literally just had a major update today. And while when the game released, it definitely had its flaws. And no shortage of them. Alright, so I'm just putting that in so we can kick that out and have as few containers as possible. Well, it definitely had its flaws and all that. It's come a long way. I know it's doing a lot better later on. Am I gonna have to buy another container of fertilizer? It's looking like it. Yeah, let's... I might try and get by. No, that's 12%. That's like nothing. Alright, so I'm gonna have to take that amount I paid back right back. Because it's time to up our fertilizer just a hair. Manor Lords? When was the last time they had a major update, like a proper update? I did play that a while back, and it was cool for what we saw, but it was definitely one of those ones that the things I wanted in the game were all in the coming soon kind of thing. Like the policies and all that that make your colony different. Because Manor Lords definitely felt like one of those games that had a lot of really cool ideas, but most of them weren't in the game yet. Like, the novelty about how building the house is different was pretty cool. So instead of just gridding it out like so many do. But, like, Foundation also does that. Where you have, like, a non-grid system. There we go. Looking for the guidelines to know where I need to line up. Oxygen not included is a maybe. That's been on the list as something to play sometime in the near future again. That's definitely been in there. I think it's a no on the Manor Lords unless something major has happened that I'm blissfully unaware of. Oxygen not included has been on the list for consideration. City Skylines 2 has been on the list for consideration. Revisiting Planet Coaster 2 now that they've had a whole lot of updates to fix a lot of the problems has been on the list for consideration. Going back and doing like a Prison Architect challenge run, like either the Endless Intake, probably the Endless Intake. We've done the Hardcore Warden mode a couple of times, and that's a lot of fun. But I feel like the Endless Intake is a better one for like a one-off stream because it escalates very quickly. Versus the Warden mode, if I'm very meticulous and careful, in theory I can survive a number of streams. It's usually not until the prison's so big that I, as the Warden, can't get around the map fast enough to deal with things, that it starts to fall apart. But, the intake one is just one of those things that, like, every day you get X number more prisoners. And yeah, sure, sometimes prisoners get released and paroled that help knock that number down a little at a time. Or unfortunate things happen that you end up with less prisoners. Hopefully not to a degree that you get a game over. But that's just, again, one of those things that the nature of the game. Because that's a good one for, like, a stream or two. Talked about maybe doing more RimWorld, going in, and since we unlocked the Evil run, that was one of the subathon goals, like, maybe not wait till the subathon's over, just be like, yeah, let's just jump in on it. Because I've been waffling for, like, a new challenge in RimWorld to do. Because for people have been around here know, like, before I started streaming, I used to do, like, the 500% naked brutality. I never really did the no pause thing. That particular one didn't really interest me because it can get logistically annoying to deal with. Like, you know, if I have a raid or whatever for stream, it means I have to, like, not keep up with my viewers and all that nearly as much because I'm in sweaty try-hard focus mode. That's what the naked is with Project Zomboid as well, is when the fighting starts, you just have to neglect chat entirely. Because you gotta, like, it's a game you gotta stay focused at all times because that 1 second you're not paying attention is the one where that zombie happens to walk into you. But yeah, so I used to do all those sweaty things. So these days I don't do, like, the 500% naked brutality, that kind of thing. They're fine. My big reason I don't do them is when you do those kind of, like, really, really try-hard runs, after a while you start to feel pigeonholed in your base design, where, like, you don't have to do the same kind of cheese every time, but you very, very heavily get pressured into cheesing, you know, using cheesy strats, like having kill boxes that block stuff, making the burn room, like, whatever. You can choose your poison, the trap maze. Like, there's tons and tons of ways to do it. But it makes you feel forced to build your bases in certain ways. If we have RimWorld, can we have a prisoner named Darstrider that another character named Poity can kill with a Persona Sword? I mean, I would argue it is owed. There is a debt left unpaid. For people not getting that reference, way back in the channel, we were doing my first Arco Nexus run. And we did the reset, and we had some pretty juiced pawns, and among those was Darstrider, who was, like, all Archotech and Bioteched out with the Zeus hammer. And it was like a break over nothing, but when Murderous Rage but it was like there was their bed, there was Poity's bed right next to them. It's like they just kind of leaned over, went smash, and one shot Poity in the neck and killed them. No chance for me as the player to do literally anything. It was just Merc, Poity has died. It's like, oh, okay. We used to have a clip of it, and I don't know what happened. Like I think whoever took the clip, like, either account got suspended or the data got lost, but the clip is gone, unfortunately. But yeah, no, it was a pretty wild one. That there's a lot of times when a mood break happens, you're like, all right, well, I can manage this by doing this, this, or this. And now as well as I was like, what can I do about this? Nothing. I can do absolutely nothing about this. This was over and done by the time the player had a chance to acknowledge anything had occurred. And RimWorld does that sometimes. Alright, so we're out of sorghum. Let's go grab our last harvest of barley from the silo, so we can keep those chickens fed. We do sell the eggs in November, and they do fetch us a pretty good amount of money. Alright. I have a pretty good amount of barley. It'd be nice if I had a clue how much I needed of this, but it's okay. Oh, and we don't even need to leave it there. Like, you can just sit there. I feel like there's got to be, like, an extension I can add to the coop to be like, hey, you can now store over a year's worth of grain. So you only have to fill up, like, once a year or whatever. Alright, so with that, we've got all you sorted out. Nothing here. Any contracts I can't live without? Not really. Alright, so let's go over here. It hits November. It's egg sell time. Which should give us, like... I actually don't know. We made about 45,000 in the egg sale last year, but a lot of the chickens hadn't been adults very long. So we should expect a significantly increased. I don't think we'll get up to like 65,000, but I could guess somewhere in the area of like 50 maybe. 50, 55. We will pay down our loan. No new stuff there we care about. I don't really care about those contracts either. Alright, so we grab the last of the eggs. So we have 21,000 liters of fresh farm eggs. Don't worry about the fact that some of those have been sitting there since, you know, January last year, so they're still definitely fresh, you know, fresh farm eggs when we got them and packaged them as fresh farm eggs, even if they happen to be somewhere in the area of like 11 months old. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Some of the eggs are just mildly fermented, that's all. Or maybe completely fermented. Or just plain rancid. But it doesn't matter, because I get my full money for it. 55,000 almost on the money. Cool. I'm just going to cut across this field that doesn't belong to me, because why not? We can go back to our debts here. And we are now debt-free again. And get you back into position. Alright, so how are we doing? Other contracts we care about, we're good here. You're gonna need water relatively soon, but everything else looks fine. I wouldn't expect any contracts during the winter that are worth caring about. You just get like the wood transportation ones, maybe a cultivating one. Nothing super exciting. But yeah, so we got our first piece of the NEXAT. And we're right back to where we were before stream started so far as money goes. So that's nice. Alright. Nothing for sale at all right now. The contracts are all garbage. The chickens are fed. And let's just go ahead and take care of that water real fast, because that's starting to get dicey. Okay. I wonder how I'm going to decide when it's time to sell the excess barley. If we do end up getting the flour mill, that actually might make it easy, because then what I could probably do is anything I have not already fed to the chickens at the time that it comes time to harvest my barley again, is I can take all that extra, drop it in the flour mill, and then grab all of the stuff from the field and put it on the chickens again, and just kind of use that as the way of going through it. Because those flour mills usually could churn through a pretty ridiculous amount of grains in the course of a year. Alright, let's top you off. Because that 20-something thousand barley we have in that trailer is probably going to be more than enough to feed the chickens for the year. Especially since we're expecting a higher yield this year from the fields, because it's all properly limed this time, where last time it was the new fields needed lime, or the new section needed lime, the old section didn't, so I just ignored the lime requirement until they all needed lime. Alright, so we'll go ahead and get the water topped off in the greenhouses. Get all that sorted out. And the next major process I have is June, which is when we harvest the barley. Okay. I'm gonna need a really large dedicated space for wherever I'm leaving the NEXAT equipment. Okay, that takes care of those. Get you back in position to deal with the eggs each day. Okay, so double checking things. Let's check the contracts. Look good. Nothing on sale still, and we advance the day. And that means another $10,000 from our greenhouses. We begin the process once again of building up the egg supply. One of the things we'll also want to do at some point is we will want to get some type of ability to collect grass. And that's because we will need that for the cows, the sheep, and all that stuff. So we don't care about anything. That's the cedar that we leased. That's probably something I should buy. Like, very genuine, it's probably something we should buy. I'll deal with that in a moment, we'll make that decision. They're all fine. Pick up the eggs. Yeah, let's do it. I've been leasing those things for the whole time, so let's... I don't care about the tire roller. I don't care about the track loosening lines. I don't need the extra thing there. No license plate, please. Alright. Because at least then when it comes time for me to seed, it's not costing me like $4,500 each time anymore. So now we do own everything I need to handle the field and get all the production out of it. With the exception of the rollers, which I just don't care about. But yeah, so that means we got the cedar locked in. So that means really just the NEXAT is what we're working on now, because like I've got the better cedar. If I want more, I have to get a better tractor, and at the amount that costs, I might as well save up for the NEXAT. All right, we don't care about anything there. Got that done. Hey JD, how's it going? Nothing to do here. You're all good. You're all good. Let's go ahead and advance the month again, because it is June that we actually do the harvest. We're mostly just watching for particularly lucrative contracts. Any of the NEXAT equipment to go up on sale, or for like stuff like the months that I need to like sell stuff and all that, which is mostly right now November for the eggs, and any other stuff there. So we go here. We're back to not owing any money. None of these contracts excite me. The animals are taken care of. Greenhouse is fine. We got a different cedar up. This one I probably wouldn't be able to run though. More eggs on there. So now again, all the money we get from here on is mine and no more debts. Which is part of why I grabbed that cedar. With it being like 60% off, it's like, okay, realistically, the leases are gonna eat this money up fast. Now, if I get lucky and I happen to get the cedar header for the NEXAT shows up here to justify me just buying the NEXAT new or whatever, then it'd be like, okay, whatever. Like, you know, we eat the loss on it, that's fine. That kind of stuff's gonna happen. You can't tell what will show up or not. You actually can. There's ways, like I haven't looked at the save. There are ways you can actually pull things up to figure out what's going to be on sale. Because you could like load your save file. It's kind of like with Noita, there's like a seed manager kind of thing where you can like grab the seed for your save, drop it in, they'll be like, hey, here's what you can find everywhere. There are things. Are you checking the chicken's food supply? Yeah, so when I'm going here, that's what I'm checking, is this bar down here. So they're full up. The reason I'm not having to worry about it is I've got that trailer with 20,000 liters of barley parked there. It will slowly take the barley out of that trailer as long as I don't like reload the save or anything like that. And while they do eat like 2,000 liters a day of the barley at the same time, you know, that's still a lot of barley. I'm honestly thinking pretty soon we'll want to consider getting ourselves the flour mill. Nothing we care about here. They're fine. A $4,000 hoeing contract's not shabby. I don't think I'm going to worry about even those then. We're going to need to refill the water soon. Because honestly, the speed I can make money doing some of these other things right now, yeah, I can make the $4,000 by driving our tractor over and doing a pass with the hoe. But in the time it take me to drive over there, I can hit this button, get us closer to harvesting our own stuff for $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. And I get $5,000 to $10,000 each day just from the greenhouses. That's stopping to run to deal with someone else's field. I make better money per real life hour this way. Nothing new there. I was hoping that I was hoping the hoeing contract would still be here. It's not though. It's fine. All right, and it is that time. So you're unfortunately still parked way up here because we took a contract earlier and then realized I was gonna have to wait like all the way to the end of the in-game day to be able to harvest it because of weather, and I was just like, never mind. Okay, so we can get you starting to work the field, harvesting all of our barley, and then meanwhile I'll go through and have the semi go refill up the greenhouses, do all that kind of stuff. The tractor doesn't really have anything it needs to do yet. Yeah, so one field over there, all that orange, that's mine. 47 and 46. And if lucky, we'll have another decent harvest contract show up here, but if not, that's fine too. Okay. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to face you this way, so that way, hopefully, the pipe points outward. And it's working on that. In the meantime, let's top off the water. Yeah, I still got at least like 10, 15,000 liters of barley in there. Maybe what we'll do is, when it comes up to December, because that'd be the sell time for the barley, or sorry. I should have dropped that off. We literally have a full canister here, it's just not been emptying. Alright. Okay. So... It probably makes sense for me to borrow enough money to build a flour mill. The catch is, where do I put it? Because I can put it on this tile we already have. I think there's enough room. It will kind of mess with like where things are for in the future. I don't think that's bad, because it is a thing in this game without mods, you can't move buildings. Like or sorry, you can, but you have to pay for it. So I could definitely see like plunking down the flour mill there, which will run me, I believe, 150,000. For the big one. I don't want the little tiny 36,000 one. It won't be remotely adequate. There could be justification for that, because like I said, I could make it a habit of what I do is whatever surplus grain I have, I dump it in the flour mill at the day that I harvest. That way the new grain we get, I drop off for the chickens. And then again, we just repeat that process. So it'll be effectively a year delayed that we get our money for the harvest from the flour mill. But then we would get the flour, which would be a surplus there. Now, the catch-22 with that is if I'm not putting enough grain in the flour mill, that kind of sucks because the flour mill sits idle and costs me money in the meantime. We'll still turn a profit, unless it's like really an inadequate amount of grain. But yeah. That's what I'm waffling right now, is do I buy the flour mill and shove it in this open spot? Because the things that would make sense for me to spend money on right now is, one, I can literally just save up for the NEXAT. Like, just stop being so spendy to keep growing our stuff and just save. So I can buy that to at least get that ball rolling. That's certainly not a bad idea for what the objectives we have are right now. I can buy the flour mill to get our production line online, so that now that surplus barley, we're getting more bang for our buck, and not just waiting for, you know, not just waiting until, like, I can't store more, like, just selling it as barley. Because I do anticipate we're going to have a significant surplus for what the chicken coop can handle. The other thing I was, like, joking with myself is I could, like, just literally buy a second chicken coop. But then again, we might get back into the situation of, oh, well, now I need more barley. Okay, well, now I need more chickens, and just going back and forth like that. Trying to sneak this under. There we go. Yeah, so as you can see, this is still a third full from last season. Part of that's because we had a bunch of sorghum I got from when I bought the field on the right there that we hadn't really planned for. So we'll drop off this barley, because whatever it's being used for, that's not a right now me problem. I mean, okay, it might be. What are we thinking, chat? Do I save up for the NEXAT, just hard push for the NEXAT to get that objective done? Do we get the grain mill? I mean, I feel like that's the two things we're deciding between right now. Oh, you're choosing to go... Oh, never mind. You're still doing the outside part. Never mind. I thought I was trying to do the wide direction for this. All right. Because well, actually, before we get into that, are we making enough grain left over for the grain mill productive all the time? No. It'll make us money, but it will definitely be sitting there idling. The grain mill can consume a very large amount of grain. Bakery, carpenter, cement factory, dairy, cereal. Yeah. Oh, grain mill. So that's the big grain mill's 288,000. I'm also trying to see if there's multiple instances, because I know we got the tiny little one. Yeah, this size one, which I'm not going to take. Yeah, like, we're not taking that one, the really cheap one. They have higher and lower yield. Okay, so there's the one. So it's 288,000 for the grain mill. And how big are you? Yeah, so you could definitely make that work room-wise. So it would drop off. So which way would I want to turn it? So this way is to pick stuff up, that way is to drop off. So, you know, do something like this, where a semi could go pull straight through there to pick up the eggs and all that, or come around this way to get the grain. And then for the drop-off, it'd be like that. So it'd be just shy of 300,000 to get the grain mill and dump that right here. And what would likely happen if we went this route is I would build this, we'd start making money off of this as well, farther solidifying our production lines. And then realistically, I'd end up needing to pick up more land to justify it. But that is going to be basically 300,000 by the time I mess with the terrain and all that to make this not suck. Which is a consideration to have. The alternative is we save up our money to get the NEXAT. Now, NEXAT is 655,000 cash. It serves no purpose until I get a header for it. So that's when we're just going to be saving up money. We're probably making at this point for the entirety of a year, if we're making 5 to 10,000 per month, so let's just call it, let's just say it's like 90,000 for the year. Kind of split the difference there. So 90,000 for the year, plus the eggs, so, you know, 140,000 a year. So that basically means I'm going to be saving for a couple in-game years, which they go by pretty quick. It's like literally the time it takes me to do these fields here is like the biggest time sink. I know I can do to be productive in the meantime. While that's going, I can manually run the cultivator. And either way, I'm gonna need, like, after that purchase, my next purchase is probably going to need to be more land. Any idea how much Milda might add for positive cash flow? That's really hard to guess. If we look at the mill, does it tell me your monthly cost? No. I would guess the monthly cost for operating the mill would probably be like $200-300, which is fine. And whatever I put into it, I'll get about 1.5 times as much back. If we assume I'm going to be getting somewhere at least in the ballpark of like 10-15,000 liters surplus of the barley, we are probably talking in the tens of thousands of dollars we're going to be making per year. Maybe 20 or so, like maybe not a lot, but we are probably talking tens of thousands. I probably should have emptied it on this pass, but it's too late. By the time I get in a truck, I won't be able to get in position in time. I also should have not left that part directly in the way of what I'm trying to work on. That's okay. Basically trying to save time by multitasking the same field. Yeah, now you're gonna be facing the wrong way, so I'm gonna have to take over the harvester drop off. Let's just do that now. Wait till you're out of the field so it doesn't do crop destruction on me. Come on. Okay. We can quickly drop this off. Yeah, so we're probably talking tens of thousands of dollars of profit. Like I said, realistically, to get like the proper value, I would want to get another chunk of land for us to process. Which does have the negative of the time I have to spend harvesting, cultivating, all that stuff. Let's see, you can have a strawberry greenhouse. I have a strawberry greenhouse. I'm gonna have that going income and production chain. You know, I have a veggie greenhouse. If we look at our list here, right there. I could get those, like I could get the preserves building to get them on a production chain. That is something I am not doing right now, which if we were to do like the canning preserve one, let's see. Where are you? That's the bakery. And while the bakery does accept strawberries, yeah, this would be the one it'd probably do as a preserved food one, because that would let us make kimchi and a bunch of stuff. It also says it accepts eggs. I still don't know what it accepts eggs to make. But yeah, so it takes the hot peppers, the onions, the garlic, all that. That's 330,000 for that one. Oh yeah, so I have two greenhouses. I have a mushroom greenhouse and I have the fruits and veggies greenhouse. I've got them both. All right. But yeah, so I could get the preserves one as well. That still doesn't solve the what do I do with my surplus grains. All right, we're gonna watch. If that touches a single bit of the barley, we cancel it immediately. Okay, we're fine. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at right now, is we either need to be upgrading our equipment kind of towards, like, what we're doing for, like, end game equipment, or we need to be getting more production lines set up. And there's really a coin flip on what's the other one. Stockpile or expand the chicken coop. Well, to expand the chicken coop, I need to build a second chicken coop. Our current chicken coop is at capacity. I can stockpile for a while, though. I can probably stockpile, I would guess, 2 years worth of crop before our, maybe, yeah, probably something like 2 years of our crop before our silo will hit capacity. Like, the 3rd year, I'll probably overwhelm it. Maybe 4th year if the chickens are particularly ravenous. I haven't done the math to figure out how much they eat per year, but it's something like 24,000 liters or some ridiculous nonsense worth of crop. And if we build a second chicken silo, we go back to the whole thing of that's probably in the territory where I need to get another field then to accommodate the increased population of chickens. Which, again, is not necessarily a bad thing, because it does mean if I'm doubling the amount of eggs I'm making, I am doubling the amount of money I'm making from eggs. And while I won't need to double the amount of field I need, I'll only just need to add, like, one more section of field. These are decisions you run into in Farm Sim that there's no, this is the right answer. Like, sometimes there is, but a lot of times it's like, okay, I can do X, Y, or Z, and there's pros and cons with all of them. Which one's the best? There's a lot of discussion that can be had around that. Alright, let's have you empty it out this pass, so you don't get backed up again. Let's see, what you can do is do barley 1 year and grass another year for cows and sheep. That is another thing. We could mix crop. So basically do barley until I've got my silo basically full. Start getting our equipment for doing grass. Because once we have that, we could do the cows, the sheep, the horses, and then I gotta check what the pigs need. The pigs are cool in that the pigs will eat just about anything, but it is one of those things of going, okay, but which do we actually do? Can you have more than one silo? Oh yeah, we could absolutely add more silos. That is effectively just delaying my decision, though, which isn't necessarily the worst, but it's mostly just not making the decision right now. The silos, they're not super expensive, but they're not cheap. They're probably cheaper than a lot of the other things we're talking. But yeah, no, I could just expand the silos storage and just hold on to more, but ultimately that's a lot of money that could be spent on other things that are just sitting in a bin, you know, not being actualized. That's like throwing a bunch of money in your savings account, but you're not even getting interest on it. That you're like, okay, it's got value, it's there, but right now, especially when we want to be growing what we're doing, is sitting on that value really, really the right call. Because for me, I would imagine the best call, no matter what we do with it, is to invest it in something that will make more money. Which, you know, if we get the NEXAT, we make more money by making our processes much faster. So while in game time, it's no faster, it's actually worse. In real life time, it's much faster because instead of like right now where I've got that doing its passes and I'm doing my passes and it takes me a little while to do the process, it's super quick to go and turn it around. It's grab the mill since it'll help convert any extra grain production overflow into perpetuity. Yeah, that would be the thing, is the grain mill solves the barley. To get full advantage of the grain mill, I'll probably want to buy more land after that. That said, it might be worth me then going and getting the NEXAT between that and the extra field just to speed up production speed, because otherwise what ends up happening is it takes me longer and longer and longer to get the crop to run the processes, which I'm getting more money, so that's still fine. I just need the NEXAT to show up here. That's all I need. That's all we need to happen here. Just get the thing we want to just happen. You're blocking traffic? How rude. They know what it's like to be around farms. I've driven around farmland where you get stuck behind the tractor going like 12 miles an hour on the highway with no passing for 30 miles. Which I get. The tractors have to get from point A to point B, and that's the route they have to take, and the tractor's top speed's 12 miles per hour. It's gonna go 12 miles an hour. A top speed is what is. And most people I've known in that case, they'll go a couple of miles and then like pull off the road when there's a convenient spot to do so, which sometimes isn't very often. Let a bunch of people pass before they get back on the road. They do try to do their best. It's the same thing when you get on and they're transporting a like combine or a harvester. It's only going so fast. It's not their fault. It's just the nature of the business. That thing's a giant monstrosity that takes up everything. It's gotta get from point A to B. It's just what happens. The fact that there's only one highway going through town isn't their doing. And the fact that it's been designed where it has to be no passing so nobody dies trying to go like, you know, where you go up on a hill and you have no idea if cars are coming because they're on the other side of the hill. That's not their fault either. It's just the circumstances. Oh, you don't need to be promoting the Plus program. We're locked in. The Discord and YouTube and all that. Like, it's appreciated. We also don't need to, like, knock it out every hour. It's appreciated. I understand you are trying to help me with the self-promotion that I suck at. But, with the Plus program locked in, we don't got to worry about it. We got our points. You know, you still will. Yeah, no, I'm saying is drop the Plus one for right now, because that we don't need to worry about for a year. The Discord and YouTube, that's fine. We're gonna need to stop that and go get that. But yeah, plus program, we got our 100 points. Unless they start trying to do a push for the 70-30 split, which is isn't there one missing? No, Poity's sub was a tier 3 sub. So that was 6 points. So we needed only 2 points left, and then Poity dropped to tier 3. It may not have updated the number yet, because sometimes it updates very quickly, sometimes not as much. Well, I didn't expect it. Isn't there one I'm missing? Oh, I have no idea. Off the top of my head. Alright. So empty that out. Because, I mean, if you're... Like, I can put those on a timer. Timers are a thing that exist. And I've done that. It's one of the things I've had in the channel, outside of, like, the one-off, like, sponsored stream or whatever, I usually try to never have more than 3 timers running. So, like, the timers I have right now is I have one timer that, you know, promotes the stream team I'm on. I've got one timer that basically says, like, hey, I think We have one that's like, hey, don't forget your Twitch Prime, that kind of thing. And I have another one that's like, hey, you know, don't forget to follow channel. Excellent. This is amazing. So I'm no longer blocking traffic, but traffic is not proceeding because the blue sports utility vehicle attempted to pass me, and because of it, it got stuck up against the truck, and this one was trying to pass. You can see their blinker, but it's blocked because of that car. And so all this has to do to unstick itself is this red car has to go, and then one of these two has to give it up, back up, and go around. But nope. The AI is unyielding and will not surrender the right of way. To do so would be a sign of weakness. Not really. Don't be that way. I've known people who like it's like no. I have this. Like I will not be the one to back down. Like I get to go. The other person has to back up. And it's like, dude, what's wrong with you? Like literally both of you are being stubborn. Congratulations, you made the eternal traffic jam. Yep. And then we got another white. I guess you'd call that a van. It like kind of wants. I'd call that a van. And there's another car in the traffic. Ah, as it was meant to be. Probably should be skip rowing here. So I could actually make the turn without having to pull out into the road. But I've known people who like their entire mentality is no, you can't give an inch. The moment you get an inch, people will detect your weakness and they'll go, you know, and they'll push for more and more and more. And you're like, okay, I get what you're saying. And there's a certain amount of like, if people feel like they can roll you, they'll roll you. That kind of thing. But at the other time, sometimes you're being stubborn to your own detriment. Those vehicles over there, being stubborn to their own detriment. You think you have to bump into one at some point? No, what's realistically going to happen is sooner or later I'll have to do a contract, drop off, pick up something, anything where I have to leave the area, and then when they unload, they'll just all disappear. As long as I stay close, yeah, they're just gonna jam up and it's gonna escalate. I also believe there's a limited number of cars that can be in an area as well. It's not a very big number. But yeah, I believe that will continue to escalate more and more and more. But like the moment I need to go, oh, we need to go sell at the farmer's market, or oh, there's this lucrative contract a little while away, it will unstick them. Because there's no point in keeping these cars loaded in that are half across the map. Now the good news is we did just lime this field, so I don't need to lime the field again. I'm leaning towards potentially just pushing the NEXAT. I think the grain mill is the more correct decision, because that gives me earlier money. But I can already tell I'm going to feel very heavily pressured that I really need to expand the farm with the limited tools we have, or sorry, with the limited tools I've got right now. And the NEXAT is the actual dare drop objective I'm worried about. Because once you get the main piece of equipment for that, all the others are nowhere near as a big deal. Yeah, they cost like 150, 200,000 that per piece of equipment, and that's not nothing. Yeah, going to that harvester was far enough away it unloaded the cars. But once we get that, being able to process the fields becomes significantly faster. And then with that, you know, then I can be like, get another field, get another field, get another field. Like, we can make all of that go way quicker. That said, an idea I wouldn't have thought of myself is that whole making the grass field so I can get the other animals is really not a bad idea. And I generally, most of the time I play the game, it's like, that's my sorghum field. That's my corn field. That's my whatever field. That in real life you do crop rotation sometimes, depending on what you're, like, the things. Like, you'll have a very nitrogen dense crop that you'll do that for a while. And, like, that's the thing you deal with in real life. In game, they don't deal with a lot of the problems you deal in real life, where if you keep growing the same crop again and again and again in the same field, that you end up needing a lot more, like, pesticides, herbicides to deal with the pests and all that. You have a lot more risk of dealing with different plant diseases that you have to manage. And then on top of that, you usually have to do a lot more significant impacts in regards to, like, a lot more significant investment you're going to have to do as far as, like, fertilizers, because you're not going to have a balanced usage of the soil. So you're going to have to amend the soil a great deal with whatever your crop uses a lot of. Like, if it's a leafy green, it'll be lots of nitrogen. The fruits and vegetables depends on what fruits and vegetables. But you'll need to be using a lot more chemical fertilizers and all that to make up for the fact that your field is not recouping in any ways. So a lot of times you'll have crop rotations and all that, where, like, again, you would do one field and maybe you grown corn. I believe corn is a very nitrogen-intense crop. That it takes a lot of the nitrogen out. So I could be wrong on that one, like the actual stuff there. So they might grow corn maybe for a season, maybe two, and then one of those fields they wouldn't grow corn. Instead, they would grow either a different crop that doesn't need the nitrogen nearly as much, or there are some crops that literally are just good at getting a bunch of nutrients, and then when you're done with the season, you just kind of hack the crop right back down and let the leaves fall in, and all that nitrogen it captured and sequestered, it just dumps that into the soil again and whatnot. And you'll still probably use chemical fertilizers, it's just a significantly reduced volume that a lot of places will have some type of rotation going on. Like, they also do that even with lumber. Lumber does a rotation too. Theirs is a little different. It's not about the fertilizers and all that. They don't care about that part nearly as much as it's not relevant. But you'll sit there and say, like, you've got X number of thousands of acres of area for, probably more than that, X number of thousands of miles or whatever. But what they'll do is they'll be like, all right, this segment, we're going to cut down this segment this year. Just this one segment. And then they go over and they have another segment of the same size. Like, okay, now this is this year's segment. And then they go another year, that's that year's segment. And then the goal is that they want to be able to go where, you know, let's say the trees take 10 years to grow. That by the time they finish with all their property, 10 years has gone by since the first one got chopped down and they replanted it. And it's a whole thing to, like, watch that. It's kind of cool when you go by those areas, because you'll end up driving up the road like 10, 20 miles or whatever, and you'll just see, like, the trees progressively get older. And usually it's like you'll start, like, halfway up and you'll get to, like, the old trees, and then suddenly there'll be, like, little tiny trees and they'll start building up again. And it's kind of cool to see those areas. You can also tell when you're in one of those areas because all the trees will be in perfectly straight lines. That you can just kind of, like, look down, like, a whole mile down the way because you just look in the perfectly spaced gaps of trees. It's also interesting with those ones because when they do it, you almost never see them out there working, and it's because of how long those things take to grow. that they pop in, and for like the entire year's work, they'll pop in and only work their tails off for a couple of weeks, and then the entire area has been harvested for the year. All of it goes back to their sawmills and all that kind of stuff, which is where they spend all the rest of the time working, you know, taking all of those logs that they just did, you know, making them into planks or plywood or whatever the end goal, the end product is for it. But you almost never see them out there actually chopping down and hauling the trees. It's just, you go by one day and there's this whole area of trees, and then you go by the next area and it's all gone. There's this one big gap in this big, like, tree farm area. You're like, when did they do it? To heck if I know. You know, came by here in my day to work one day, came by the next day, and they were just gone. That's actually true for a lot of agriculture, though, too. Like, when it comes time for, like, planting and harvesting and those various processes, it is one of those things that they have, like, these really busy seasons. So, like, the planting and the harvesting seasons, where, like, it's all hands on deck. They usually bring in lots and lots of outside people to help, you know, fill in the gaps in their workforce. Because, like, most of the rest of the year, they're kind of in a maintenance mode of going, okay, well, we just gotta keep an eye on the fields, take care of the animals, which is still a lot of hard work. I'm not trying to understate it. But it's not the same as, like, okay, well, I've got X number of thousands of acres of farm to plant. You know, you bring everybody in that you can. You blast through and plant it all in the matter of a very, very short time period. I mean, how long it takes probably depends on your equipment, number of people, acreage, all that kind of stuff. But, like, relatively speaking, for an entire year, you're knocking it all out a couple of weeks. Because, again, like, let's say you've got a window about 2 months to plant your cornfields or whatever, but there's, like, a time frame of 1 month that is, like, the sweet spot to get the best product. You're going to want to make sure you get all of that done in that little tiny window to get the absolute most bang for your buck. And it's the same thing with harvest. Like, when I remember it was more so when I was up north and we had the pumpkin fields and all that, and it came time to harvest. It was just one of those things that all hands on deck. You'd see a couple of days the farm would just be a ridiculous number of people running around working out there. And then the rest of the year it would seem like there's no one there. And they were still there, like the regular people, but they're, you know, in taking care of the cows, in, like, going out, just doing kind of a spot check on the field. You'd have, like, one or two walking around, making sure, like, they're not seeing any sort of, like, plant diseases moving in, or, you know, checking the soil. I don't know what all their processes are, but, you know, doing all that kind of stuff. Like, they're still busy. They're still backbreaking labor. They're still slinging bales and all that kind of stuff. All right, so we're all harvested, so that's good news. No more sales. In this particular case, where last time I went through and was like, oh, I got alignment and everything. Nope, no lime. We're good. So in September, I need to plant the field again. So we're good here. But yeah, no, crop rotations would be good. So there's a mod called Precision Farming. I don't know if it's out for Farm Sim 25 yet or not. It did add a lot more where instead of just fertilizer, my understanding was it had a little bit more nuance to the fertilizer and that kind of stuff, which I think was really good for it. It's a mod I always debated checking out, but never really got into. I mean, nah, we'll skip it. Because canola, if we have extra, it's not like I could feed my animals the canola. It would be $5,000, but I'm thinking going, hey, let's just go fast. Oh, I'm still set to cruise control configured for keeping up with the harvester. All right. That's another one I need to check. Yeah, I was trying to keep an eye on a bunch of these things. Oh, I'm already debt-free again? Yeah, we're already debt-free again. Cool, cool. All right, so September is planting day. November is egg selling day. And I do imagine by the time we get to our next harvest of the next harvest of words are hard. The next harvest of the barley, I need something happening. Come on. I'm being stubborn, and I know I'm being stubborn about wanting that to show up. Oh, you're green beans. You had me excited there, but no, green beans, get out of here. Yep, you're good, you're good, you're good, and no debt. August, and then it's seeding time. Which we did buy a seeder. We caught the really big seeder we used earlier on the stream. We did catch that on a pretty good sale used. And so that's going to do a lot for us. I'm also going to adjust the AC real fast because I'm getting a little hot in here. Great demand at the grain mill. Let's check that in case we got something spicy going on. Okay. So what I want to check is prices. So one of these things will have a price that's up. The grain mill doesn't do very many things. Yeah, so here's one that's saying that's like a neutral price. There's a special icon here for what it's like, oh hey, this is like the super duper price. And they always miss it. I have no idea. I wish for like when things were on those bonus prices, it was much easier to look up being like, what is the thing that's on the super price? And there's lots of mods that tackle that very specific issue because it is so cryptic at times. We keep getting the same stupid header comes up again and again. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Simcopter 1, by the way? And it's going good. Doing our subathon, getting all that going. Hence the unusual hours. And all that good stuff. Playing some farm sim. Working on our dare drops to get the community a whole bunch of keys. Making the money. I hear the price of eggs is up, and so we're in the egg industry. But for those who don't know, Simcopter 1, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of simulation and those like strategy, those kind of games, but doing some like retro roller coaster tycoon lately. Had been doing a lot of why is my brain being the way it is? Like did some Project Zomboid. Alright, I gotta open this. So change to the barley. Why are you not letting me open the cover? There we go. But basically a whole bunch of good stuff like American Truck Simulator. SnowRunner was one they've been doing recently. I am hitting all the wrong buttons. There, so fold you up. Start grabbing the seeds. But good times. So if you like a lot of the simulation stuff and all that we do over here, Sim's got that going on as well. But yeah, so I'm not sure if you saw the new equipment they got. If you want to see a really cool machine that is completely unreasonable and impractical, but also kind of awesome, they added this monstrosity to Farm Sim's new DLC, the NEXAT. That is a behemoth, and you have to take your first, second, and third mortgage out to buy it. But it's this cool machine that it can go forward and backwards or sideways. And the entire thing you attach a header to. And it can do everything. It's like the one machine to do it all. Like you got cultivators, harrowers, seeders, all of it. And it's apparent like it's a real machine out there in the world, but apparently there's only like 10 of them in operation because it's a very impractical machine. Like it's got its thing it does. it does have a use case, but also, my goodness, is it expensive and pretty impractical in so many realms. And then plus, if you have any type of, like, not flat terrain, it's a bad time. Yeah, you're playing Roller Coaster Tycoon's got me back into doing more Planet Coaster off stream. Because I love me some Roller Coaster Tycoon. But also, I mean, as much nostalgia as I have for it, I do like that we've got new entries in the thing. Like, don't get me wrong, I would say Roller Coaster Tycoon did a way better job of, like, balancing and polishing and a whole bunch of that stuff. Whereas, like, Planet Coaster, while it's definitely got a lot new tech and all that, it's maybe not as holistically done. Alright. So it's time to seed our field. We do have barley selected. We should be closing our bins here. And grab you. And if you're trying to just enjoy a lurk, don't let me keep you. Every once in a while, like, if it wasn't such a pain to set up some of those retro games, I'd probably play more of them. Because I know I played the crap out of Roller Coaster Tycoon back in the day. And if they ever turn on Steve achievements for it, just I can't. Alright. So, let's see. While that stripe's going, our greenhouse are doing fine. Our chicken farm is doing fine. We don't owe any money. Alright. So, June is our next harvest of barley, and I want to have something purchased by that point. Either we're buying the flour mill so that the additional barley that our chickens don't need to eat is sorted. I don't think we buy a second chicken farm. For as productive and good and yada yada that the chicken farm is, while that would certainly be lucrative and probably the lowest effort thing to do, it would just straight up give me more money for the same amount of yield. Like, if that's just thematically the type of run we wanted to do, is we're just going to be a giant chicken conglomeration, we could do that. But for the dare drops, I need to get these other things done. And for the record, the chickens would satisfy that top one. That is, I believe that qualifies as product sold. Because what we were told, for those who missed the clarification, is for that product sold, the product chain, is I have to have a cumulative total of 1 million on sold products. Unfortunately, FarmSim doesn't track that. And so for the clarification we got from Dare Drop is if we hit $1 million and there's something in that product sold area, that's good enough. Which, if you're gonna hit $1 million in this game and you're not just like cheesing it with like the power generation, you're gonna be using production lines because that's where all the money is in the game. And so it's like, okay, so basically it's a freebie if you hit $1 million. Fair enough. We also got clarification on the animal things, that when it comes to the 20 of every animal, it is 20 of each category, so the 5 different categories. I don't need 20 of each type of cow or anything. So it's just cows, pigs, sheep and or goats, horses, and chickens. And the only one that doesn't make sense is the horses. Just because in the game, there's not really a big benefit in keeping large numbers of horses. So, like, the cows give you milk, the goats give you milk, the sheep give you wool, the chickens give you eggs. The pigs are made of food that you can sell. You basically sell the pigs, or you can use them as a primary source for fertilizer, your slurry. So you can get a whole lot of slurry and use that as a way of getting fertilizer. Generally speaking, if I remember correctly, using the pigs for slurry is technically more cost effective than just buying the fertilizer in game. But from any type of real pragmatism, the time investment to keep the pigs and the crops you have to put in to keep them happy to get that slurry, just buy the fertilizer. Just buy the fertilizer. All right. Yeah, so we've been having the discussion here about where we're going so far as our spending, like the next big investment. The things on the table that I think make sense is the flour mill is certainly an investment to consider. That will probably give me the most direct and immediate increase in revenue because we have a surplus of barley coming in. If I sell it as barley, while I do make decent money, I won't make nearly as much money as if I take the time to turn that barley into flour. Now, that's going to put us back a pretty good chunk of change. I want to say it was something like 188,000. The next option we have would be to actually get the preserves place, which wouldn't help us with the barley, I don't believe, but what it would let us do is all the stuff from the greenhouse. I would then be able to drop that off at the preserves location. And again, we would take the 5,000-ish I'm making a day from that and likely make that into, 7,500 a day or whatever it ends up being. So again, another one that's going to give us more money. Which of those do I think would be better between the flour mill and the preserves one so far as the actual money we make? I think would go in favor of the flour. Just because I have a much significant... I'm putting in a lot more barley into it versus a far more limited amount of greenhouse goods going into the preserve place. So while we do effectively get kind of a multiplier on what we put in, we get 1.5, whatever we put in out as whatever the product is, profit-wise, it is one of those things. I'm putting almost nothing in. I'm getting 1.5 of almost nothing versus if I put a lot in, I'm getting 1.5 of something. And that preserves one is like 388,000. So I think that one doesn't make sense. The other thing to work on is because I need to get the NEXAT equipment for the dare drop, is to just stop delaying it and get the NEXAT. Now the NEXAT is a little bit weirder to quantify how much money we're going to make in it, because it doesn't technically make us any additional money per in-game day. It actually makes us worse money per in-game day because of higher maintenance, higher gas costs, I would say. But on the other hand, in processes like this one here, where it takes me in real life time a decent amount of time to go back and forth and do the seeding and do the cultivating and doing the fertilizer, where this is taking me probably like 20 passes or whatever it is to do a whole field, the next ad it's going to take like 3 or 4 passes. So it's just going to finish it much, much faster. It also won't have to slow down because we're using a slightly under-spec'd tractor for our equipment as well. And then even in the process, like the cultivating, not only is it like 3-4 times the width of the cultivator we have, it also can do it at almost 30% faster movement speed than the cultivator I have. So that's the one where it's going to be much faster in real life time. But how does that compare to the flour mill? I have no idea. Hey, Cerise, how's it going? It's also one of those things that realistically, to take full advantage of the flour mill, I'll probably need to get ourselves another field, which means I'm going to need to spend more time on the, like I'm going to need to get more time, which means more time harvesting, cultivating, fertilizing, and all of that. But again, it's going to be hard to quantify like which is the best time investment. Let's see, an argument you have for that is you might have excess barley, but you can't feed the grain mill year-round. The canning factory can run year-round because you keep feeding it product. Yeah, but honestly, having the grain mill idling is not that big a deal. Like, even if it only runs for a quarter of the year, like, I'm not getting my max amount. The operating cost for the building is probably only like $100-200 or something like that a month, which is not nothing. That does add up to like $2,400 a year. But if I am making an extra like $10,000 out of the building, it's sitting there idling for half the year. Doesn't really matter because it just makes me way more money. What would probably happen in the practice of the preserves building is it wouldn't be idling months out of the year, it'd be idling hours out of the day. Because I would drop in what little we had in the greenhouse into it, it would burn through that by mid-afternoon in the in-game day, and then it would idle the rest of the day. So I don't think that necessarily ends up being a big thing. Like one way or the other. Like I think the overall cost of the preserve thing and the much reduced input into the building probably make it the less logical choice for the money. Because I mean it's more than double the price of the flour mill. I do think the comparison is, do we push for the NEXAT or do we push for the flour mill? And I do think this coming June in game, when I do my next harvest, is when I want to make sure that decision's made. Because that's the point I gotta decide what I'm doing with my excess barley, because it's gonna start really, stockpiling. And at a certain point, I'll have to either sell it, at the lower rate, which is fine, or I will need to turn around and expand the storage or get the flour mill. Like something will have to give by that point. Not have to. I want something to give by that point, because otherwise I'm just delaying a decision, which is just delaying me getting the benefits of that decision. Now, with this in-game day, I do have to follow this up by hoeing the field, but that's not a big deal. That's the really fast process. The seeding's the slow part. I also just realized I didn't repair this thing. That's not that bad. For those who don't know, all of your equipment takes penalties if it's in a bad state of repair. For the seeder, I would be taking a reduced efficiency on the seeds and the fertilizer. So I'm using a little bit more seeds and fertilizer than I should be. That said, I don't imagine it's going to be more than like an extra $100 or whatever. But then when we're done here, we'll go repair it properly so it's all ready. Now, another added bonus if we go with the route of the NEXAT is, as we replace our equipment, I can sell the stuff I have now. So like this seeder cost us like $50,000. It's probably worth about $80,000 fully repaired to us. So what could happen is, if I get the seeder header then, because I already got the seeder hopper, but if I get the seeder header, then what I could turn around is it would cost $200,000. I sell this back, that cuts, 90,000 off that overall cost and whatnot. If we get the harvester header and hopper, we probably have $150,000 worth of, the harvester equipment. So yeah, the harvester equipment probably costs us $300,000 or whatever it is. We can nix $150,000 off of that. I do look forward to figuring out the logistics of where the heck I put that stuff. I do think I'm literally going to take one of those fields that I don't own, and I'm just going to use as a parking lot for all of the NEXAT equipment, because there's 12 things that are all giant that I'm going to want for it, and they got to go somewhere, and there's just not an elegant way to store stuff that's big all over the place. I do wonder if there is like a shed large enough for me to put all of that in there. And have enough space that we can back the NEXAT in, turn it sideways, go over, grab the thing, and pull back out. There probably is one big enough. That's one of the things I almost never was doing at any real amount in the game. Because I was usually always doing really, really sweaty try-hard challenge runs in this. A lot of the stuff like the sheds and all that are mostly cosmetic, that they're just kind of nice for personal organization, that they don't mechanically change anything. It's very rare I built them. Like production line buildings and silos and warehouses and all that I built because they functionally have really good value. But that was always one place I usually left them. Now, actually, so I take back, so the preserves, I don't know what putting the eggs in for the preserves does. I'm imagining we get something like pickled eggs or something like that. But I keep forgetting that goes, because that might be the difference maker, because we get about a pallet and a half to 2 pallets worth of eggs every single in-game day. And I still think we'll run into the thing where the building's starting and stopping, but that again might make the difference. But also, still, 388,000. That's kind of those things that knowing what's the right choice so far as like actually strategically, unless you're going to sit down and run a whole bunch of spreadsheets, there's just no telling. And even with those spreadsheets, you'd have to consider your own personal productivity and all that in that current run based on the acreage you have and yada, 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 yada. That could be the difference. Or one of them could just handily be better than the other. That does happen. Okay, we're almost done seeding the field. The other reason I'm leaning towards the NEXAT is because then, once I have a tool that big, buying more land makes a lot of sense because I will have my endgame tools. So it's like literally you just buy the next field and you can just go and knock it out in no time. Which means a lot of upfront costs where we don't see the improvement all at once, and then suddenly a very dramatic improvement in the amount of money we make per real life hour. What we need to do is just have the NEXAT show up on sale. That's what we need. I just need to keep holding out hope, and eventually that happens, and all of these decisions become moot. Because if it goes on sale, it doesn't matter. Literally, I will sell everything we have on the property just about to make that happen. Because it saves us over $300,000. Now, the minimum I would need to make the NEXAT able to do a whole field is I need the NEXAT. We already have the seed hopper. We need the seeder, the cultivator, the harvester hopper, and all that stuff. But because we have the little tractor and all that, we can handle every single step of the operation. I think the seeder right now is our biggest time sink, so that would be the ideal one to get. Then next would probably be the cultivator, and then after that would be the harvester, and then the fertilizer. The only thing I will still need this one to do is the lime. The NEXAT cannot do the lime as far as I'm aware. It is a weird thing in this game that, like, Farm Sim 25, both lime and stone each only have, like, one machine that can do them. Like the field stone cleanup. For whatever reason. We turned off the field stone because, like I said, the little field stone thing, it moves fairly slowly. It's very small. And it's your exclusive thing for dealing with the medium stone. The small stone you can go over with a roller to shove it back in the ground and pretend it's not a problem. Some people just straight up ignore the field stone because it doesn't hurt your yield. If I remember correctly, the field stone damages your equipment faster. So it increases your repair costs. But it is one of those things that because they've never introduced some new piece of machinery to make that more efficient, it is just one of those things you're just like, okay, but I just don't want to deal with it. You know, you're sitting end game, you've got your cultivator that can do 14 meters wide on your tractor that's like 660 horsepower, and you've got this seeder that's like 15 meters wide, and you've got, you know, your harvester that's like 20 meters wide, and then you get to do your field stone and it's like 4 meters wide. All the rest of these, you're cruising along, going like 12 miles an hour or so, and then you get your stone picker and you're 8 miles an hour, whatever it is. So, like, all the other stuff has that feeling of progression where you go from the tiny little microscopic cultivator you start with as you drag it along in your tiny little 100 horsepower tractor, and you struggle with your 1.2 hectare field. It just takes a while, and then you get to the end game where you can do like literally 30-40 hectare fields and knock it out relatively quickly on every process except the stone picker. The lime's not bad because the one machine goes relatively fast anyway, so it never does feel bad because you can just kind of hustle through a field and it only takes a couple of passes to do a pretty decent sized field. I actually haven't looked. Do I want to mess with any of those settings? Because I've had the fieldstone off forever. I do like to keep the seasonal growth. Crop destruction gives reasons. I know people turn off the weeds and all that, the lime. These to me don't bother me. Those processes go so fast, it just So like taking a process that goes very quickly and disabling it, sure, if you just don't enjoy it, that's fine. There's no reason not to. But as far as things that become tedium or pain points, like the lime, you just blast through that. The weeds, you got several different options, and all of them are relatively fast. Like, the hoe goes very quickly. The weeders, once you get the bigger ones, can go very quickly. Like, they don't move fast, but, like, the giant one where it, like, unfolds and takes up, like, 20-something meters still works really well. The sprayers work really well. Hey, Sharking Game, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Good to see you. Good to have you dropping in here with your community and all that good stuff. But what were you playing today? How did it go and all that? Let me go ahead and drop you a shout out. Not seen you in a long while. Died in your insane pop challenge. Ah, that's no fun. Yeah, not seen you in a hot minute. I hope things are going well and all that. Shark Game was someone I used to do, if I remember correctly, if I'm not mixing you up, GTRP with and everything. Same with Rojo up there. But things, yeah, nuts. You're playing Project Zomboid. That definitely death happens. But yeah, no, I hope your insane pop run did go well up until a commit died, which is just what's going on with that. Done a lot of Project Zomboid myself. Been taking a little bit of a break on it though. I did quite a bit of build 42 and went hard since like November or December, whatever. And then just kind of was like, all right, I'm gonna wait till we get the next one. Now we got the Inns dropping a raid. I'll get you a shout out in a minute. It's on cooldown. We just had another raid a second ago. But welcome in the Inns, another like fantastic member of the community and all that stuff. Drops in a lot. Really fun times over there. What were you streaming today? How did it go and all that good stuff? Like I said, I'll get you a proper shout out. You're gonna have to wait about a minute or so, because Twitch cooldowns kind of stuff. But yeah, so how was your stream? What were you playing? All that good stuff. But welcome in to both those raids. For those who don't know me, I am Rual, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. It was on sweaty tryhard settings, and that's the whole thing. You will notice there's a past tense on that record. It has been beaten, but, I did hold it. That said, I am a variety streamer, and I do play a whole range of games. Today we're playing some Farm Sim 25 for Dare Drop, so that we can get a whole bunch of keys for people to give out to the community and all that for the game and its DLC. That said, that won't be today that those give outs happen, because I gotta first do the thing, then say, hey, I did the thing, and then they give me the keys. But we do a variety. We've been playing a lot of 2 Point Museum. We just finished that up yesterday. We have done lots of Project Zomboid, RimWorld, all that kind of stuff. So good times there. I instinctively wanted to end my lease on the Cedar, but I actually do own this one, which I just remembered I need to repair. You played Hello Kitty. Well, how was Hello Kitty? I know a lot of people have memeing-wise been playing Hello Kitty. I've actually heard it's decent. I know nothing about it beyond I am aware of the IP Hello Kitty. But as far as like what the game is or anything, it's a cozy game, right? Like a was it a Stardew Valley-esque game? Like that genre, like that, or I'm just completely wrong. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's like a Stardew Valley, Animal Crossing, that style game. Cool. Yeah, like I said, it's one I've seen a lot of people pick up and play as a meme, and then turn around and be like, actually, it was pretty decent. Hey, and Rojo, thank you so much for the raid as well. I'm assuming, double raid. I'm assuming you both had stuff going kind of at the same time. Alright, so... Okay, so it should have been 2 minutes since the last one, so we could probably get the ints. Shout out there. Alright, and so yeah, so Hello Kitty Island Adventure's been what's been going on over there. Apparently having a good time and all that same thing. You need to be going when Shark is? Yeah, I know how that goes. I've got a couple people as well that I'm friends with that our streams just completely and utterly overlap most of the time. But yeah, so if you're looking for some Hello Kitty Island Adventure, and you know, cozy Animal Crossing Stardew Valley-esque stuff, you can find it over there with the ints. If there's any other games you've played that you know, like to plug there, like, hey, these are those types of games, you know, by all means, do it. And it's funny because you heard mod too. Twitch is a very small place. Alright, so let's go ahead and get to hoeing the field. That way we can prevent the weeds from going in here. That's a fast process. I'm going to hand that over to the AI. While you were going to pick up some eggs and go deal with the water at our greenhouses. But yeah, so for right now, to catch up what we've got going on here, and also, Shark, you feel free to do the same thing. If you got a raid to run, if anyone needs a raid to run, don't let me keep you. But like, you've got other games I'm going on, because I know you said you were doing Project Zomboid. I haven't got a chance to check out what Rojo is doing because I'm still waiting on the cooldowns for the shoutouts. But like, if you let me know what games you're playing, would be happy to like give you the little plug saying, hey, this is the games they're playing. You know, if you're looking for that game, that's where you can find it, kind of thing. But yeah, no, in a lot of ways, while Twitch is big, it's also small. Sorry, family pulled you away. Oh no, you're good. We just had a bunch of raids all at the same time. Okay, so I guess the cooldown is already done, so that's good. But Rojo has been playing, according to Twitch, which Twitch does lie, Horizon Forbidden West. I actually haven't played that one, so I actually know very, very little about the game. But if you're looking for that, that's over there. But you're slow burning the game, hey, that's fine. There's an audience for that. I do lots of challenges that are very slow burn. We're not doing one of those right now because we are doing dare drops, so I'm trying to earn keys for people. Which does basically mean I'm focused on achieving the objectives you see over there. So instead of my try-hard, sweaty, hard economy, no leases, loans, or contracts, or anything like that, instead of doing that kind of stuff, there's no way you finish that field already. Don't lie to me. Zero Dawn is good too. Yeah, I've heard good things about Horizon Zero Dawn. But it's a series that, you know, there's always, like, it always sounds good kind of thing, but there's always, like, some other game coming out at the same time that I end up playing the other game. So it's not any judgment of the game itself. It's just too many games coming out in too small of a window. You can't play them all. Alright, so we got you sorted. Okay, so what actually happened here? There's no way. I'm just gonna go over it again. Because that lasted like 2 seconds. And I have no idea what it did. Yeah, because we would have had the tire tracks. So I think literally it just got in a position and it said, job's done. It's fine. We'll just do it ourselves. Alright, you have yourself a good lurk. But yeah, there's been a lot of games coming out. I did mention earlier in the stream that we are going to be splitting the stream between 2 games as we've been doing. We did basically finish 2 Point Museum yesterday. Like, there is some achievement hunting and all that I've got left, but as far as, like, new mechanics, all that, we've got it. We 5-starred all of the museums. So we're not probably going to be doing 2 Point Museum for a while. Like, not until they have, like, an expansion, a DLC, a major content update, whatever. I don't see a reason to go back to it. RimWorld, that is on the list. We are considering we unlocked the RimWorld Evil Colony for the subathon we got going on. That was our first milestone at 50 points, and before the stream started, we were sitting at somewhere around 85 points is my best math. I haven't sat down and properly mathed it. I would guess at this point, checking on what's happened to the stream, because it's been a little bit quiet, because, you know, this is the earlier part. I normally am not live at this point during the stream. We've added another 6 points on there, so we're probably around 91. At 100 points, we will have it where me and Tomb, my wife Tomb, will play Split Fiction, which that won't be like immediately happening. It's when we have time in the schedule. But me and her will play Split Fiction on stream at some point in the near future. Well, I shouldn't say near future, schedule's chaotic right now, but some point in the not so distant future, that we will get all that going on. And for those who don't know what Split Fiction is, there's a game called It Takes Two. You subbed for 3 months and it never popped up, so don't worry, it won't, like, if it doesn't get added to the clock, what I usually will do is as we start getting down towards where it's like realistically the subathon could end during that stream, before the stream, I will sit down and go through and be like, okay, from the time stream started, how many hours did I, from the subathon hour started, how many hours did I stream? Okay, how many people, like, resubbed and all that kind of stuff. So even if you don't do the thing where it reports that, like, hey, I did this, and, you know, have it pop up and pop on the timer, I will ultimately go in and correct the timer as we start to wind down the subathon, because it usually always ends up being off like 10, 15, 20 minutes by the time the subathon's over. It's just Twitch API being Twitch API. Let's see, and Famous Simplex says, more distraction, numbers slowly goes back up again, hope everyone is well and things have been going well for you. It has been. I've been very much enjoying it. And thank you for the 15 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Yeah, so you won't, if you do something to support the channel and it doesn't get added to the timer in the moment, only potentially a problem if it's like, you know, the timer's at like 30 minutes and you add 10 more minutes onto it. That last little bit when we're at the home stretch, that's where you usually have to watch the timer extra carefully. That kind of thing. And that's just, again, if you don't, like, announce that you've subbed or anything like that. I'll ultimately see the sub on the other side, but it doesn't tell me in the moment, so the timer can't update. But it will ultimately be added to the timer in the long run. Again, unless you happen to be like there's 10 minutes left on the clock and you do a tier 3, but it, you know, you don't do the share it or whatever. You do that, then by the time I'm notified, it could be just too little too late kind of thing. But if you share it, it works just fine. But yeah. It's also one of those things, like, if you were already subbed and then you did, like, an upgrade to tier 2, 3-month sub kind of thing, sometimes that won't actually take effect until the point that, you know, that happens. Like, that your first sub runs out. There's a bunch of weirdness around that stuff that has a lot of edge cases. I'll try to compensate for as many of those as I can, but they're rare enough that it's usually only, like, 2 or 3 people a year like in the entirety of the year that we run into a weird thing like that. It's the reason I have like those 1 or 2 off alerts that I find every once in a long while where like if someone does one of those like edge cases that the alert doesn't know what to do and it'll be like, you know, thank you, username, for subscribing for number of months. And you're like, cool, good job, bot. Great job. Alright. So then this will make sure we don't have any weeds coming in. Tomorrow we drop some fertilizer, and that'll be that settled. Okay. Yeah, so the hope here is going to just be that, man, just the NEXAT on sale. Oh, okay. Let's take a quick peek at those harvesting contracts. There's probably nothing I care about. It's probably going to be mostly like carrots and parsnip and that, which are awful to deal with. They're okay to deal with if you got multiple people or if you're running any kind of mods. But just out of the box with the AI, they are pull your hair out levels of frustrating. Because the AI just doesn't know how to work with another person. Okay. We got 1 sorghum field for 4,000 just north of us. I'm gonna probably pass on that. It's a good contract. Just to be clear, it's actually like a good contract. But I do think I'm gonna pass. Okay, so we already kicked out the seeds and the fertilizer. I usually do that whenever I finish, so it's just available for other things. We can't fertilize yet. Basically, the way things work in Farm Sim mechanically with the fertilizer is you need to do 2 rounds of fertilizer to maximize your yield by default. The catch is you can't do them back to back. You have to have some other process happen in between. And unfortunately, hoeing the field doesn't count. But letting 1 in-game day go by does count. If you're clever with your spraying and all that, if I do remember correctly, if you're using the sprayer as opposed to like the built-in fertilizer, you can do like the seeder with the first round of fertilizer, go up to 50%, then hit the field with your herbicide, and that updates the field, and then hit with the fertilizer, I believe was the case. Remember we did something like that, and that used to be how we'd go about it. So check. The chickens are fine. That's all fine. All my vehicles are nowhere near my house right now, so I'll just run. I say my house, we're using Walter's house, because it lets me sleep there, so whatever. One last check. No sales we care about, and we can pop over here. Advance the day. We put down the fertilizer, and then after that's down, we sell the eggs in November, because that's when they're at their best price. And then we don't have another process I need to deal with for my farmland until June, because that's harvest. And like I said, harvest this time. It's there! It's there! It's there! It's not the best sale, but you know what? It's the NEXAT. Okay, 383,000. We'll never financially recover from this. It finally happened. My stubbornness is paid off. We get the monstrosity. No license plate. I'm pretty sure the wheel brand just changes the texture of the wheels. It doesn't do literally anything else. $383,000. Delivery space is blocked. Please move things out of the way. I'm going to slow down time to its minimum just so I don't get trolled by, like, other stuff. Okay, so get you out of the way. Because, as you can probably tell, that thing big. That thing real big. Okay, let's see if that's enough space to buy it. License plate. No license plate. Okay. Bye. Yes. All right, still blocked. I'm gonna be real sad if the thing that's blocking it is its own equipment, because that's the hopper for the NEXAT, for the cedar. Okay. Alright, so I gotta open those. It feels like this one cedar is just weirdly implemented. That, like, to open the cover, I have to unfold it. Okay, so let's grab this set of seeds all over here. And get that out of the way. I appreciate when I can be really stubborn and I get rewarded for that. Alright, so we got more out of the way. License plate. No license plate. Bye. Okay. And it is ours. We have the unreasonable behemoth of a vehicle. We now own it. And the very first thing we're going to do is just collide it into our wagon for the lime. Don't sweat it. Oh my god, please. You are so unwieldy. Get it to its repair location. Thankfully, repairs are free. Oh, actually... Oh, weird. Even as worn as it is, it's only $6,000 to repair. Which is, don't get me wrong, a lot of money. But all things considered, I was expecting worse. Okay. So now we gotta figure out where I need to align with this thing to make it happy. It's such a bizarre vehicle, and all you have to do to make all these things work. Okay, so hopefully this is the correct direction. Okay, it's notifying me I'm on the wrong side. Cool. Love to see it. As you can see, this thing, slightly unwieldy. Slightly tiny, itty-bitty little bit horrifically unwieldy. Because I figure this will at least get that hopper out of the way if I take the time to do this. So now the next investment we want to do is basically pay down our stuff until we can go and get the get one of the headers for this. That's what you want to see. So drive in position. And now I've got you up and on the NEXAT. And that'd be the cedar hopper. Cool. Alright. So with all that said, I forgot what we were working on. We already got the eggs. Let's check. So, contracts. None that we want. Yep, so none of the contracts we want here. We do have a horrific amount of debt now. As it was always meant to be. We all knew this day was coming. Otherwise... Oh, I need to fertilize you. That's right. That's what we're working on today, is I need to fertilize the field. So let's look here. Yeah, so you're at a 50% fertilizer. So we can drop you off. Grab the lime wagon, whatever it is, wherever that is. Where did I leave you? You're not here. There you are. Alright, actually, this open space here on this hill might actually work for dropping off the NEXAT equipment. We'll figure it out. But yeah, so now what we're going to end up doing is now we have the NEXAT. I'm going to try and tick off one by one these individual pieces of equipment that I've had to use my tractor for. We're going to get those switched over to using the NEXAT. Because then I can work to just basically have nothing but the NEXAT and the lime wagon. And everything else I'll be able to handle with the NEXAT. We will then be able to start really working on getting the animals sorted out and expanding our farm in general. I think we'll have the focus on the animals. Oh, you have much wider width. I'm not giving this enough credit. Alright. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and do all that stuff. You can sell the new cedar. So, once I get the actual cedar header, yes. We will definitely be doing that. I'm going to be going through, like, one by one, being like, okay, I got this piece of equipment, get rid of that. That regular tractor one. And to help try and get the stuff under control, once I have a header for the NEXAT, if we see any contracts that are, like, not horrifically out of the way at, like, no money, but any decent ones, we can go out of our way to just knock those out for a couple extra $1,000 to try and get that loan knocked down real quick. Because it would be nice if I can make enough money. What header do you have now? I don't. That's the catch. Is I've got the hopper for the cedars, so where you store the cedars. I don't have the thing that actually puts them in the ground. That'll cost me a little over 100,000. If I buy it new. But I'm thinking what we do is we try, as we're able, that we hit each phase of what I need to do on my fields, that I then try and buy the header for that. We'll see. I'm probably not going to be able to do it all in 1 year or anything like that because they're really expensive. But one thing we'll also be able to do is I will be able to do the weed prevention and fertilizing on the NEXAT as well. It has its own actual hoe to it to deal with it, and you have the sprayer, which can be used for herbicide and or fertilizer. But all of that's going to be buying parts to it. So I've got the NEXAT, and we've got its cedar hopper. So of the 12 things I need, I got the single most expensive one, and just another one out of the 12. So we're doing good, because now that we have that, I can start leveraging it to get a far more efficient rate of dealing with our fields and all that. I just got to buy the headers, and the headers were not the big expense. The big expense was the machine itself. That's what we were holding out for. It's also good that we get paid our egg money the next in-game day. So that's another plus. The next process we need to deal with on this field is going to be the harvesting. That I might not be able to make happen with the NEXAT just because I have to buy the hopper for the harvested goods and the header. And I think that's going to run us almost 300,000-400,000. But we'll see, because if it does seem like it could make sense, we can sell our existing harvester for probably 150,000. And the NEXAT has absolutely ludicrous amount of capacity on its harvester. It's like 300,000 liters or 30,000 liters or some really obnoxiously large amount, way more than the other harvesters I've seen. Okay, so we're done with this. Alright. Nothing to worry about in sales there. The greenhouse is all happy. We'll wait and see what we got there. The chickens are all happy. Contract-wise, is there anything that I feel like I just cannot live without? There's some good cultivating ones, but... Alright. Let's go over here. We want to fast forward the day. And we'll get to see how rough the loan payments are going to be. I imagine they're going to be a couple thousand. Because we can only pull a maximum of $500,000, and we grabbed about 360. So we hit our credit line pretty hard. Well, actually only 1,100. Not as bad as I was thinking. So nothing here we want to grab right now. We'll pay down one spot of that loan. You're all good. Yeah, so none of the contracts we would do right now. The chickens are all content with their stuff. Alright, let's go get our 45,000 or whatever this is. Because it's egg selling time. Yeah, so we definitely want to knock that loan down quick, because, like, sure, 1,000 isn't that bad, but the loans in this game don't ever hit principal unless you go out of your way to make a principal payment. So it's literally going to be that 1,100 for all eternity until I pay it down. And so, sure, a couple of months in game, not a big deal. You just lost a couple $1,000. But if you never pay it off, it's just eating $1,000 every single month for all eternity. So it's effectively losing, you know, a little over $12,000, well, actually a little over $13,000 every single year of money I could be making. All right, there's our 55,000 from our egg sale. Love to see it. While we work our way back up there, let's go back to our loan payment. And we knocked it down to our 55,000 already. Okay. Alright, so double checking. Nothing we care about there. Those are all fine. We don't care about the contracts right now. Because, like, this is one the NEXAT could do if I had the right header for it. That's another one, a contract that the NEXAT could do if we had the right header for it. Let's be honest, it's the bank's 55,000. Pretty much. When you've got that much debt, yeah, that money already belonged to the bank from the moment it appeared. But that's okay. We got the equipment we needed for, like, what we want to do. We got the big thing. So now it's just going to be a matter of going to the next step, getting the next thing, going to the next step, getting the next thing. I do think I am going to literally just try to, again, pick up the headers I need for each step of the way as I can get them. Or as they're needed. Yeah, so cultivating contracts and all that we can't do much with. Those are all fine. Pay off a little bit of that debt. Pick up the eggs. Alright. Yeah, so the next process will be the harvester and the harvester header. I don't think we'll be able to put the money aside to make that happen. But we'll see. You never know. Because like I said, I think we can get 150,000 for our existing harvester, which is enough for the header. But I think the hopper is going to be what kills us. That I won't be able to pay down the loan enough to be able to go, you know, and get the loan back enough to buy both. And if we can't buy both, they're useless on their own. But you also never know when you're going to get another sale. So repay a little bit more of the debt. You're fine. Nothing I care about there. You're fine. Pick that up. And get the next thing going. Gonna be interesting getting used to the NEXAT. I'm pretty excited about it because it's such a weird vehicle. It's 100% I have a problem. What if I egregiously over-engineered the solution to that problem? Alright, so we're already down with our loan payment, or loan interest being 200% cheaper. Okay, so our feed is starting to drop off. That's weird. Maybe I need to re-engage the tipper? And basically they were using up the thing. I guess maybe it only continues drawing from this for like a year. I have no idea. It's whatever. Okay, that's fine. I won't sweat it. Okay, so we go here. Animals are doing good. All that's doing good. Oh, did it not put the eggs out? Oh no, it's just got it's an almost full pallet. I see. Okay, and yeah, so we're good to go for another one. It's June that we harvest our field. And we'll just try and keep things going as best we can. Alright, so again, nothing new on sale we want right now. We're going to have to top that off soon. Pay our loan down a little bit more. Another contracts we care about. Chickens seem to be happy. So drop those off. And we are ready for another month. And we are getting hail. Cool. It damages your crops and ever so slightly reduces your payout. Love to see it. Yeah, no, it was hail. It wasn't rain. We're being bombarded by ice. And there's a tornado. Alright, still no NEXAT stuff. Pick up the eggs. You're still doing good. Contract-wise. That's a really good hoeing contract. Like a really good one. let's do that one really fast, because what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna send the tractor over there to deal with that, and I'm gonna deal with like retopping off the water in the greenhouses while it's going on. And that'll be basically almost 3 loan payments by the time it's done, because we're... Nah, it probably won't be that much. It'll be 2 more loan payments knocked down. Keep getting that where it's taking a couple $100 out, or a little under $1,000 now out of me every month. Keep knocking that down more and more. I don't think I accepted the contract. 1 second. Yes. So we will accept that contract. And where's the other one? Are you right next to it? No, you're far up north. Yeah, so I can turn up here. Yep, it's set to AI worker. Pull right up here. Get to work. Okay, so I gotta top off the water in the greenhouses and all that. But the other exciting thing is, as I get these headers on the NEXAT, and I need less and less of the headers, it's a lot easier to justify all sorts of spending on things like the like buying more fields and all that, because it's just not a thing you got to worry about. The big thing we'll want to do after the NEXAT is I will want to get at least a field to start doing grass in. That way I can turn around and get the cows, the goats, the horses. And like I said, I don't really remember what I need for the pigs. Kind of one of the nice, sort of cheesy things about all the different animals, though, is for the purpose of the challenges, I just have to get 20 of each animal. So, even if the pigs end up being, like, logistically a pain, I can just get a pig pen that accepts more than 20 pigs, buy 20 pigs, and then that, you know, that qualifies. The pigs are the ones that'll be the hardest. Because, like, they have a thing where they eat a whole range of things, but to get the highest level of healthiness for them, you need a whole mess of different things to make them happy. Generally speaking, of the animals, the pigs and the horses aren't stuff you really make a lot of money on, not without it being a pain. Whereas, like, the cows, the chickens, and the sheep can all make you really good money with some basic setup. Maybe I'll make field 45 the grass field. And wind turbines? Well, wind turbines, that is just free money. You just put it down and you get money forever. Usually in most of my runs, I make a no power generation rule, just because with the power generation, it does feel cheesy in the exponential growth kind of thing for me. Like, you obviously play however you want, but like I always felt like that was just the, oh hey, you place it down and just money appears in your wallet. Alright, so topping off both of our greenhouses. You reposition to keep getting the eggs. Okay, you're finishing up your work. We've got you sorted out. Nothing to deal with there. Yeah, so we'll just let him finish that field. That's going to get us the next, like, $5,000-6,000, which is the only reason I went to send him, was like, oh, that's easy money, and I can work on other things I need. We don't have any other contracts I got to worry about, because, like, this would be another good contract, but that one I'd have to actually borrow the equipment, because I don't have a weeder And even though the hoe can do, like, literally overlaps the weeder and what it doesn't count. It's not technically what they've requested. You know what I can do in the meantime? Alright. So straighten you out. Because technically the cedar hopper thing on this is damaged. We can go ahead and get this over there and repaired while we wait, since it's a little, like, a little incredibly cumbersome to drive. This very much feels like a vehicle I'm gonna want to leave parked out in the field areas, not anywhere like this. Would you not? Go! Get out of here, man. What's the... Yeah, the interior of that looks really weird. So the cedar hopper... Oh, hey. Even though, like, the game's bugged right now and isn't going to actually charge me the money, I do have to actually have the money in my account. In the event they had decided to charge me someday, so I'll do that. Yes, interestingly enough, repairing the cedar hopper cost us significantly more than repairing the actual machine, which doesn't feel like it should work that way. Alright, so you're wrapping up the outer edge here, and then that should finish. And then we'll get paid for that real fast, and we'll be all good to go. But yeah, so now we're hoping we'll see like any of the headers here. If not, the headers I'm probably gonna buy new as needed. If we have to take debts to do that, I'm okay with it, because each one of those will give me the ability to finish some new process. Which then, you know, if I have to do a couple of contracts to pay it off, whatever. As long as we're still making money, it will chip away at those debts, and we'll just get more equipment and more capable. And then as we get that all set up, I'll also be able to turn around and buy more land, do all that stuff. So I do think for our land purchases, the next one's going to be 45 here, which will cost us $145,000. I'll probably make that grass, just so I can kind of keep this as like one easy block to work on, and that is one easy block to work on. This one kind of weirdly puts me up against those buildings and all that. Or maybe not. Maybe we keep all that there, and instead we grab this one over here. Maybe we make 44 over here grass. We can make 44 grass. That way we can do the sheep, the cows, the horses, all of that nonsense. Here, I'm just gonna take over this. We can just take over that nonsense. I can do the bales and whatever. And I'm not going to worry about, like, oh, what can I do to get the cows to 100% health and all that. Like, do the mix of, you know, silage and grass and hay and all that. We're just going to make it so they don't die. You know, if it becomes something that's a bit more viable with what we've got, I can go ahead and set it up. It's just right now, doing that isn't really important to our objectives. So for our objectives, it's going to be first getting the machines. That's going to be our biggest challenge. Once we've got that, it's going to be just putting down the animal stuff, and then genuinely it's just making a boatload of money. And that shouldn't be very hard with what we've got going on now, because we will be able to just buy land and just massively increase our output. Put down some production lines so that our output gives us that much more money, and it should come very quickly to be able to hit $1 million once we get to that phase. Because very genuinely, the equipment is your biggest expense in the game. That and then land. And then once you've got both of those, like, the money just shows up. Alright, so that'll be probably enough for maybe 2 more loan payments to keep knocking that down. One curiosity with the NEXAT, though, is crop destruction is going to be unavoidable with it because the wheels are not behind the implement that you're using. It is going to destroy part of your field as you're using it. That is intentional of the design. But it's like the idea is you sacrifice so little of your field that you benefit, because otherwise in reality you are driving over parts of your field, which is why you have all those like little areas in between to drive your vehicles back and forth between. Alright, so we got you sorted out. We got our another 3 payments that in-game month paid off. So knocked our debt down 15,000. And we are getting up to the point of harvesting in 1 in-game month. So there's our debt down another. Contract-wise, they're all hot garbage. Animals are content. We have... I swear I'm not cheating. We have the harvest... The harvester for... Is this the one we want? Let's see. Okay, so this is the hopper for the harvester. Let me just double check that before we buy it. We do need it either way. It's whether we need it right now. So let's go check that out. So you're the NEXAT pack, the NEXAT Nexco. So we go to the NEXAT way down here. You have the NEXAT Nexco is the hopper for this, which stores 32,000, and then we would need the header. Yeah, so we're doing that. We're doing that. That's a no-brainer. So 169,000 is what that's going to cost us. Hey, you know, look, I know I borrowed a bunch of money. From you. Could I borrow more? I'd really like to just borrow more money. If you don't mind. It's also interesting that it does have the different treads, even though you can barely see them. It's also weird that they have, like, the wheel setup and it just doesn't change. That's fine. Alright. Cool. So with that, we can go ahead and grab those. Alright, where am I keeping these? Let's start putting our equipment somewhere for the NEXAT, because it's giant and unwieldy, and I don't want to try and deal with this parking lot. I think for right now, I'm going to ditch it here. Okay, I'm seeing a little problem. And a bigger problem. Okay, so we need, like, the most level imaginable place to deal with this. Alright, so I need a different location to drop these off. That's That's what I'm gathering from this. We definitely don't want to use the actual store for it. So let's go up here to... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. Let's go up to that field that I don't own to the south, 52. And let's ditch this over on 52. Because it seems like that's much flatter than the hill there. So we are going to need to make a very flat place to deal with this, is what I'm learning here. What's also funny is this is only going a hair slower than our tractor, but it feels like a snail's pace just by the fact that this thing is so massive. All right. So let's go over here more to give myself some more room. Okay, so we dropped off the cedar. We're definitely going to have to make, like, a dedicated location. Like a dedicated location for, all of this stuff. Like a proper shed with everything in it. Flatten it out. Alright, so let's go grab our hopper for the harvester. Got your snack of strawberries? Cut and mix with a little sugar? Nice. Okay, so I don't know if I need to be faced this one. You see a streamer lurker? That's fine. We don't call out streamers lurking. I actually deliberately never watch the viewer list. So that's clearly the wrong way. Yeah, and usually I don't like to even mention that, hey, we see someone who's a streamer lurker, because we almost always have people who are streamer lurkers. Let lurkers lurk. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I was not expecting it to fold out quite to that degree. Oh, wait, no, don't do that. All right. So we want to repair this now. Sitting that far ahead of the wheels would be so weird, like, to deal with driving. Alright, so 1 second. So I need to go here, borrow a little extra money. Do this. Do the repairs. Now I go here, pay those back. So our debts are stacking. Alright, so honestly, let's just keep it right here. We're going to need to get the harvester in 1 month. Okay, well, with that, everything else is going good, I assume? The amount of debt we have is a little tremendously upsetting. You're all good except you. Oh, you're all good too. Okay, cool. So with that, we have finished the processes for this in-game day. Let's... Yeah, we're not going to financially recover this. We're just accruing so much debt. We are $400-something thousand in debt now, and I'm right about to spend a whole lot more money this in-game month so that I can buy the header for the NEXAT to be able to use it to harvest that field. And yeah, we can sell our harvest, and that's going to definitely take a bunch of the sting out of it. But also, it is what it is. Alright, so grab the eggs. First, let's check our processes. You are fine. Animals are weirdly not getting their food right now. Be on sale. Alright, so we couldn't get 3 in a row that we got lucky. Alright, so NEXAT. So we need this harvester header for $144,000. With that, we could do our field and all that. So, hey, harvester, you served me well. You done good, friend. But your services are no longer needed here. Where are you? Okay, so that's gonna give me just shy of 100,000. I think that's fine, though. So I can go ahead and do this. So we're gonna sell that. That's not the right one. Sell that for the 76,000. Sell that for its 18,000. And then we're gonna go down here. And we're gonna go walk up to the person who spends all the money for us, and just casually walk in and be like, "Look, man, I can stop accruing debt anytime I want. I can stop it, I promise. Don't worry, I'm good for it. Please, just one more loan. It's all I need. Just one more loan." Okay. So my assumption is I will need to be on the other side of it, judging by the fact that the little column thing that came out of my NEXAT for harvesting was on the right, which I can only assume has to attach to the header. I'm really curious of where that header is going to go when I'm not in travel mode. I'm really hoping it's not one of those things that, like, I can only have it in work mode. If it is, it is. But I have a bad feeling. All right. Yeah, it's gonna be right. Okay, it goes on top. Cool, cool, cool. Thing is so ridiculous. Even the control group icon on the top is ridiculous. Alright, so unfortunately, I need to fast forward time till it's not raining. So we can turn on the harvester. There is swath mode. Okay, cool. So bring back time down to a reasonable pace again. So as I mentioned, one downside of the NEXAT is it will destroy crops. There's no avoiding it. You will effectively have gaps in your crops that you just got to live with. I'm gonna try to put this thing all the way over here, and I'm hoping there'll be enough space for us to do the whole transformer thing. Oh, this is gonna be bad, isn't it? Don't shove me too much. That's okay, I guess. Oh no, I'm wrong. The header is just slightly in range for it to be okay. Let's give ourselves a little space to work. Alright, this... I'm gonna need chat to divert their eyes for a minute, because a lot of this is not gonna be the way it should be. Alright. And we are harvesting. And just like that, 14-meter wide harvester with a really, really big capacity for storage. Where's the pipe on this thing, by the way? Okay, that's good to know. Where does the harvest come out? Yeah, I've got the pipe here will stick out. A little snug on here, but yeah. And just like that, we can harvest pretty big fields now. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to stick that out again. So with that, harvesting contracts are definitely going to be worth us considering. So there's a harvesting contract for barley over there. It's only 2,000. It is what it is. Because we've got a lot of debt to pay off. Like a lot of debt to pay off. And so every one of those ones we can pay down that debt is going to go a long way. $106,000? Oh, we have more debt than that. We have... Debt-wise, we're at almost 500,000, just a little shy of. We have accrued a lot of debt. This is a bit under $500,000 of debt. But that's the thing. Almost all the processes go this speed or faster now. So, where we were doing that little tractor and all that with, like, the cultivating where it'd have to do, like, 20 passes, this is nowhere near as much. Now, granted, I was like, oh yeah, it'll be like 4 passes. I must be nice to be rich. I'm not rich. I'm horrifically in debt. I'm the opposite of rich. This is reverse rich. It's living like you're rich without being rich and watching those collections come in. And every time the phone rings, you get a little bit nervous. You have $4,000? I know that feeling. What's this look like from the inside? It is weird being this far off center. It would take a lot for me to get used to controlling this thing from here. And I'm pretty sure that screen isn't actually doing anything. Like this top part, like the images aren't updating. those rows, like that, a lot of that's a static image from the looks of it. Oh, good. It comes with some cup holders. That's important. And there's like an extra little passenger seat down there. You live on like $1,200 a month? Yeah. I'm a content creator. It's tough, man. I'm not, I shouldn't say that. I apologize. Content creators don't exactly make a whole lot of money either. Alright, so let's go over here. I don't want to go and do the hedgerows on this side. It's nice and open. It's going to take me a while to get used to steering this thing. It's like... It still just looks like a laminator to me. I mean, obviously with the rotating blade on the other side. Yeah, no, I got you. I'm not trying... That's the reason I was saying, like, I shouldn't go there. I'm not trying to be like, my situation's worse or anything like that. That's not... Like, it doesn't matter whose fire's bigger if you're both actively on fire. But yeah, I know it's tough. Alright. I am curious about how well the AI will handle driving this. That's one that makes me real curious, with like how much space it needs to rotate around. Like, even though like one set of wheels can sit in one spot and the whole thing can basically rotate around it, that's still like a 14+ meter swing around that pivot point. I do wonder how incredibly difficult a time the AI is going to have with this. But that does mean I can hand this over, give the AI the wheel, then we can go and grab, like, you know, all that. Yeah, but this is also one of those ones that, like, the AI struggling with it, I would expect. Like, that's reasonable. Like, I am the player, as the player... It's too big. There you go. I, as the player, am also like, this is pretty cumbersome to deal with. Which, again, is the downside. It can do everything, and it's efficient at doing everything, but it's ungodly expensive, and it's cumbersome. That said, that hopper of over 30,000 is really nice. If we look at the other harvesters in the game, so we go, let's just, Pipe Dream, we're all the way, oh, that's a foraging one, I don't want those. Pipe Dream, you go all the way down here, get one of these ones. That's 20,000 on those. All of 20,000. Some of them might customize to get bigger. Nope. So 20,000 liters on that. And ours is over 30,000 liters. There is something to say about that I could do a pretty good chunk of land without having to consider emptying the hopper. I could do about one and a half times as much in my hopper before I need to empty. There is some value there. It's also going to be curious, because I think that's the better part of my entire trailer I have, that this individually will nearly fully fill up my trailer to capacity for the semi. Could be just before the end of the road that we fill up. Alright. Okay. So I need to go empty off. Can you dump it in the silo? Yeah, but honestly, as unwieldy as that thing is, I think I'm gonna want the truck to deal with it. The truck emptying into the silo is gonna be a lot less agonizing than trying to make that thing get its little pipe to get over there. I think I'd probably have to move my cultivator to make that happen. Because width-wise, it's about the width of both lanes of the road plus the sidewalk and just a smidge more. We are going to have to get that grain mill. What are you harvesting anyways? We are harvesting barley. And we're doing that because the chickens will eat it. So it's basically going to plant wheat or barley, and wheat is boring. It's fine. They mechanically work the same in the game. It's just one of those things that, like, you know, in real life, how many farms out there do wheat versus how many do barley? Okay. It's such a weird machine. Looks fun though? It is. It's fun in the sense that it's nothing like anything I've played in literally any other game. I've never had a vehicle that is this weird, like, fat, wide thing that's doing all these processes. And I was like, yeah, no, I was wrong. It's about half the truck. All right. As hard as we can, right turn. Not enough to get around that pole. Okay. And we'll check for more of these contracts popping in. Hopefully get some big ones. That's another barley contract. And that's another barley contract. Excellent. That's what we want to see, is a whole lot of those kind of contracts. Because we get a whole lot of those contracts, we can go around sending this to harvest those fields, collect all the barley, dump it all in the silo, and then at the end just fill up one truck full and then just fill it up till the contracts get done. Because this is going relatively fast for harvesting, and when we're at the point where I'm going to have the AI take over the harvesting part, I'll just be driving the semi back and forth on it. They're a little far? Yeah, they are. That's fine. Like, right now I got $500,000 with debt. I need to not be picky-choosy on my contracts.
Thank you, Ocamal, for subscribing for 3 months.
And thank you, Camelot, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that, adding 10 more minutes onto the clock. So thank you so much for that. Hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it'll be one of those things that I'll send the NEXAT over there, and I can drive the truck around. An added bonus with the whole thing is some of those fields are small. I might literally be able to do the entire field in the NEXAT without even emptying and just take it to the next field and have it do the next field, you know, while I'm moving the truck around. All right. I also just want to see how good, bad, or otherwise the AI does at this. Is that legal? Yeah. So the idea is you're just putting into storage. I do have to sell it to where they'd say at the end, but I could store it in the meantime. But like I do ultimately need to, you know, drop off the crop where it says. Miss a reference? I did miss a reference. That happens a lot. There is a lot of different IPs and a lot of different things out there to have references for. So keeping up with the many, 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 many references out there is very unlikely. Star Wars Episode 1? Star Wars Episode 1, is that legal? Oh, is that, was that the trade syndicate saying that or whatever? Or was it, I can't remember. There was someone, someone said, like, is it legal? And it's like, it doesn't matter or whatever. It's kind of like one of those things, like, is it legal? It doesn't matter if they just do it anyways. Oh, okay, so I'm not allowed to I'm not allowed to fold it while it's full, which is interesting because with the way that machine's designed, I don't think it'd have a problem doing that. Yeah, is it legal? I will make it legal. Yeah. Yep. We might need to just get a higher horsepower truck. Yep. Episode 1 was definitely a Star Wars movie that didn't seem to be sure what audience it was targeting. Because, you know, trade wars and embargoes and blockades and all these kind of things, but also poop jokes. It just, like, it was trying to do all of it, but it didn't. Like, you have movies like Shrek, who do a really good job of younger audiences can enjoy it, older audience can enjoy it. And Episode 1 was like, we'll figure it out. And it just really didn't land. Because then they have, like, Senate hearings. They're like, this is not for kids. No kid is seeing a Senate hearing and be like, yes, this is what I want to watch. Like, like Episode 1 had a lot of good stuff. Like, Darth Maul, they did a really good job with the combat, like the lightsaber fights were some of the best in the series. Like, I mean, at the time, they were the best in the series. Like, really set the bar way higher than we had in Episodes 4, 5, and 6. Like, as much as the nostalgia, I love those. You go back to Episode 4 and you watch Obi-Wan and Darth Vader fight, and it's a little painful. It's a little painful. Yeah, the memes of Darth Jar Jar. Alright, you do your best, buddy. I'd have some level of faith in you, maybe. I actually have no idea how I should be positioning this to make it happy. Alright, I just want to see how this starts. I want to see how this starts. Okay, so it is smart enough to put into work mode. The AI is aware that it does need to be in work mode to do that. I'm listening. You started to reposition yourself. Okay. Fair enough. You're using the fact that you don't have crop destruction turned on to your advantage. I can respect that. Because the AI does not have crop destruction, whereas the player does. Yeah, it's like, you know what? It's working. It's a little weird, but it is working. Some of that is the props. The new movies have lightweight, durable lightsabers that you can actually fight with. Episode 4, they were swinging painted rebar. It was heavy and dangerous. Oh yeah, no, it's a lot of things. Like, there's certainly, the props are absolutely a factor. It's also, if you look at, like, combat, like, fighting scenes in movies from that day, most movies was nowhere near like it is now. There was some that got, like, a little more involved, like the Zorros and all that out there, but even a lot of them, it was, like, kind of just saber rattling a little bit, and then to do the camera cutaway of just swish, 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 and then to show the person, you know, holding their chest going, ah. But, like, that's come a long ways. The silo's full. This isn't part of the plan. It's not part of the plan for the silo to be full. That's not... I thought I had more space. Wait. This isn't part of the plan. The silo's not supposed to be full yet. Alright, well, this is struggling with our own success. Well, this trailer can hold like 50,000. Let's get into position over here to pick this up. Can you sell it? I can. But generally speaking, in the game, the way it works is the month you harvest is usually the lowest paying month because, you know, everyone's supplying the market at the same time. Whereas if you wait till like half a year later is usually the best pay. So I would get, you know, good like 30% less than I would otherwise. Obviously, if I can't even store it, that becomes a consideration to be made. All right. It's doing it. It's not doing it well. The AI can in fact work with the NEXAT, but I'm gonna give it a B-. Yeah, we can get another silo. I don't really want to. I'd rather get the grain mill, but we can't afford it. So like, if we go to the grain mill, that was up here, right? Oh no, the grain mill was 288,000. That's right. And I can get, if we look over here, I'll be under the set. I can get the silo. We legitimately have 75,000 liters in our silo. When did that happen? Yeah, so for double the price, we only get a tiny bit more. For triple the price, we get double the capacity. There's also silo extensions, so it counts it as one silo, but we can increase the capacity. We could do that. I don't really want to. Let's see, you feel reminded of Command & Conquer, silos are full, build new silos. If you back up all the way so you're not sitting on the crop, oh, there's gotta be some adjustments to this AI. It's not backing up enough for what equipment it has. So it's just leaving little squares everywhere. Yeah, so the AI needs a little nudgy nudge. Oh, that's because it's literally the entire field is head rows. It's just treating the entire field, all the way start to finish, as just head rows because of how big it is. Take over while it's not dangerous? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna want to do. Is once not this side path. Okay. So I'm gonna go sweep over here and catch this corner. And then we do this row, and I'll catch each of these corners. So it didn't really save myself a whole lot of time on this field having the AI do it. Maybe if we see a field that doesn't really need head rows, what we can do is just eliminate the head rows, and maybe just going back and forth it'll do a better job. You're not sure you feel safe with the AI worker driving that? What if they damage it? Won't it get stuck, won't you be stuck with repair costs? So, there's a couple things that actually work out that's not a concern. So, in reality, the way the game works is it's just operating the vehicle wear and tear that are your repair costs. If you bang it into a building, it doesn't actually hurt it in the game. Which, yeah, that shouldn't work that way, but it is. And then also, just by chance, when they release this, the repairs are bugged right now and are free. It's not supposed to be that way, but it is a bug that the repairs don't cost anything. But yeah, it's just wear and tear, so it's operating time that you're worried about for that. All right. But yeah, no, the AI is a little thing. They seem to have pushed this pack out a bit too fast out of the door. So I mean, honestly, most that, like, the repair cost doesn't surprise me that caught them off guard, because I don't think they changed anything related to the repair stuff. So it's probably something that slipped through the cracks on their testing. Like that's, you know, a fairly understandable thing. If you're not working anything related to certain mechanics, that if there's a bug there, it could go overlooked. It's still not good, but it's understandable. As far as like the AI not working well, let's be honest. The AI in the Farm Sim series has been pretty consistently, you know, hit and miss on a lot of things. You watch someone else that he's experiencing poor performance issue when driving near the NEXAT? Oh, interesting. That's weird. I mean, it's trying. It's making full covering paths without going outside the target area is hard. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's clearly using their logic to try and avoid it. It's just like a weird shaped vehicle that is unlike anything else in the game. Yeah, and that could be, like, there's been a lot of problems for a while of just various hardware having issues. Not with Farm Sim specifically, just there's been lots and lots of stuff that's getting credited as performance issues with games that are like video cards having bad drivers. We've been seeing a lot of the newer video cards that have been coming out that have, like, literally the hardware has problems with it. That, like, you know, you got the Intel processors where you got to undervolt them to not let them permanently damage themselves. You've got some of the newer NVIDIA cards that have come out. They don't have capacitors that are capable of handling the voltages that are in there, so they burn out. It's just an unfortunate thing that we've got going on in, like, the tech industry, and, you know, a thing that a lot of stuff is having corners cut that really shouldn't. And it's creating more and more issues. Yeah, NVIDIA's got the new power connector, and it's been causing fires. Maybe about your AMD keeps crashing on SnowRunner. You play it for a decent amount of time, completely random when it happens outside, you have just an hour and all that. Yeah, so we've been having, on one end, you've been having a lot of games that, with how competitive things are, they're trying to rush out the door to keep any kind of money rolling in, because especially with all the investors pulling money out of gaming and tech, which in a lot of ways is tech's fault to themselves, you know, promising the moon and never delivering. They want to make everything blue ocean, and 90% of stuff they're offering is like, you know, crypto and blockchain and NFTs and all these other things that really aren't anything. Okay, so let's try 0. Okay, so we can only make it down to 1 head row. So no matter what, we need a head row. The work offset is a left and right thing, so that doesn't help us. Work direction, 0 degrees. Oh, don't do that. Jeez. Absolutely don't do that. I'm going to just manually do it. But yeah, so it's a thing there's been a lot of conversation about, that the general quality of hardware coming out is not nearly as good as it has been in the past. And a lot of it's, you know, people are postulating as to why it is. There's definitely a significant part of it is they laid off, like all of them laid off tons of people. So you've got that brain drain of all the people who really knew how to do stuff and really went and did all that. That's a whole thing. There's been like this whole treadmill issue of just needing to hire spec, needing to hire spec, needing to hire spec, needing to hire spec, even when it doesn't matter. So yeah, you're getting better performance, but like the quality is just really taking the crapper on it. That's like, well, no, I'd rather have the slower performance, but it works consistently than this nonsense. How's blockchain gonna change your life? You don't get all my. So yeah, like cryptocurrency and blockchain and crypto all being intermingled is a thing. But I definitely remember there's a long time where they're trying to like put blockchain in everything without considerations of cryptocurrency. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna validate people's voter IDs using crypto. Your driver's blockchain. Your your driver's license will have blockchain, and we'll use blockchain for your login. And you use blockchain so you can use authentication between different platforms. And we'll use blockchain so you can go to that mom and pop shop, you know, to buy, you know, a teacup with your daughter's picture painted on it. And it was just one of those things, and like everyone was adding blockchain to everything. And then of course it made no sense for like 99.9% of the use cases. And so, you know, a whole bunch of investors put a whole bunch of money in it. And then a lot of the early adopter ones, the ones who, you know, pop in, they immediately pulled their money back out, got their profit and all that. A whole bunch of people who started those companies got a whole bunch of money themselves. And then when the floor dropped, all the later adopting investors, you know, lost a ton of money. And that's been kind of the scheme in tech for a good couple decades now, about come out with new tech buzzword, get all the venture capitalists and investors all in a tizzy, a bunch of them dump a whole lot of money into it, and then on the other side of it, I don't know what's happening right there. You know, a whole bunch of them get like in a big tizzy about it. They put a whole bunch of money into it. The floor falls out when the buzzword goes away, and then suddenly a bunch of investors lose a whole lot of money. But again, a whole lot of people made money on the earlier part where they jumped in, they did the investment, they let it sit for like not very much time at all, and then got out before the reality check came in that, you know, hey, this is kind of garbage. But it's been a lot of things. So you've had like, you know, crypto was a big one, blockchain was a big one, NFTs were a big one, AI right now is a buzzword. That 90% of stuff using it isn't even AI or whatever. You even have like machine learning is a weird one. Machine learning was part buzzword and part reality. Machine learning is a very powerful technology that actually does some pretty amazing things. But when it was still in that early phase, they were ramming it into everything as a tech buzzword. So it's kind of one of those ones like, well, it has a very important and valid use case, but also 90% of stuff it's being used for is not that use case. And now it's in a good place. LLMs, well, yeah, LLMs are like underneath that AI umbrella that we have that weird calling everything AI, even though 90% of what we're calling AI is not. It's not only not in principle AI, it's like actual artificial intelligence so far as learning algorithms and yada yada yada. It doesn't fit there. LLMs hit that border area where it's like, is it AI? It's more pattern recognition that's got a lot of learning algorithms to it. But as far as like actual intelligence, no, it's definitely not that. And this isn't me trying to be critical of what it can do or anything. It's just for actual artificial intelligence, it has to have like a learning system. It has to be able to have certain milestones it can hit and whatever. And LLMs don't do that. They're far more algorithmic. Again, they are powerful. They do have a thing they do. But as far as actually being AI, not really. So I don't think it's struggling up the hill. I think it's bottoming out. That it's scraping the bottom of itself on stuff because it's so broad. So it is a very impractical machine for anything but truly flat land. That said, as wide as it is, it's still making okay time. Let's see, the bots with response brackets and bots that customize the response brackets. Gotta find some of those Nebraska maps. That's what I think ultimately is going to happen, is if you want to really lean on this, you are going to have to make your farms real flat. Yeah, some popular people have said AI will replace 90% of programs in the next 12 months. What's your opinion? Is it 50-50? There's a 0% chance of that. The rumblings I've been hearing in the tech sector who aren't buzzword kind of companies is they're running into the problem where they're basically like, all this is doing is taking our tech debt and just kind of making that what you get. Because a lot of the stuff that we're seeing come out of like the automated software dev stuff is some of like the worst code that technically achieves its task, and even that's kind of a toss-up. Yeah, I do think we will see improvements in efficiency and how fast you can turn out a function, but I do think we'll also see a quality hit with it as well. Let's see, it's been a theme of the previous centuries too, just with different methods. Colonial age, Britain did that was South Atlantic Trade Company. Early investors got more than their money's worth. The people, politicians, legislatures, business heads did insider trading. Everyone who went in otherwise lost huge amounts of money. Tech economic focus where it works. Yeah, no, I'd agree. That's the thing. There's a couple pieces of wisdom you can have. Like, if you're ever interacting with a company and you're not sure how they make money, not just that they're doing the new thing, but like, no, specifically with whatever they're doing, what is their monetization strategy? Does it make sense? And if you can't answer yes, that should be a thing that is very much a red flag. They're like, all right, wait a second. And for the record, ads is not a strategy. It can supplement things, but in itself, ads does not make a holistic picture. Because that's a lot of the stuff that's come on. Like we had there's the extension Honey that's come out as being a total scam, both for their users as well as absolutely screwing creators and a whole lot of that. For those who aren't familiar, it's one of these extensions that you put on your browser that the whole idea is it's supposed to be like, hey, you know, you can do this and we'll find coupon codes to make your stuff cheaper. But there's been the whole thing that what they found is, one, it was stealing commission from creators. And it's one thing they're like, hey, we found a really good coupon code that's better than what the creators. You know what? Honestly, it should get the commission for that. Because that may have been the deciding factor of, did the person buy it or not? But there were times where there, like, the extension was like, hey, I could not find any discount here. And you'd choose okay, and it would still snipe the commission away from the creator who you brought them there. And then they also, when they started looking into it, and they found that Honey would make these deals with the various people to get really bad coupon codes, or like 5-10%. And even though there were much, much, much better coupon codes out there, would still go out and give you that 10% coupon code because the Honey app was getting its own commission on that. And so it's like it was a scam start to finish in all that regards, that it didn't purport to do what it advertised it did and everything else. But it was just kind of one of those things. They had a lot of people who earlier on were like, okay, wait a second, what is the monetization of this application? Like, you've got this extension, they're supposedly helping you get cheaper rates at things you're already gonna buy, and there is no way for you to pay money to the app to do anything special. Like, what is, like, this app is not just making money up here out of the ether. They have to have a way of making money. And people, because of that, didn't engage with it. And, later on people realized it's like, oh, it's basically charging everyone money, that it's kind of just a scam all around, that it's kind of promising everyone a lot and screwing everybody. Which they've got, like, that became a whole thing, that there's been legal action being taken against them by creators and legal action being taken against them by some of the retailers and, like, everything. And for the record, Honey is a PayPal extension. Anytime you see those things that is like, we'll find you discount codes, those are almost all scams. That they're going to find you really bad discount codes, and they do all sorts of shady stuff. There's certainly ones that are worse than others, though. They're just preying on the fact that people want to feel like they're thrifty, and they'll give you stuff that feels thrifty while not being thrifty. If you want a long-term stable beyond some early legal regulation, it's also helpful the company provide some economic advantage for the economy at large. It increases the GDP. Doesn't have to be if you're just making short-term investments, but it's useful. Yeah. No, there's definitely, like, when you look at a company, you're like, oh, they're providing a need that is, like, genuinely there. Like, establish need, food, whatever. And they're providing that. And they're, especially if they're a very successful one in providing that and stable, that's usually a better investment. As opposed to, when you got that stuff, they're like, oh yeah, we're going to disrupt this market. And you're like, okay, but how? More efficiency. Right, but how? Crypto. And you're like, look, man, stop dropping words. How? Like, what makes this different? It'll be more efficient. You're using synergy. Okay, just go away. Hey, Radaman. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? We're driving an abomination.
Yay. How's farming going?
But it's going good. We are driving what looks to me like a giant laminator with some weird thresher thing. That's the Uggles. Oh, you have seen nothing. For those who don't know, Radaman, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Really, really fantastic. Does a lot of complex games and does a really good job of kind of giving you, like, the tutorial take on it, as opposed to giving you all, like, the min-max strategies that ruin the discovery. Does a really good job of getting that. Yeah, so you want to see, this thing's an abomination. It's also expensive. It's also a real thing. It's kind of cool, but very impractical and expensive. So you might be going, it's like, all right, let's go and harvest this field for this contract. Don't worry, you have not seen anything. But again, go follow Radaman, because we just gotta unfold it real fast and put it into work mode. This is what we call over-engineered. Oh, here, let me... Oh, we already have the guidelines on? All right, cool. And the only reason I did it on this side first is just I didn't feel confident we were going to turn that thing. The turn radius... It's funny, in work mode, you actually can kind of turn on a dime, but, like, because this thing is over 14 meters wide, turning on a dime doesn't help you when you swing the whole thing, you know, 14 meters out. It does work really fast when you get going, though. For what it's... Oh, wait. I have to actually put it down. That's a me problem. But we're doing some dare drops. So that the dare drops will get us keys for the full game plus this DLC, so you too can drive the Abomination, the NEXAT. Which, for the record, one of the things that's cool about this machine is it does do just about literally everything. It can cultivate, it can harrow, it can harvest, it can spray, it can slurry, it can... What else was there? It can weed, it can hoe. It can do, like, the sunflowers and corn and wheat, and barley and oats and soybeans and all that stuff. It is a very capable vehicle, but it's very much one of those, what if we got a bunch of engineers and said yes and just kept going and no one stopped and said, no, we should stop now. It's good enough. It can do enough things. Yeah, it cannot do curvy land. This is not a good all-terrain vehicle. Harvesting, if you have too much of a slope, it scrapes the bottom of itself on the hill and drives really, really painfully slowly as a result of it. But it is 14 meters wide, and it can cultivate over 14 meters wide at 11 miles an hour, which is actually pretty good. The vehicle without its header does cost $655,000 there. So don't check our bank account. We in the bank have been having conversations. They're not very pleased about my $470,000 worth of debt. Look, man, I got a dare drop to do. And this thing's expensive. That's gonna happen. But anyways, we've been having a fun conversation about tech buzzwords and, you know, doing the whole thing where you drop a buzzword, get a bunch of early investors, take advantage of them, and then all the, the early investors usually do well. And then, like, later investors pop in as the buzzword builds up, and then the floor falls out, and you repeat that process, and how it's kind of really hurt the tech industry in a big way. We were just getting into that conversation with, you know, AI, crypto, NFTs, blockchain, machine learned being that gray one where it's actually a useful technology that has really, really valid use cases, but also when it first came to be, people shoved it in everything. Yeah, called the rug pull. Yep. It's basically illegal Ponzi schemes. Yeah, to a certain degree. But as a result of it, investors are really losing all trust and faith in the tech industry, which has been resulting in a lot of people pulling money out of the tech industry, which is really hurting the tech industry. And how it's like, okay, on one hand that sucks, but it's kind of a self-inflicted thing. And keep in mind, I'm saying this as someone who my entire career is in tech. I have over 15 years software development experience, and I've witnessed that rug pull so many times. But it is hurting an industry I depend on. And it's like, yeah, but in so many ways, the collective we did this to ourselves. I didn't work for the companies who were doing that, but the fact that that behavior continued for so long has really hurt the thing. And the thing that brought it up is people are talking about that some of the video cards are running into problems, that, like, they're very unstable compared to what they used to be, and they're having, like, really serious hardware problems. And that has become more and more of a thing that we're not expecting that to really change in the short term because of, like, the move faster, break stuff kind of mentality they've had to do to keep number get bigger. Not not even talking like the business share thing, but like number get bigger that we're like, no, we need more gigahertz out of our processor. No, we need ray tracing. We need all these things. And it's just to stay competitive, they had to go faster and faster and faster. Well, there's a consequence of that. One of those consequences of when you go real fast and you try and go real high in your specs, something's got to give. The price has got to go up, and or the quality's got to go down. There's a whole project management thing of you have 3 different pillars you consider. You can have how fast, how good, and how much it costs. You get to choose 2 of those. If you're lucky, you get to choose 2 of those. Reality will dictate the third. So if you want it really fast and really top-notch quality, it's going to cost you a fortune. If you want it to be cheap and you want it to be fast, its quality's going to suck. I'm also realizing there is 0 chance I can drive this thing back the way I want because I can't fold it up while it's full. And my silo is full. Okay, so we have 38,000 liters of barley in there. Okay, so that'd be 38, that would be 53-ish thousand liters of barley cumulatively. How much does my tractor hold? Or my trailer? We can hold it. The poor semi is gonna not do well trying to do it. Reminds you of saying your old boss might said, you can have it cheap, fast, you can have cheap, fast deliver, or higher quality, pick 2. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. There's different wordings for the same idea. And you'll have, I used to have a boss be like, no, that's just not the way the real world works. I'm like, but it is. It is. It's like, that's just an excuse for mediocrity. I'm like, no. What I'm saying is, if you want to get this out as fast as you can, reality is going to say it's not going to be as good as it can be. Or you're going to have to throw a lot more resources at it than you necessarily want to. Isn't it the case NVIDIA screwed up their new cards, missing ROM still melting cables? Yep. They had that, and they had under-spec'd capacitors that get fried when they're under heavy load. Yeah, the capacitors blowing under heavy load started with the, was it the 3090s? Is it 30 or 4090s that they started having, there's a set of capacitors on there that just, they weren't, I can't remember if it was they couldn't handle the voltage or the capacity they needed, but they were basically under-spec'd. And so a lot of the earlier cards for that generation had those under-spec'd capacitors, and they would just pop the capacitor after a while. And the way you would resolve that is you do stuff like under voltage, that kind of thing, downclock it. Make you feel about not upgrading? Well, that's the problem we're looking at right now, is we are running into the situation. Let me in. We're running into a situation where, like, it doesn't matter if you get Intel, AMD, like, NVIDIA, all these, they're kind of all running into quality assurance issues. That, like, they're getting stuff wrong in their specs that are causing things to not last, catch fire, pop, all that kind of stuff. And we're seeing this more and more in the hardware industry. And a lot of people are making comments like, oh man, it's so bad. It's like what we've been running into software where it feels like it's just rushed out the door and that quality is dropping. And it's like, that's because it is. And it's a thing that the market pressures have been on them moving fast, like really fast lately, to stay marketable. And unfortunately, the consequences, we are getting worse and worse hardware kind of thing. But it is the thing that they're finding more and more, that the quality isn't the thing that has been as significant for how well sales go, versus just, does this have more cores? Does this have a higher clock speed? Does this have more RAM? Does this have more you know, can it do ray tracing? Can it do this? That's what's actually driving consumer action. So they are reacting according to that consumer action. Okay, so let's check if all of these contracts we got. Cool, so they are going to the grain mill, all of them. So I want to sell just enough barley to satisfy the grain mill. Now, the problem we're running into is I now have so much barley that despite having over 360 chickens, I am just stockpiling. My poor silo here is full. This trailer is just a hair below full. And while a bunch of this is about to be sold for part of these contracts, I'm expecting to have a pretty good chunk left over. And while the chickens do eat almost 2,000 liters of barley per in-game day, are you able to build in our silo? Yes, I can build in our silo for 20,000 or more if I want a bigger one. What I'd rather do is ideally get a flour mill going, because then I could take the barley here and make it into flour, which will effectively allow me to get more money for the same amount of crop. Okay, so we still managed to have about 16,000 liters of barley that I didn't need to turn in for the contracts. So let's go ahead and turn in all 3 of those contracts. Is there any other amazing contracts I can do here? Junk. I'm not doing a $700 contract for barley. Sorry. It's gonna cost me that much to drive over there with the monstrosity. But I got 16,000 liters of barley left over from those contracts. What we're probably going to do is we're probably going to need to do one of these things that I'm going to empty out most, if not all, of the silo when it comes December, because that's when barley's worth the most, to just get an influx of cash to help knock down our loans. But I do think we need to get ourselves a flour mill, because then all my surplus barley I get, I could just chuck in the flour mill, and that'll take care of that. And go ahead and park this up by the chickens. Drop the tiniest little bit there. And now I need to go and move this over here. But yeah, so there's a lot of quality assurance problems happening in hardware right now. And just like, unfortunately, right now the spending habits aren't changing based on those things. People are still buying the new graphics cards and all that. Most likely that will continue until we start seeing a change, or like a significant change in consumer behavior, where people start getting just so tired of all the instability and crashes and burning out hardware that it really, really hurts the bottom line of the hardware vendors. Then we might start seeing some significant changes in the industry. But that's kind of the same thing we're running with like games and all that we have a lot of games that are releasing in like a sorrier and sorrier state. Not all of them. There's some that definitely come out in a lot better shape. This is going to be terrible to deal with. I'm going to need to try and hug that left as best I can with how this thing turns. We want to try and just squeak up against this tree, let our front wheels get past it, turn as hard as we can. That'll work. But yeah, where we started to see that in games nowadays, where people's tolerance for games that barely run has gotten way lower. That's been actually impacting sales. Because there's a while there we were running again with the same thing in games. We had like lots of games that were releasing that were barely playable, like just in general, not even on your individual hardware. Really like it when tech is regulated like a utility. Well, that's kind of the thing, though. When it comes to like buying hardware for consumer computers and games, that wouldn't be appropriate or reasonable to regulate like a utility. Now, I can certainly, like, the fact that ISPs are still not regulated like a utility says how little they're going to pursue that. Alright. You don't know, 700 pounds for an AMD card and 1,200 pounds for an NVIDIA card. NVIDIA equivalent, you're going with AMD? Well, right, but the thing is, if we're dealing with quality assurance issues on both regards, which right now I'd say NVIDIA's got more problems. That is a thing that is going to catch up. Okay. So we're going to park the NEXAT right there. Cool. So, that was our harvest day going on. The next process we would have is cultivating this field. I don't need to do that until September. So let's just double check. No new sales we care about. There's no contracts I cannot live without. We are paying down our loan little by little. Our greenhouses are fine, and our chickens are fine. So let's go ahead and advance the month and get all that going on. Oh, I should also mention for those popping in, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. We've been playing like lots of Farm Sim recently. We did some SnowRunner before that. We've been doing a lot of 2 Point Museum. We just kind of finished 2 Point Museum recently. So we're going to figure out what we're doing later on the stream, because I will be split streaming this between categories. I've been doing that recently because it's just nice to keep things fresh. Alright, so you don't have any sales we care about. The chickens are content. For harvesting, I don't feel like driving all the way across the map for that little bit of extra money. Okay. How far across the map is? Because I'm noticing our loan... How much is our loan payment right now? It's got to be terrible. Yeah, so our loan payment's about 1,500 bucks, and we make about 5,000-ish from our greenhouse. So it is one of those things that we aren't getting quite a full loan payment per month right now, which is not great. There's not really no way of putting it. It's not great. At the same time, you're way over there on the west side. And you're way... It's fine. You're secretly hoping for a satisfactory run? I've done 2 full satisfactory runs on the channel in the last year. So we probably won't be satisfactory for a while. Satisfactory is a good game, but like I said, I've done 2 full runs already on the channel. It's all on YouTube. If you're like, oh man, well, I want to see it, you can. It's on YouTube. Ready for you. Anytime you like. Yeah, we're just going to advance a month. We're not going to fuss. I'll wait till I have bigger contracts or more contracts. Because if I get extra, I can't even store it for right now. So would you say you're satisfied with Satisfactory? Yes. Really good game. Put in a ton of hours on stream on it. But yeah, no, we've done a full playthrough, like 2 full playthroughs of Satisfactory. And we did a full playthrough of the new Factorio DLC as well. Okay, the chickens are happy. We're fine with water for right now. Repay a little bit of our loan. Harvesting wise, we have nothing I want to consider right now. And I don't have the money for the cultivator head. So Prison Architect deck? So Prison Architect is on the list of possibilities today. More than likely, I will put it up for a vote when we get there. There's talk about doing RimWorld, Prison Architect, and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't think the sequel's coming out. I think Prison Architect 2 may have been one of the ones that died due to the investor stuff going on right now. Let's see. Also, you have Intel cards and what low end? Yeah, no, it's a thing. But Intel's also been having really bad quality assurance issues, like their processors that just been straight up having problems. Like That's the issue. Like everybody's been having quality assurance stuff. Well, that's a big field to do. 4,000 for that will probably do. All right, so with what we got going on right now, unfortunately, we haven't paid down our loan enough to be able to get the cultivator for the NEXAT. So we are going to need to cultivate the old-fashioned way. And I'm deliberately not doing the payment yet because we might have to buy fertilizers and seeds and all that kind of stuff. Which I'll still have to use our existing seeder for as well for the same reason. I haven't paid down the loan enough to buy it. So today's seeding right now is going to be the same old, same old. We're gonna get one last round of the slow seeding before we're ready to do the next thing. I am planning on selling the surplus barley in December to make some quick money, because I also can't afford to get the flour mill. But yeah, so the thought is doing a prison architect run where we do the never-ending intake challenge mode, which is the way the game came out originally. Was you didn't have any say in the intake. The prisoners showed up, and you made it work or you didn't. And if you didn't, you got a game over. So we could do that, because to me that's a nice one for not having, like, no one's looking for Prison Architect right now. It's a great game, but no one is searching for it on Twitch right now. So it's one of those good ones for like a one-off stream. So that's kind of a good challenge that won't kind of overstay its welcome. We can hop in, probably last a stream or two on it before everything comes to head and the whole thing burns down, and that'll be good. For RimWorld, we did have part of the subathon is that we would unlock me doing an evil run. Generally, when I play RimWorld, I play RimWorld as a fairly decent human being. Like, this isn't me being judgy about how people play RimWorld. RimWorld is a morally gray game where they let you do all sorts of awful things. It's a video game. It's whatever. And I've done plenty of those awful things in the past as well. But I did find for keeping RimWorld challenging and interesting, once kind of the novelty of being an awful person and doing cannibalism and organ harvesting and all that goes away, that generally speaking with the game is just harder when you are playing it and trying to not be like over the top war crime committing thing. Yes, we have acquired the big monster. We have used it for harvesting. We are in debt. We are in horrific debt, but we're working on it. But yeah, so like I don't do like the organ harvesting. I don't do the cannibalism normally and all that kind of stuff. But you know, people meme about it all the time. And so we did our first subathon goal was to reach that. Yeah, moral restrictions are some interesting obstacles. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things that when you can eat just about anything and your people genuinely don't mind, like the cannibalism thing where the raids come and food is provided and all that stuff, and you don't take the horrific, like, morality penalties, like the huge minuses, you get a buff for it. It does give you a lot more opportunities to get yourself positive mood bonuses that you're gonna kind of get anyways. Oh, the pedestrians aren't real. You don't realize it, but Farm Sim in lore is actually in purgatory. That's the reason why the people just appear out of the ether and you cannot interact or speak with them in any way. Your character is forced to work for all eternity as a farmer for a world that is empty of anyone who is real. So while they're among many people, they're always alone. Obviously not really. But also, kind of. But yeah. So I do find the whole thing. Maybe you ended up in purgatory because of the war crimes you committed in life, offset by the times you decide to be a good guy in RimWorld. It's very complicated. But yeah, so it's like one of those things that, like, when I first started playing RimWorld, you know, I would do all the things that everyone did. They're like, haha, I can cannibalize, haha, I can hack off their legs and arms, haha, you know, it's a blood bag. Not nowadays where I have like the literal blood bag that you hemogen farm them. But you know, oh, there's this prisoner, well, I don't want to deal with them being a whole thing. Hack off their legs, well, now they're not a problem. You know, later on you could do the stuff where you like steal their genes and all that, de-age yourself using them. That is one I do actually do, is I do the de-aging ritual, because seriously, that thing's just so powerful. And there's only two ways to de-age people in the whole game, and one of those, they have to sit in a little pod for like literal weeks in the game, so like multiple seasons almost, to take 1 year off their age. And then the other one, you can just, you know, maybe do ritualistic magic against someone else and rob them of 10 years of their life. These are not the same. So that is one that I do that's horribly unethical if you think of it in like the real world things. But it's just too powerful. Like, it's just too powerful to not do if you're going to be doing any type of a long form colony. Oh, you guessed Pilates? Yeah, sadly we don't have a Pilates mod yet. There's probably a Pilates mod. In before someone makes a Pilates mod that for every X amount of Pilates you do, it like de-ages them a season or something like that, so you can Pilates your way into youth or something, which is not obviously a real thing in the real world. But hey, it's RimWorld. We have magic and psychic powers and sci-fi weapons and, you know, spooky things that go bump in the night. It's allowed to do those things. Oh, there also, we have significant evidence that we're probably looking at getting a RimWorld DLC coming out in the very relative soon. Very relative as in not like in the next couple weeks. But when it comes to their dev cycle, generally speaking, they don't start working on the cover art for like the main menu and all that until like pretty close to release. That way they can put tons of little Easter eggs of what's going to be in that release in there. So like we had the last one, we had like the gold cube and there's like the tentacles coming out of her and everything. And all that. But with that, the studio did turn around and be like, hey, we're looking for an artist to make this style of art, you know, for you know, a main menu screen. That they did that reach out. It's like, oh, you're at the point you're looking to get that art going. Yeah, you're gonna have your concept phase and your final phase and all that kind of stuff made. But that means as far as your progression on this thing is you got your content locked in. You're still probably doing your polish and all that. You know, maybe some balance tweaks and those kind of things. But as far as the core stuff there, you got that bolted down enough that you're ready to start putting together everything with all its Easter eggs, and that's usually really late in your dev cycle. Okay, so we might be looking at like this summer, like early summer, midsummer, late summer, we might be looking at a new RimWorld DLC, which would track with a lot of how they've been releasing their DLC lately as well, the gaps in between. So that's exciting. What's going to be in it? Heck if I know. I still am holding out hope that they will rework caravanning. That is my biggest pain point in the game right now. My biggest pain point in the game right now is caravanning. I would love, I don't even care what the DLC is. I would love a DLC that gives us a reason to give a crap about the rest of the map on any reasonable level, just for them to have a complete rework of caravanning to make it nowhere near as frustrating as it is. Like, for those who don't know, in RimWorld, when you do really small caravanning groups, that's fine. That works totally fine. But once you start getting to your caravans of like 8, 10, 12 people, you're like, all right, we're going to do this like big campaign to knock out this enemy base or whatever. There's ways to work around it, but you will literally get in this rotation that they will never leave. I demonstrated it one time because I was getting frustrated that we were doing a Was it a ship to the stars where instead of just beelining there and setting up on the other side, we were kind of going out a little ways? We'd set down, set up a base, build up our stuff, then tear that down and go to the next spot. Just kind of like a nomadic run. And I had gotten so frustrated with the caravanning after like the second or third leg that I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna do the micro strategies to get it so you send 2-3 people at a time and then build it all into one caravan and then leave. I'm just gonna tell them all to go. Everyone's like super happy, they're rested and all that. And I'm just gonna go ahead and tell them no one's at our mood break or anything risk. Just sending them out and seeing what happens. And I believe the colony died, or I can't remember if we died or nearly died on like day 9 or 10, that they had still yet to be able to successfully caravan off the map. Because once you start the caravan, for the most part, they will not take care of their needs until they hit like extreme catastrophic, which means they'll get to the point of a very high chance of break risk. And so what ended up happening is you'd have one person to get hungry, and they'd run back to go get food, and then everyone would stop preparing for the caravan while that one person gets their food, and of course the next person would then get hungry, and then the next person would get tired, and then the next person would get hungry, and you just get this rotation of everyone needing to take care of their needs. And then because they're standing there not taking care of their needs until they get really bad, they start having mood breaks, and so the whole caravan pauses while this one person's, sad wandering. And you just get into this rotation that the only way to escape it is usually to remove the offending person from the caravan, let everyone else leave, and then grab that person and add them in after the fact. And it's been a problem. And we've talked about different solutions they could have. They could have one solution where, as the player, I could say, hey, caravan, but just get out of here as you're ready. So don't wait till, like, everyone's ready, just rotate out. And there's negatives with that. Like, you can have half the people leave the tile, then a raid happens, and now you're in this weird thing where if you bring them back on, they might show up in a really bad position and get just throttled by the raid. Or you have to try and fight the raid with only half your people and that kind of thing. But at least I, as a player, could make that decision, being like, hey, we just had a raid. I should be fine. And that would be a decision I could consciously make. The other thing was, instead of the way it works now, it could literally wait till, like, everyone is about ready. Then everyone simultaneously goes and grabs their food and all those kind of things. So they all collectively, as one big unit, take care of their needs and then all go at once. And then there's also the thing is that once they get to the point where they should be walking off the tile, that you basically just kind of flip a switch and say, okay, you're ineligible for mood breaks and everything for like the next 5 minutes or whatever. That they start, when they start the actual motion of going towards the edge of the tile, it's like, okay, all your needs and all that, we ignore them. That you by just magic, we are suppressing that just to give them a chance to get off the tile. But they have to get to that phase. So if you have all your people already like burning down and ready to break, caravanning won't save it. And again, that's another one that there's room for abuse, where you could add and remove people to the caravan to dodge move breaks and stuff like that. But you get the idea. Give us some ways of like fudging the way it works. I mean, easy fix would be wagons, so you could break it into 2 or 3 steps, pack, leave. Yeah, I mean that's certainly a thing, is they could have like different phases to it as well. There's lots of ways they could address it that would, even if it doesn't solve all the issues, would mitigate the worst of the problems. Yeah, once they are in motion, they should be travelers and capable of break chance. Right. Like for leaving the tile. Like once they are physically, we've got it packed. Like when they're packing, mood breaks and all that still apply. Totally fine. The moment everything is packed and they are starting to move off the tile, there's just kind of a, you're locked in and you're fine. Let's see. A designated load approach would be good because you could choose who. Yeah, that'd be another one I'd be fine with. Is like if you could have one of your choices of the caravan, you could have like 1 or 2, like your hauling people would start loading up the caravan while everyone else just goes about their daily lives. But like I said, I would see that as potentially when you go to the caravanning thing, that we'd have somewhere on it we could designate like caravan, like quick caravan, just as you're able to go, get the heck out of here.
you know, careful prep caravan that, like I said, you have the individuals who are responsible for setting up the caravan, they prep, and then they all walk off. And then, like, for the careful prep caravan, that'd be the one that, like, the moment they start moving as a group off the tile, you just kind of suppress all the problems. Honestly, I think it'd be okay as another workaround for it. It would be just having a button that we could have in the in RimWorld that we can say, everyone stop and eat, everyone stop and sleep. Like, be able to just override. It's like, I don't care what you're working on, go take care of this need right now, collectively, all of you. And the reason why I'd want that is like, okay, I'm going to agree that we're going to have a raid in 12 hours. Everyone, stop worrying about crafting, stop worrying about all these other things. I want you to all grab yourself a bite to eat and go to bed. That way, you know, in 12 hours when the raid shows up, everyone, they're fed, they're rested, they're ready to rock and roll. Because that's, again, a deliberate player decision. I'm saying I will effectively say, I want to stop getting all these other projects done just to try and get my pawns as happy as I can get them, because I know stuff's about to get real. You're imagining a WoW equivalent. Stop. Party chat. Kind of like Prison Architect. Well, I mean, Prison Architect, you can do the lockdown, bang up, those kind of things. A reverse draft button, sort of. I think the big goal there is to be able to hit a button to be like, hey, all of you all, start doing your self-care. I didn't sell the cedar, right? Oh, no, we didn't sell the cedar. It's over here on the side of the road because we had to move it when we bought the NEXAT. It was in the way. I'm gonna top off our gas real fast. But yeah, just a button that's like, hey, self-care. Because it's also one of those things you can do as well. Like, if you're going and, like, you get high psychic drone warning and you're like, all right, everyone stop, eat, sleep, recreation. Like, right now, I want you to prioritize all of your needs to keep those as topped off as possible. Like, I'm willing to let my crafting fall behind, this construction that really needs done fall behind. Because I can manually, as a player, go in and be like, right-click, go eat, right-click, go to sleep, right-click, do this. Like, you can do all that stuff. But when I have, like, a colony of 18 pawns and having to, like, manage every individual's basic needs to keep them happy during, like, a high psychic drone, or have them start slamming drugs, you know, it's like, no, there's ways we can handle this that I, as a player, am going to be making the decision for. You're just saving me having to make it monotonous in how I do it. Because that's another way you can manage convoys, is you deliberately have everyone go to sleep. When they wake up, everyone quickly grab some food, max out your recreation before bed, and then just as one collective group. But the problem is it's very, very heavy in a micro in a way that doesn't feel good. Because, like, feel good micro is, I'm getting into this engagement, they're going to come from this angle, I want to put this person behind cover, we're going to keep this person on standby over here. Once the engagement happens, they will step out and drop fire on top of their, the enemy defensive line to scatter them, to just give me as much time. Like, that's fun micro. Or, like, you know, oh, we're fighting, oh, you know, Johnny just took a hit, oh man, that was a neck hit, let's get Johnny out of here before, like, Johnny can take another hit and just fall over dead easily. Yeah, making a zone that only covers food, rec rooms, beds, then restrict them to it. Yeah, I genuinely am really not a fan of needing to rely on zones for nearly as much. Like, it's one thing where it's like, oh, the darkness is coming, get into the light. Yeah, that's a good use for zones. Oh, toxic fallout, use a zone. A+, on board. But, like, where we had to use zones just to get blight taken care of, I was really not a fan of that. I really, really did not like how I had to go through, like, 10, 20 clicks to get everyone to plant cut 1, zoned into the plant cut zone, set the plant cut zone for where the blight was, you know, lock everyone to that zone so they'd all walk over there, and then they would finally cut the blight. But I'm like, you know what this should be? I should be able to take my grower here, Oh, and stop sowing so it doesn't do more. And then adjust your zone if it starts moving. I didn't like having to do all of that when as an alternative what I could do is just right-click, cut blight, and just lock that pawn that says, hey, until it's done, you break or you collapse. I want you to do this. Like, literally, I want you to ignore everything else in your life and cut the blight. Like, I want you to do the whole thing. And they've got some Band-Aid kind of partial sort of ish things they've done over the years to assist with that, but never really got it properly fixed. All right, chat. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to hand this over to the AI real fast to do this, because I haven't taken a break at all during the stream so far, and we're 5 hours in. So I'm going to take a quick restroom break, grab myself a new drink, all that kind of stuff, stretch my legs and all that, and in the meanwhile, you can watch them plant some barley, and I'll be right back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Go eat. No, Tomb doesn't get home for another hour and some change. And I will wait to eat my dinner when she's home, because that's when I'm going to make it. I did eat before stream, which I was trying a new thing I saw at the grocery store. They were like microwave quesadillas. They were okay. Like, the filling was much better than I thought it would be, but the shells were just as tough as I thought they would be. Microwaving tortilla shells is how you get some chewy, tough shells. I also loved that it had skillet instructions to how to cook it in a skillet. Which step 1 of the skillet instructions was to microwave it and then put it in the skillet. And you're kind of like, what? Why? What? I guess so the idea is you'd make the shell crunchy and you're just basically skilling it to do that. Why would I not just make it in the skillet if I'm going to bother dirtying up a pan by... I don't want 2 cooking processes for my frozen food that I'm already accepting is going to be quality grade C. All right, so let's check real fast what we got going on here. We don't have anything we need from here. I didn't check all my stuff here. We aren't paying that down until we see what we need fertilizer-wise. That's what we can work on. Alright, so we can grab the eggs on here. The greenhouse, it's the veggie and fruit greenhouse, does need water. So let's go ahead and grab our water trailer and move that over. And we'll definitely want to buy this field to the south soon. Alright, so let's turn around, top off the greenhouse, and then we can go top off the water trailer. Now, pretty soon I'll be able to actually buy the NEXAT seeder. And with that, we will be able to do that field way faster than our current seeder does. I'll also be able to sell the current seeder. I think the current seeder will only give me like 70,000 maybe fully repaired. I don't expect it to be nearly enough to justify me buying the seeder right now. Because like if we look at our debt at the moment, I'm at 455,000. I believe the seeder is like 150,000 for the NEXAT. Is this modded at all? We are very, very light on the mods. The only mod that's affecting any type of gameplay is we do have autoloader. Which all that does is it means I don't have to sit there and with a forklift for long hours picking up one thing of eggs at a time and putting there. But otherwise, we're not using any modded vehicles or anything like that. I generally run very, very light on the mods in all the games I play. But yeah, so we got the base game, we've got the McDonald DLC, and we've got the NEXAT DLC loaded. We also have the CR11, which doesn't really matter. That's another DLC. It just makes one of the harvesters already in the game gold-plated. It doesn't do anything else, really. God, do you think this is the first time seeing Farm Sim 25 and it looks really good? Yeah, no, it is really good. Yeah, the only thing that's a mod that you'll see is that that trailer over there by my chicken coop. So not the one that's got the crops in it, but the one I got the eggs loaded up on it. Normally, if you're not running mods, you have to take a forklift, you pick it up, you sit it on the trailer, and you strap it down. And it can be fun to do for a while. But as your production lines build up more and more and more, there's a certain point where you go, wait a second, I'm not playing Farming Simulator, I'm playing Forklift Simulator with the side of farming. And so that's... Yeah, okay, you're still filling. So that's what we got going on here. But yeah, so I have a mod that just makes it so I don't have to manually forklift everything. I can just pull up to it, hit a shortcut key, and as long as the stuff's in the right area, it'll just appear on the trailer. I usually will do a lot of big challenge runs. We're not doing that today because I'm trying to unlock keys to give people. And so with that, I've got different settings I'm supposed to run. All right, so we did top off the water for our greenhouses. The greenhouses are all happy. Contracts. Do we have any contracts that are like, yes, we should stop and do this? No, because they're all root vegetables and stuff like spinach, all of which are not particularly amazing contracts. And I can't do the art contracts with the NEXAT. The chickens are all doing fine. Alright, so let's get back to where I've got the AI doing this, and we will take over this process ourselves. Because it'll be a bit more cost effective. See, this is what modern farming is. Everything but farming, because the farming is streamlined. I mean, to a certain extent, I wouldn't necessarily go quite to that degree, but yeah, I mean, when you think about it, like, a lot of dairy farms, like, the actual milking of the cows is fully automated. The cows being fed is fully automated. The cows getting their water is fully automated. Checking the cows' vitals is fully automated. And, like, don't get me wrong, you have the farmers going in and then putting them, you know, restocking the machines that then handle all these different things, or they'll go into different parts and, like, put all their bales of hay or grass or whatever and all that. But, like, the actual, like, minute-to-minute stuff, they're not doing that. So there's, like, a lot to say with that. You still have people driving the tractors, but even then, you're not wrong in the sense that there is a lot of tractors that are getting to the point of they're like remote control or computer control that you've got this giant piece of equipment that is just being fed navigational data and doing all that. That's pretty high-end stuff, though, and a lot of farms aren't running that equipment because of money. But yeah, and that's a whole thing. A big part of that is a lot of those efficiencies they gain keeps the cost down. And so, like, the alternative is if it was very, very manual and everything, our groceries would explode in price. Or actually, I think more accurately what would happen is not necessarily that our groceries would explode in price. It's that crops that were more laborious you just wouldn't find anymore or would be outrageously expensive. Hey, whoa, Jess, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out because I'm actually in a really good spot for doing so. For those who don't know, whoa, Jess, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Been playing a bunch of 2 Point Museum over there. Plays a whole range of games, RimWorld, a whole bunch of stuff. If you like what you see over here, you'll probably like what you see over there. But it's good to have you dropping by, Jess. And good to have like everyone popping in here. I do appreciate everyone popping in as well. But how was the rest of your stream? How did 2 Point Museum go for the rest of the thing? I know I wrapped up yesterday on 2 Point Museum, so in that, okay, well, but now what? But yeah, so I know you were working on, and was it this? Oh, okay, I can't remember if you were on the aquarium or the spooky museum last I saw. Regardless, definitely good times over there with Jess. Fantastic, highly, highly, highly recommend. One of the channels I spend the most time checking out before I pop on to stream myself and doing all that stuff. So very much recommend. Has when Jess is playing, for example, RimWorld has some of like the most interesting bases too. Like honestly, with all the games that Jess plays, like when Jess was playing Satisfactory, I would go and see like the Satisfactory museums. Like this is possibly the most amazing factory I've seen. So for just very carefully planned out, very carefully designed, really well both designed from like the actually doing the factory things as well as just looking gorgeous while doing it, and just the whole thing. You just started the Science Museum today, reached 1-star rating, and now you're working on 2. Nice. I liked the Science Museum. It was probably the most different of all the museums. Like that one or the Space Museum. It's a 50-50 on which one of those two I was like, all right, that's the one that's like way different than the others. They both have their own things. I liked that one. It's honestly, after I did that one, I started bringing the science stuff into a lot of my other museums. Okay, but when you play like that, you never finish games. I know that feeling. With everyone popping in, so right now we're playing some Farm Sim 25. I'm trying to unlock getting a bunch of keys for everybody. You'll see our objectives over there on the left. Each one of those objectives I accomplish gets a full version of the game and the NEXAT DLC key for me to give out thanks to Dare Drops. We've already completed 3 objectives. Technically, those 3 objectives you see on the left are actually 4, because we also have an objective to get $1 million. But like, if we get $1 million by production chains, we've also made $1 million, and it's going pretty good. We finally got the NEXAT. Which I will, you know what, I'm going to pause that. I'm going to show you the NEXAT real fast. This abomination you see here is the NEXAT. It is a machine that can do it all. You want to cultivate, harrow, weed, harvest, hoe, plant, seed, spray, slurry. You can do all of it. And you might be like, that's just a weird vehicle. How does that work? It's a transformer. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. Why it actually exists is a question that no one will be able to answer. It requires you to take your first, second, and third mortgage to get it. But it's just a thing. And for the record, it's a real vehicle that exists in real life. It is very impractical. Farming crab. Yeah, speaking of which, I don't think the harvesting is the next step we're going to be doing here. Maybe, maybe not. Let's go ahead and gonna hop into lurk mode early today. It's been kind of a rough day mentally today. Gonna deal with some stuff. Gotcha. Well, I hope the stuff that's been getting to you eases up, goes away, whatever's appropriate. But thank you so much again for the lurk and all that good stuff. So we can drop off the header. We can drop off the hopper. All right. And now back to seeding the field like I was doing. Because we're working on growing more barley for our chickens. Over there where I got that NEXAT parked, I got a chicken coop with 360 chickens in it. And they are making many an egg for me to sell. That's actually my primary income right now, is just chicken eggs. I hear the prices are a bit high right now, so I figured I'd get in while it gets good. Obviously, that doesn't actually affect the video game, but you know, one of my objectives is to get 20 of all the animals, and the chickens are one of the easiest ones to get started, so we started with those. One of my objectives that I'd like to hopefully do today is get some space to start doing some grass. That way we can start cutting grass so we can get sheep and cows and horses and pigs and all those kind of things. But in the meantime, we got our NEXAT. We've also got crippling debt, and I need to deal with said debt. But I'm going to be trying to get it where I could use the NEXAT for everything and not rely on our tiny little tractor to do all this work, because that's what we've been doing up till we got the NEXAT. We're watching for either stuff to show up on sale here or all that, because we look at our debt real fast. $455,000 in debt to go. It's fine. It can only hurt us if we look at it. We just don't answer our phone when we get calls anymore, that's all. Alright. But yeah, so I need to plant the barley here, and then I need to take the hoe and do a pass in there to prevent it from getting weeds. And then after that is done, we advance 1 month, and then I need to do a round of fertilizer, and that'll be good. One of the other good news things we've got going on is I have a very large surplus of barley right now, which is what I've been using to feed the chickens. And so with that giant surplus of barley, what I can do is I can sell a good chunk of that to get ourselves an influx of a couple $10,000 to help with that debt. But so like the kind of the immediate priorities I have is I'm trying to decommission stuff like the tiny little seeder here and switch over to using the NEXAT for everything, because it's bigger and faster at all of it. Plus level 1 equals 100 out of 100. Month 3 complete. Yep, we have finished the plus program push, so we're locked in for the next year. So thank you so much for all that. Whatever that is that makes you go to perfect line is beautiful. That is literally the base game of Farm Sim 25. In 22, you could do it with mods. But in Farm Sim 25, where you have your workers... So this is the old worker thing we had. It works the exact same. You can tell them to do hedgerows and all that, so the workers are smarter. But that's that. But we now have steering assist, which effectively does the same thing that the GPS mod did in Farm Sim 22. When you turn it on, you can tell like how many hedgerows you want, which are the outside rows that I'm doing right now. If you want them like more than one or whatever. But I'll put down a stripe, and what you'll see is the blue lines mark of where the tool is actually going to cover. And that green line shows where my vehicle is locked in on when I turn it on. And if it's an orange line, it's just letting me know, hey, I can lock my vehicle in on that line. So this isn't full automated control. It's not like the worker where you hit a button and it goes and does. It's kind of a halfway point where it's like steering. I mean, it's steering assist. You know, it's that kind of halfway point. Like I'm controlling it right now, driving around, turning around. And so what I do is I'll line it up till you see that line turn orange there. I hit the button that would make the AI take over. It turns green, and now it's steering itself. But like I control the speed, so I'm turning on my cruise control, which I've got set, but I can speed that up, slow that down. All it's doing is handling left and right. And then when I get to the other side, it'll just keep going forever and ever until I stop it. So I really like it because when you hand it to the AI driver, they fully handle the field and everything. And they're not always the smartest about it, but they'll get the job done. Without either of these, I still have to do that, and you have like the wiggle where all your lines look really bad and all that, and you have to do extra passes because you miss spots and yada yada. You get used to where you don't have to do that as much, but you get the idea. And this is kind of a nice halfway point between I'm automating it and I'm manually doing it. It's also nice because then once I line it up, I can sit here and talk to chat and not have to worry about like focusing on keeping things going. It gives me a chance to like pull up menus and all that kind of stuff to be like, okay, how are my chickens doing? Do I need to go buy this? That's like to me. Is there any other new bits in Farm Sim 25? It makes me want to get it, not gonna lie. So there's a bunch of stuff they added. So one thing is they've got graphical improvements. We don't have a good example right now, but we now have volumetric lighting and volumetric fog. And for those who don't know what that means, it's when we go over a hill and you look down into like a valley and it's foggy in the valley. That's a thing now, whereas the old Farm Sim, it was like literally just you had fog or you didn't have fog, and it was just ubiquitous. It was just everywhere. Volumetric lighting, same idea, that you can have what looks, what people jokingly will refer to as God rays, which is like this column of light can kind of happen through the clouds and all that. I don't notice that one as much. We do have more weather, so you now have hail and tornadoes can happen, which will do some damage to your crop. They're kind of more just an interesting thing to see. They don't really impact your farm that much. But it is interesting the first time you see a tornado going through, tearing up the trees and all that. So they've got that. We do have the GPS now. That's a new thing. They've added some new animals, like we've got goats and water buffalo are new to this version of the game. We also have some new crops. So we've got spinach, we've got green beans, peas, and rice. So with the rice, you have to do the whole thing where, like you have to flood the field and all that to keep the rice happy and whatnot. Pedestrians do not have it right away. No, we've covered this. We are in purgatory. The people aren't real. Our purgatory is we farm forever to a non-existent people. So while we're among the people, we're also very, very alone. I'm exaggerating a lot of these things. It's just you can't collide with people. They don't want to make the game into Grand Theft Auto where people just drive around running over people with their combine and all that. Because also if they did that, then it'd have to change the rating, which would limit what markets they could sell and who can buy the game and yada yada. Sounds like it's worth upgrading from Farm Sim 22. Yeah, no, it's a significant upgrade. I would definitely say, for me personally, the moment I tried Farm Sim 25, I have had no real desire to go back to Farm Sim 22 for everything. It's just a straight upgrade from the previous title. Now, you can certainly have the discussion, is it worth it, like, X number of dollars and yada yada. That's a discussion to be had between you and your wallet. Because like if you're barely managing to get by paycheck to paycheck, dropping, the $40 or whatever it is for a new version of Farm Sim is a bit of a harder sell just because you can barely afford it. Whereas you're someone who's like literally, you're driving your Lamborghini out of your mansion, the $40 means literally nothing to you. I would not expect necessarily anyone to be in that circumstance, but you get the idea. Everyone, what money is worth is different. And what entertainment is worth is different. Even if you've got discretionary spending, some people would prefer to spend their discretionary spending on, like, trying new foods or going on, like, exciting vacations. Whereas others would be like, heckin' video games, which tends to be more where I lean. Because just the sheer number of hours I can get out of them. You'll take it if it's free. It seems like a relaxing game. It is a relaxing game. It's one of those games you can make it as sweaty and try hard as you want. You can automate or manually do things as you want. There are very easy and simple crops to do. There are some crops that are far more involved. So it's a really good game of kind of being able to set your own pace. Similarly to like what you can do with RimWorld. You can sit there and choose, hey, you know what? 500% naked brutality. I want to have a miserable day. Let's go. And you can also be like, you know what? I don't want to deal with that. RimWorld, let's choose community builder. And yeah, you'll get attacked, but you'll have like 5 people and one person will roll in with the club and you'll just giggle at them and knock them down. And there is absolutely times that I play both those ways. Let's see, you didn't drive your Lambo out of your mansion this morning because the slaves had the driveway covered. Ooh, let's not go into that. You can't go 500 naked. The neighbors will call the cops. Yep. Yeah, no, that's one of those topics I want to walk around. Steer wide clear of it. Go straight into Farm Sim 25 Major League Gaming, clearly. Yeah, there's, for people who don't know, like, Farm Sim is one of those games that a lot of times people be like, oh, you know, there's probably, like, some interest in this game. But to give you an idea, from a viewership perspective, Farming Simulator 25 and Farming Simulator 22 in its respective time pretty much almost always had a higher viewership than RimWorld on Twitch as a full platform. And quite often it was ahead of Project Zomboid, not counting like when it hit its big spike up from, you know, the latest version dropping. Like, very genuinely, the game goes hard a lot. There is a lot of people into the game. It actually has an entire esports thing going behind it. So it's one of those games that a lot of people are like, oh, this looks like a fun, little relaxing game. It's like, you don't understand. This game has a whole culture behind it. Like, it has esports and everything. I have no interest in doing the esports, by the way. But, like, really, really, very, very much, it's not some like little side game. Like, there's a whole thing. All right, so we got that all seated, so that's good. Then go ahead and we'll drop you off. We're gonna drop off the fertilizer and the seeds out of it, so you can take the fertilizer in our fertilizer spreader. I also didn't look to see if we needed lime. I'm just gonna go on the assumption we didn't need to lime the field, because if we did, it's too late. I mean, it's not too late, but it's not worth me tearing up my crops to do it. Alright, so I've got one last process I need to do before we're ready to advance the day, which I'm going to use this, which is a hoe. And we'll use the hoe to prevent weeds from growing in there. And this one goes real fast because we can do it kind of nearly at the speed this vehicle can go. Something like 12 miles per hour, whatever we can go with this. And it's a much bigger area. So steering assist. You have Farming Sim 15. Where did time go? That's a very, very difficult question that can lead to an existential crisis that I don't think any of us are prepared to currently deal with. But yeah, no, the game's come a long way. Like, it was fun. They had a video a while back that came out just kind of showing like the very first version of Farm Sim. And then just kind of, you know, it'd play like 30 seconds or a minute of that, and then we'd go to the next version and just compare. And it was fun looking at the vague rectangle with the cylinders next to it, where there would be a flat surface with no texture on it, and it would turn from light green to like dark green. And you're like, wow, that's going back there's a way. And then, you know, you'd have something that looks vaguely slightly more tractor-like, and, you know, then it would sit there and, like, there might be, like, a very mild texture that turns from, like, little squiggle lines down it to not having the squiggle lines down it. And then it would start to, like, look like a very low poly, but you'd actually have what could vaguely be made out to be like some type of crop, and the tractor would look a little bit more tractor-like. And then you had someone like, oh, that genuinely has the shape and the textures of a tractor and doesn't look terrible. And then you had like the next version where instead of it just like gliding weirdly smoothly over everything, and have like the little bump up and down as it's going along the way. And just getting better and better with each and every version. Undertale was like 10 years ago? Yep. Oh yeah. Yep, time goes fast. All right. It's fine, don't worry about it. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, you consider Farm Sim 22, I believe that came out after I started streaming. I believe. And that was my first Farm Sim. And here we are almost 4 years later. We've got Farm Sim 25, and this came out just this past year or whatever. And it's like wild on just how fast so many of these things go. Like, that in the course of just a couple of years that I've been streaming, we've had multiple iterations of games come out. And it's not even like the thing where it's like the multiple iterations in a bad thing, where like the game releases a new version every year, but the game doesn't change. A lot of your like FIFA sports style games and all that kind of nonsense, where like every year they'll have like the new FIFA, the new Madden, the new whatever, or like every other year. It's not even that. Farm Sim has its cadence, or what it does is it comes out, like 3 years go by, and they come out with the next version, and then during that time they have like, 2 or 3 like season pass kind of things where they get like a major expansion that adds new crops and new maps and all that. They'll have like a couple little equipment packs where they'll have like, here's this brand of equipment we've added that, does this new things. Like the NEXAT is one of those packs that just came out. That big monstrosity over there is one of the packs where you got like new equipment. So it's like really the expansions are the big ones. You've always been curious if time feels slower for people that job hop every year or two after high school versus folks like you stay in the same job. I mean, so working in the tech industry, I've definitely had to do a lot of job hopping. It's just the nature of the tech industry that you can stay in a job and get something like a 3 to 5% raise, or if you're really lucky, like a 7% raise staying in a job. Or after 2-3 years, you can switch jobs. And because now instead of saying I have 0 years experience or 2 years experience or 4 years experience, you can sometimes increase your wage anywhere from like 20% to I've more than doubled my wage in a job switch before. So like very, very genuinely for the health of your own career, you're usually better off in tech ditching your current job and completely switching jobs every couple of years. In a lot of cases. And I don't think this is a good thing in my mind. I think genuinely speaking, companies should be spending a lot more money to retain their knowledgeable and trained staff. Like, it shouldn't be a thing that everyone has to uplift their lives every 2 to 3 years, because that's what it takes to get yourself more competitive wages. But it is one of those things that, like, I don't feel it changes the rate I experience time switching jobs a lot, because it almost blurs that you just forget you even worked jobs until you're like sitting down the resume and you're like, oh yeah, I was working that job. I think it's an age thing, like, really, because like when you're younger, there's so many milestones that age is relevant. Okay, you are a toddler, and then you're a child, and then you're a teen, and then you're a young adult, and all these things. You have like where you're first allowed to drive, depending on where you're at, might be like 15 or 16 or that kind of thing. And then you hit 18, you're allowed to, you can technically move out. You're an adult now. Then you're 21 and you're allowed to drink now. And then you're like 27 and you can rent cars now, or whatever the age is, and all that kind of stuff. And you get where all that is. There's like a lot of things. You have like your first kiss, your first significant other, you know, your first car, your first this, maybe you buy your first house or like your first apartment. That life is full of so many firsts at a young age that all of those are kind of mental milestones. But as you get older, you start ticking off all those firsts, and you don't have nearly as many firsts. Your firsts start to get a lot less fun too, like your first colonoscopy. Not nearly as exciting as your first date. Just gonna put it out there. Not nearly as exciting. Even if you had like a really bad first date or a really good first date, doesn't hit the same. Gonna put it out there. Just really doesn't land the same way. Let's see. Well, I mean, even if it was a really truly awful first date, still. Why are you talking like you experienced it? I've had a colonoscopy. I have experienced it. Let's see. You know how old I am within a year or two? But you have to check to be exact. Not even joking. Oh yeah, that's definitely like as you get older. Like when you're younger, you could say it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm like 15 in 3 months, and you're like, wait, really? What? And then you get older, you're like, it's... oh, okay, yeah. You're sorry? I'm not sorry. Those are things you need to do when you hit certain ages. I honestly, if it were up to me, it should be recommended and insurance should cover people getting colonoscopies and cancer screenings at a much, much younger age than they do. Like historically, it's a thing you start at 40, here in the U.S. at least. I would definitely advocate for it being much younger because we're having a much higher frequency of stuff like digestive cancers, like colon cancer and throat cancer and those kind of things. And it's one of those things like if you're not a high-risk person, you get it, and then you don't need to think about it for like 5-10 years. Getting one extra colonoscopy in your entire life is not a big deal. And as much as people make it like, I've had people be like, oh man, it's the worst thing ever. Like, you don't understand, it's so terrible. It's like, it was inconvenient. It wasn't fun. I didn't have a good time with it or anything. But as much as I had people talk about how incredibly awful they are, they exaggerate. I've come to accept a lot of stuff when people talk about like how awful and devastating and terrible some medical procedure was. Most of the time it's being overstated. Not always. There's definitely some that are truly awful. But I definitely feel like a lot of people kind of exaggerate the suffering they go in. Let's see, I'm in this many is a lot easier when x less than equals 10. I'm missing that. You think the worst thing about it is the electrolyte fluid the day before? Yeah, so really the whole worst thing is the day before you have a colonoscopy. We won't get into like the graphic details, so don't worry about that. Is basically they're trying to get you to flush everything out of you. And so basically you're on a clear liquid diet, so you're eating chicken broth, beef broth, stuff like vegetable broth. So your food for a full day is really not fun. It is really just not great. And then you take stuff that flushes you out. So you poop a lot. And we don't need to get into details of any of the graphic thing. You just poop a lot. That lube is so horrible? What are you talking about? Most of the time when you get a colonoscopy, you get put under. You can not get put under, but generally speaking, almost always they want to put you under. So you're not moving around and fidgeting while it's going on. But like, it doesn't taste good. It's how would I describe the liquid? It's not like brackish water. It's like sort of salty water. It's a little bit bitter, but it's not one of those things you drink and go, oh god, it's so terrible. It's like, oh, that's mildly unpleasant. Like, I'm not enjoying drinking this. I'm not having a good time with this. Like, you know, would not recommend. But at the same time, it's not one of those things you drink it and you have to like try to keep yourself from getting sick. It's so repulsive. It's pretty mild. Oh, weird. Mine didn't have a weird consistency. I'd be putting it right up there with like the broth or whatever. So tastes American beer, basically. The light beers, like your Natty Light. I mean, obviously it doesn't actually taste like beer, to be clear, but it's kind of just like super watery. It's like, yeah, not salty or anything like that. Maybe different brands, probably, yeah, because like I said, the one I had was definitely not like a weird viscosity. Like it was basically just. It was just like a really thin liquid that didn't taste all that pleasant. And you had to drink a lot of it. That's the other one, as I remember. Drink a lot of it. Yeah, I've got a... Yeah, the Ints mentioning they had someone pass away from colon cancer. Like I said, it's unfortunately becoming a more frequent thing, and there's a whole lot of theories as to why that is, and there's some evidence supporting some versus others. That's not really where I'm going with this. It's worth getting your cancer screenings. The person hasn't died, but I do have a close friend who was in high school who's been fighting it, and like was only in their late 20s when they got diagnosed. Hence so I'm like, yeah, we should screen for this stuff earlier, because it's unfortunately happening at a younger age too. And if you catch it early, it's a very treatable thing, if you catch it early. But that's the nature of a lot of cancers. If you catch them late, the later it is, the exponentially more serious it becomes. But yeah, that's one. It's mildly inconvenient. You go in for one extra test in your entire life. Unless they find something, then, you know, they've probably saved your life. And you get to have a whole bunch more because once you've been diagnosed with it once, you're considered high risk for good reason. But even then on top of that, like, there's a lot of screenings that are easy. Like, for here in the US, one thing I recommend is go to your dentist and say, hey, do you mind doing an oral cancer screening while we're here? Most of them will literally do it for free. And all it is, they'll usually go and they'll feel up your neck here. They're looking for hard lumps. They might grab your tongue, like with the little cloth, and they'll grab your tongue and look this way and that way. Some of them will use a thermometer, but it takes all of like not even 5 minutes. And yeah, it's awkward, but out of the things like experiences you have in the dentist office, it's a big nothing burger. But you smoke and have a poor diet. Both your parents got taken by cancer, so you take it more seriously. Yeah, so I lost an uncle. And not to it itself, an uncle, a grandmother, and a grandfather who all got lost to it. And my father has had it. And so it's kind of one of those things that's like, no, I want the screening. Like, this thing's taken out my family line. I will take the screening, please. I saw how that whole thing went. Would not recommend. Because again, it's one of those things, you catch it super early, like stage 1, and usually they can knock it out of the park, and, you know, it's unpleasant, you still have a whole thing, but you get to the other side of it, and they just keep an extra eye on you, and usually it's okay. Yeah, you're saying you're taking care of your mom now who has throat cancer, and she decided to live with it, being 80, ops, etc. One thing, yeah, that's well, we'll get off this topic here in a minute to not be total bummer, but I think it is a good thing to discuss. Things with like my father, like when he first got diagnosed, it was pretty advanced, and it was the kind of thing where like the doctor kind of pulls you aside and says like, hey, enjoy what time you have left. Like that was basically what we were told. That, you know, he's well in his 70s. Enjoy what time you got left. Like that was how bad the diagnosis was. Fortunately, we got really lucky that he responded very well to treatment once we got him to be willing to consider the treatment because he was being stubborn about it at the beginning. But yeah, he's reached a point where it has come back. and he's now in what's referred to as palliative care, where they're not really trying to get rid of it. They're just trying to give him some certain level of quality of life, because where he's at to treat it would be a massive impact to his quality of life. He would never speak again. He would never eat again. Like, it would be terrible. So it's one of those things that, like, he made the choice, like, no, like, I don't want to live that life. And while early on where he was being stubborn, we're like, oh yeah, you might lose a little of your taste, and he was fighting treatment, I'm like, come on. But then this one, I'm like, no, I can't fault him for not wanting to go through this. He's been fighting this for years now, and that's a real heavy punch to your existence. I think I'd rather enjoy what time I can, enjoy relative, because it's a terrible disease. Because at that point, the cure is worse than the thing. And you're like, you know what? I would probably make the same call in his shoes if it came down to it at this stage. Earlier, it's just being a stubborn person because his father passed away at a younger age. It's like, oh, it's time. It's like, oh, come on. Come on. Yep, Dad went before this, so clearly I've outstayed my welcome. No, stop it. Shut up. We're gonna take that one. Almost $5,000 for a quick one pass of the hoe. Yep, it's been a whole thing. It's been difficult. Like right now, things are like, because many times over we thought he's gonna be gone by now. It's much easier for me now, knowing it's unfortunately coming. But it's also one of those things that I had already basically gotten to the point where, like, internally to myself, I've said my goodbyes kind of thing. I've come to terms with it. So I know someday I'm going to get the call and that's it. And that's still hard. But at the same time, like, the number of times we've been, it's like, this is it. He's gone. It's over. And, like, to a certain thing, you realize, like, this is kind of a blessing so he doesn't keep suffering. That I've been through it. Like, don't get me wrong, when it happens, it's still going to be a punch to the gut. But it's not like when it first happened, where it's like, every night having those difficult conversations with Toon, being like, hey, I'm not doing so good today. Struggling a bit. Now, it doesn't never get to me. But there's kind of only so many times you go through that conversation before it's like, no, I've come to terms with it. Anyways, farm sim for less heavy topics. So thank you for I do think it's good to have those conversations, but I do understand a lot of people do come here that they're going through it and just need to have 2-3 minutes to breathe without, like, existential crisis crushing down on their shoulders. Oh, come on, give me the steering. No, don't AI, get out of here. This is a fast job, just let me do it. But yeah, they're good times. Not all those other things, for all that good times. Farm sim is good times. But yeah, no, so I know I've already said it a bunch of times. The plan stream was, let's see. So what animals do you want to have in the DLC or next farm sim? Ooh, what animals? I actually haven't had people ask me animals that I can think of. I had people ask me crops. That's come up a bunch of times, and I've got plenty of answers for that one. But animals. So let's see, we got goats, pigs, sheep, cows, the chickens. So, I mean, the simple ones would be like, hey, turkeys, or even like alpaca or llama or whatever for wool. But I feel like mechanically those would just be more chickens and more sheep. Like, it'd be food, water in, wool out kind of thing, or eggs out, or that. And we already know they're not going to add like a slaughterhouse to the base game. You can get it through mods if you want that. And I cannot be bothered with, okay, I got enough of the animal, I'm going to sell it. Ferrets just because your daughter loves ferrets? I wouldn't necessarily be against some type of, like, thing like that. You know what would be a fun one? Give us a ship, or give us a fish farm. Give us a fish farm. I think that would be fun. Get some aquaponics going on. Ostriches, I could get behind that. For, like, a more exotic animal, I could get behind ostriches. I do think that would work like just chickens, but have really high volume consumption of food and fewer, more valuable eggs. Crawfish? Yeah. So, like, a fish farm, like, I don't even care what fish, whether it's, like, tilapia, swai, crawfish, shrimp. Like, that part, whatever. But I could do a fish farm. We already have the ability to, like, flood fields and all that. A lot of fish farms, all they are is effectively a flooded field. Or they put ostriches like horses where you can ride them around to improve them. Yeah, that they could do that. You could rotate crawfish and rice on the same patty. Well, that's the thing. If they went to like full-on aquaponics, for those not familiar with what aquaponics are, so aquaponics usually gets into the involvement of having your farm and fish. So you'll be farming fish and regular farming. That usually what you'll have is you'll have like a fish farm in an area. And a lot of things, they'll end up taking a lot of the poop and all that the fish gets. They'll go and they'll use that on the actual crops for fertilizer. And then also a lot of the stuff that the farm itself produces makes food for the fish. So you get like fish that you can sell as well as you get crops that you can sell. Because a lot of the things that the fish eat aren't the part you're selling. And there's different crops they do that for. Sometimes you'll even have it where what they'll actually do is they'll actually have the aquarium on the bottom and then do like a hydroponic system over top of it. That again, they're cycling the water from the fish tank. So again, nutrients from the fish, pooping and doing all stuff that fish do in water, taking that through to feed your actual crops up top. And then you just basically care for an aquarium, which then, of course, you sell the fish, because fish. There'd be a thing like a complete hydroponics farm setup with those vertical towers. So they weirdly kind of do and don't have hydroponics in the game. If you look inside the greenhouse does have hydroponics in there in some cases. Like they'll have like the shelving and all that. At the same time, not really what you're looking for. You want it to be more engaged. But yeah, no, I could go for that kind of stuff, like having alternative types of farming than just like straight up putting down fields, getting your stuff like aquaponics, hydroponics, the vertical grow method where they hang the plant and they just kind of spray the roots with water and nutrients. Let's see, fish farm water must be full of nitrates. I believe so. I believe it's nitrogen rich, that they eat a bunch of the plants, they break it down, they get that out of there, and then they use that for the thing. Like, it's not a fully enclosed system where you don't need literally anything new in the aquaponics. But instead of importing, like, lots and lots of chemical fertilizers and all that, it's a lot more nuanced and has to do with, like, your fish feed and all that. I don't know all the ins and out of it. Where Tomb works, they actually do some aquaponics, but it's more for, like, the educational side of things. Like, educational research side than, like, actually for, you know, production rates. Because where Tomb's at is a lot more, like, it's a lot more of a zoo kind of environment. But they do actually have a lot of like, not commercial grade agriculture, even though they do sell the produce, but it's not like scaled up in any way. It's a very small agricultural thing, mostly for demonstration purposes. You know, to teach people, because that's like a lot of what zoos are about, is teaching. You know, showing people different animals and being like, hey, here's this animal, here's some information about its habitat. You know, here's things that, you know, are being done to help the animal. Here's current threats the animal's dealing with. Like, is it endangered or not? You know, cool factoids about the animal. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, aeroponics. That's the one I'm talking about. Aeroponics is where they hang the plant and they just kind of spray nutrients on the root. You read aloud about let's see. You read a lot about it? Yeah. It's cool stuff. I don't know the practicality of aeroponics. There are advantages to it, especially when it comes to preventing plant disease and pests. But it is also those ones I'm like, okay, this does feel like there's a lot more like mechanical effort and all that involved in like having the constant spraying and all that. The nitrogen ammonia, if you remember right, mostly is a byproduct from fish farming, which is good for crops. Yeah. Isn't that hydroponics? No. So hydroponics, usually you'll have like a foam, and that you'll plant your plants in this foam, and then you force water with nutrients through the foam. And it varies. Like it could be like loose beads or a whole bunch of different things. But you get the idea there. You're pushing a liquid through a channel that you have your stuff in there. And it can be vertical, it can be horizontal, it can be a bunch of things. Aeroponics, you literally just have your plant hanging up there with the root system just hanging loose, and you spray the nutrients on the root system. And like sometimes the sprayers will be still and you'll have like a conveyor rotating the plants through. Sometimes you'll actually have like the sprayers will just wave past and forth. They have different setups. But it's a similar concept in the hydroponics that you don't have the roots stuck in the ground like you normally would a plant. And then you're not putting a bunch of fertilizer in that into the ground. Instead, you are bringing the nutrients directly past the plant as it grows. So that part's similar. But there is a variation to that. Fish waste is ammonia and oxygen-rich bacteria, breaks it down into nitrates and nitrogens. Yeah. So the idea is when you're dealing with plants, a lot of your leafy greens are very, very demanding on your nitrates. Because when it comes to plants, and let's see if I remember this because it's been a while. Your plants generally need nitrogen, potassium, and I believe, was it phosphate was the last one? I'm not sure on the phosphate. That one, it began with a P, because I remember it was nitrogen, and then there was two that began with, is nitrogen, potassium? Yeah, phosphor. Yeah. And that generally speaking, if I remember correctly, that for very leafy green plants, that nitrogen was a high demand, because that's what helps with the actual like green leaf growth. And one of those was more focused on root growth, more on the root growth side of it. And then fruit and veggies were all over the place depending on the type of fruit and veggie it was. I remember that one didn't have like a straight, this is the thing you add for fruit. It was, oh, this type of fruit uses this type of thing. But yeah, because I remember it was a whole thing that when I was doing a lot of home gardening, and this is just me trying to go on memory, so take it all with a grain of thought. Or a grain of salt, not a grain of thought. That a lot of people would get fertilizers that advertise that they would make their plants like these, extremely big, growing plants are so successful and all that. But then when it came to the actual crop yield, so far as like fruit or veggie, like tomato or whatever, it would be underwhelming. It was basically, they were fertilizers that were extremely high in the nutrient needed to make like the plant like this big green leafy thing. But the plant was getting just inadequate amount of the stuff it needed to actually produce the fruit. And you do need to have like the leafy green bits to fuel the rest of it. But it was just like not a good balance or whatever. Because I remember that's those ones that get to do a whole thing. And it's also a thing that notorious home gardeners are very, very notorious for over-fertilizing. Sometimes to the point of like literally burning the root systems of their plants. We want to pay that down. Because every little bit I knock that down is going to save me future money. And then tomorrow's egg sell day. But yeah, because remember that was the whole thing, is people would get these fertilizer, make these giant green tomato bushes, and they'd produce almost no tomatoes. And it was just, they had like the one thing for like the root system, like the nutrients you need for the root system and the leafy greens that have very rich on that. And because your plant looked big and impressive, people were like, oh yeah, this fertilizer works. But then on the other side, you're like, oh, I got like 3 tomatoes off that whole thing. That kind of sucked. Alright, grab the last of the eggs. And it's egg cell time. Once again, we got our 21,000 liters of eggs. Man, different plants have very different demands for nutrients. But I do remember your leafy greens like spinach and cabbage and lettuce and all these ones generally were one of the reasons they're kind of popular for some of that stuff is as far as like the spread of nutrients, it's very, very heavily leaning towards one thing. But yeah, if you over fertilize, it'll actually make your plant look really sickly and wilted because it hurts the root system. And then honestly, then it rains and half of that nutrients washes away, ends up in your rivers, and then you end up with dangerous algae blooms. Like that's where we had the really dangerous toxic algae that's killing a bunch of the manatees here in Florida for a while. They believed one of the primary contributions to that was at first they're trying to blame the orange orchards, but then when they looked, it was like, nah, this is mostly home gardeners doing this. Because generally speaking, my understanding is citrus groves are actually very light on the amount of nutrients they need, comparatively speaking. Versus a lot of home farmers going out there and having like your two tomato bushes, just blasting it with an entire container of fertilizer. And just being like, why are my tomatoes struggling? I gave it so much fertilizer. Oh, right. Like, it needs to be in something that isn't just fertilizer. And they'll use sprays, and it rains here all the time. But so you had a pest control client who was a retired engineer, now finished carpenter. He made some crazy aquaponics setup. Grew grapes on top of bluegill at the bottom. He'd always give you wine and bluegill when he harvested. Yeah, that's kind of the cool thing. Like, it's hard to make that work in a way that's at all cost effective if you're not doing it at scale. But I mean, the quality is really good. That's usually the comment I make about like when you have like the home hydroponics or home gardens and all that. Is very objectively, you don't garden to save money. Gardening will absolutely be a money pit. But you get some hecking good produce out of them. You get tomatoes way better than you'll ever get at the store and that kind of stuff. But it's also a hobby. And hobbies are allowed to cost money. Let's see, your water treatment plants have a lot of... Did I check the sales? I did. Okay. Yeah, your water treatment plants have to buy lots of sugar and vinegar to pour in the water, so they keep the prescribed nitrogen carbon balance because there's so much nitrogen bleeding into their water. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like I said, in where I'm at, it's mostly home gardeners. It's not that the farms don't contribute, but generally speaking, fertilizer is hecking expensive, and the farms do not want to be dumping a bunch of, additional... I didn't pay down my loan. They don't want to be dumping tons and tons of additional fertilizer that's just gonna go... and sit in the water table later. They're going to avoid that as best they can. Alright, so here's what we got going on here. The thing I've got going on is the chickens have more than enough barley to keep fed for until my next harvest. I also have a completely full silo of barley that cannot handle more capacity. And I still have 5,000 liters here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill up this trailer. Because realistically, what I probably need for... Let's see, so it's about 2,000 liters, as best we've been able to notice. A little over 2,000 liters of grain per in-game month to keep the chickens happy. And we are currently in December. Oh my god, I have so much barley. So we're currently in December. So 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000, 12,000. So we want to leave 12,000 liters of barley available, just to be sure. They currently have 9,000 in there. So I can basically just short of completely empty this thing. And this is going to go to the grain mill, because that's where I'm going to get the best price. It's been that way every year, and I don't anticipate it changing. Now, it would be really lovely if I would have been able to save up enough money to justify building the flour mill. I don't think that makes sense right now. That thing's $28,000. Sorry, $288,000. 28 would be fine. $288,000 for the grain mill. And while that would give me a very substantial increase in my income, the issue is there's just not a way. I keep asking the banker for a loan, and they just keep saying, no, you owe us too much as is. That they're cutting off my credit line. They're not going to let me have it. So I gotta make some money. But it's payday. And a cool $40,000 right there. Invisibly saying, it's the farms here. At least years ago, Germany actually imported manure / slurry from the Netherlands, where they have far more animal factory farms than they do cropland to use it on. So the farms here put it in their arable soil heavily to somehow use it up. At least that's what you read. Germany has had the worst nitrate values in the groundwater in Central Europe. Gotcha. I could see where that kind of thing could happen. That you just have a weird imbalance of, I have too much of this thing that, you know, arguably is a good thing, but because I have too much, it becomes its own pollution. And so then you got to be careful, because all those nitrates getting into your waterways, like I said, it can cause problems. Like you can get algae blooms that can kill the local fish and everything. God, there's still 20-something thousand there. So we stop at about 16,000. Because that should leave me enough barley in there to make sure my chickens are fed. So yeah, we're going to pay down our loans like another $50,000 today. So that's almost $100,000 worth of loans we will have paid over the last in-game day and a half. Yeah, many fish are sensitive to it. Yeah. Well, it's some of those algae blooms. Some algae will or some, I should say, single cell organisms, whether it's bacteria or algae or whatever. Which algae are not necessarily single cell. That's just not what they are. The point is, some of the things that grow, some of them will turn oxygen into carbon dioxide, and some will turn carbon dioxide into oxygen. Some of them can just choke out other things that the fish need to live, so far as food sources and all that. A lot of it can be really dangerous. That normally, without like importing all that stuff and dumping it all where it ends up in the river, normally the ecosystem is actually fairly resilient. But when you do end up in those situations where people keep piling on and piling on and piling on and piling on, it throws everything out of whack. You can get into situations where a species that's critical to that environment either dies out or gets extremely low population, which then starts throwing a lot of things out of whack. And if you avoid escalating the problem long enough, the environment is actually pretty good at self-correcting. But you gotta stop piling on the problem. Which is where we run into a lot of the problems, where it's like, oh, this thing's out of whack. Well, if we left it alone long enough, it would figure itself out. But we are still adding in the thing that's causing the issue, so it is just continuing to escalate and escalate until it hits a point that the environment really can't recover very well on its own. When you get to that, that's where things get sketchy, because we don't exactly have a great track record of intervening to correct things. A lot of times our well-intentioned interventions end up causing a whole series of other problems. Okay, so that should be enough. And it's not that we shouldn't try and fix things, but it's, you know, the classic, a gram of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That is a really good cultivating contract. Did we fertilize this again? I don't think we did. Oh yeah, no we did. Okay, we're good. For a moment I thought we skipped the second round of fertilizer, which would have massively reduced our income. Okay, so these cultivation contracts, we can score ourselves almost 20,000. What is my allowance? So we can get up to about $170,000 if we were to take more loans. Hear me out. I didn't want to keep money. How much does the cultivator cost on the NEXAT? So this is the cultivator. So it's 198,000. We can get 170,000. So there's a 28,500 difference. If we go down to our equipment, what is our actual cultivator's price? Our actual cultivator is not enough, is what the price is. So we won't... We're gonna let it go. We're gonna let it go. It's fine. So you call it water body turning over when it reaches the nutrient saturation that a bloom or whatever it is chokes everything else out. Use up the oxygen, kill the fish. Most other animals. Except for maybe, like, tube worms. Not sure what the English is. Yeah. And like I said, it is a thing if you can stop escalating the problem. Okay, so this machine is used to seed crops. We want that. We want that, because we have the NEXAT harvester, and we've got the seed... Okay. It's that time again, chat. That we spend money we don't have. Hey, bank man. Look, I promise I'm good for it. I promise. Look, I'm good. Don't look at me like that. It's fine. It's fine, Mr. Bankman. Because that is the seeder for the NEXAT. Cool. And with that, we can also go to our list of things we own and go to vehicles. And where is our seeder? We could sell you. Your services are no longer needed here. But that's kind of how we're approaching the NEXAT stuff. It's like, oh, if I catch it on sale, I'm grabbing it. Like, I'll take immediate debt to do that, because cutting the price in half every time. For something that expensive, every time. Otherwise, we're trying to just build out that. I want to get everything I need to manage the fields, because then we can just start escalating the fields we're doing and all that. So with that... Oh, I didn't turn it off. That's fine. Full only. Let's check on all our things. Make sure everyone's happy. The chickens are happy. Those are fine. We don't have any contracts we care about. I can actually go back here and repay a lot of that loan. I didn't really need to pull nearly as much as I did. Okay. So with that, I now have the seeder and the harvester. It's a if it's not in the middle of the desert and you stop supplying it from issues from the outside, eventually it'll recover. Some decades, if it was bad enough, I had to look at some of the biology levels forever ago. Take some decades. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It could take a very long time for the environment to recover. But again, usually as long as you're not contributing to the problem, eventually it'll bring itself back. There are some things that get really bad, like plastics in the ocean, that once they're there, we are finding that there are some environmental ways that it can deal with it. But then we're also looking at the time it takes for those environmental ways, and it's like, this is going to be centuries to resolve this. But that's because that's a particularly bad outlier. Because there are plastic-eating bacteria, but they are not many and they are not fast. So the thing I'm not sure is, do I need to connect to the hopper first? So this is going to be the wrong side, first of all. But I'm kind of wondering if this is high enough, if I could just roll over to the other side, as long as I'm in the correct orientation. That'll be good. But yeah, that's usually the hard thing, is recognizing you have a problem, being like, okay, here's the problem. We know this is going to keep escalating. We don't get a choice, and now we have to deal with it at some point. You're not... Alright, I'm guessing I need the hopper on top of it for it to work. So let's rotate this thing around. Get it pointing in the right direction. That yellow hopper over there is my seed hopper. I snagged that on a really good sale a long time ago. It's the first piece we got. But, like, it didn't have the actual machine, but it was, like, half off, so I snagged it. So we're now at the point, the NEXAT, we can seed and harvest the field. Fertilizer and hoeing, I still need to run using the stuff we've got here. Then we go like this. We rotate you. We pick up the hopper. Got you locked in. Oh. Does he mean if we have 50 million years, sure, we can get rid of the UV resistive plastics and the softening agents, additives. No, let's fuse water. We could really, do we really want to wait that long? Yeah, the problem is we don't have much. Like, the issue we're running into the plastics is there's no way to collect the plastics that have been dumped down the ocean over the centuries in a way that in itself is not environmentally destructive. So it's kind of one of those things that's not like, it's not like we shouldn't have the machines that are trying to, like, sift off the big heaps of trash off the top of the ocean surface or anything like that. That certainly makes sense. But the stuff like things at the bottom of the ocean, it's kind of one of those things, the harm is done. We can't go back in time and undo it. So we are in that waiting game of being like, all right. And there'll be certain things that they can figure out, like, hey, this one particular place is like, you know, a plastic island kind of thing. This environment is effectively dead. Like, you're not going to do more harm than has already been done. So, like, get to work. You know, try to isolate to that environment. And I am facing the wrong way. Cool, love to see it. That's a reason why when I'm leaving these things after I pick them up, I'm trying to face them all the same way. Where I'm kind of facing them where the side I need the cockpit on this is all away from my current field. That way, when it comes to me picking things up, I don't have to have the guesswork of, is like, okay, was this one this way or that way? So it seems like the way I want to line up with this is try and line up that right wheel and let the rest swing into place. All right. So now we have where I have all the things I need for planting. That's another set of contracts we could take if we want. I also have near maximum debt once again. Okay, so we topped off the... Well, they didn't top off. We loaded up. Please, car. Hey, Blind, thank you so much for the incredibly generous raid. I do really appreciate it. We're driving an abomination. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. I'm guessing you're playing some Dwarf Fortress. But for those who don't know Blind IRL, if I could get a shout out, I mean, I can get it here in 2 seconds. All right. Let me go ahead and get that shout out. There we go. Luxury's already got it. But for those who don't know, Blind, absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Does like a lot of Dwarf Fortress and similar games. Really good times over there and all that. Probably the most, I mean, not probably, the most knowledgeable player I know when it comes to Dwarf Fortress. Definitely someone I recommend checking out if you're into Dwarf Fortress or you like dry wit and dry humor. Offers that as well. Don't mind this abomination we are driving right now, because there is no other way to describe this thing. It is, if someone said, hey, we have this simple problem to fix, what is the maximum level of over-engineering we can do to this? To a point of potentially detrimental. Because that's what the NEXAT is. It actually works well, but it is cumbersome, it is expensive, and it is a whole thing. There's no such thing as over-engineering, just not enough engineering. Yeah, it's, oh wait, I need to repair that. Hold, please. I need to grab all of this stuff and repair it before I leave it here. Because even if it wasn't for, like, these guidelines they give you, even telling how I'm supposed to hook some of this stuff up and which ways forward and back is a whole thing. Yes, and our primary crop is barley. We are growing much barley on our farm. Okay. Sadly, in the base game, they do not have beer brewing, unfortunately. That is one of those things of trying to keep the rating E for everyone. They have many times in the past have mods for brewing wine and beer and all that stuff. Alright, so let's go ahead and get over to where we need to repair this. I'll probably need to take more of a loan to repair this, so don't mind me. I'm just going to borrow another $10,000. You know, the bank man's getting deeply concerned as we're going more and more horrifically in debt. Gotta make some barley juice. I appreciate the games that do that. Where it's like, it's not wine, it's grape juice. From the fermenting barrel. Uh-huh. Grape juice. Is there hops? There's mods that add hops. At least there was in 22. If not, they'll add them. It's a thing they have to run into because, you know, this sells internationally. And they do aim to have it E for everyone. That a lot of markets, once you start getting into, like, brewing and all that, it gets far more restrictive on where they can sell. Sold vehicles. I didn't gain more. Okay. I think it's just a late prompt. I'm thinking of the follow. Welcome to the stream. I think it was just a really late prompt that it was where we just sold our cedar a minute ago. I think it only now put up the prompt because it definitely didn't gain $34,000 and everything's still attached to this. So it definitely didn't sell a new vehicle. Okay, so with that, we've got you all repaired. Getting ready to be able to harvest this field. And so what we're doing for our current storage for all of this ridiculously expensive equipment is we're leaving it outside in the weather, in our neighbor's property, on their fields. I'm sure they won't mind. It's probably okay. Another big flaw with this thing's design, if you have any level of hilliness in your terrain, it's really bad. It just beaches itself. It's not for the beer, but hops fields are pretty... Yeah, I can see that. Okay, so we gotta drop the header. Now we gotta drop the hopper. Okay, and you can sit here for right now. We've got our eggs have already been loaded up. Let's take a quick inventory. So we are $420,000 in debt. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Our chickens are well fed. We've got our eggs. We harvest our barley in June, so we are set. I would sit there and say, hey, is there any good sales? I'm $420,000 in debt. I'm not buying much of anything right now. The bank has its limits, and we have certainly slammed face first into them. I'm also realizing in not too long I'm gonna have to take about a 5-minute break that my wife gets home, and it's my long break of the stream for the 5-ish minutes that I run downstairs, welcome her home. We'll usually toss something in the oven, and then she usually brings it up later. Okay, so I don't care about any of those things on sale. We have happy chickens. None of these contracts do I care about. I already paid down the debt what I could. We'll grab the eggs real fast, because that's the one thing, is there's not a whole lot for my character to do during the winter. So we will just race through the winter. But yeah, so we're doing pretty good, because we need to use all of the NEXAT tools, which the hopper does count as a tool, because reason. So we have the NEXAT, that's one. We've got the hopper, the harvester hopper, the seeder, and then the harvester itself. So we've already got 5 of the different, 5 of the 12 we need. I need the cultivator, the harrower, the weeder, sorry, the hoe, the fertilizer, the slurry sprayer, and all that. It's a NEXAT at even more of a discount. It doesn't matter. I don't have use for a second one on a practical standpoint. So I've got all that. Contracts. Yeah, so none of these matter. The animals... Okay. Is our crop trailer empty? That we've been emptying the barley in for the chickens. Because even the chickens get to have some barley. Okay, so we have emptied the trailer full of barley for the chickens. We got that loaded. How are greenhouses? A little low on water, not catastrophically low. I could hear the internal weeping. Yeah. Yeah, that debt, it gets you. Yeah, so we're just trying to get to the point where we get some decent contracts to use the NEXAT for, because that's at least a way to offset the $1,000+ we're paying every month in interest. None of it going to principal, purely interest. Because this game doesn't believe in paying off your interest or paying off your principal as you go. It's just all interest. Okay, grab the eggs. Check our greenhouses again. All right, we got probably one more month before that gets bad. And then contracts. Yeah, if we had the one, I could do those two. I wouldn't do them though. It's not worth me driving over there at that price. All right. So we're getting probably one more in-game month, and then I'm going to need to top off our greenhouses. And then we're 1 month away from Harvest Day. There's a good chance we might end up getting some contracts here. We're starting to get to the point where we can seed and hoe and do all these things that potentially if we get a contract worth $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, I can snag that, and that's effectively a loan payment. Because that's what I'm doing every day here, is paying off $5,000 of that loan each and every day. Okay, so you're genuinely low. Still no good contracts to deal with. Grab the eggs. All right, so let's deal with the water real fast. Because next in-game month, that big field to the left is my field. It's currently got barley going in. I need the trailer. Gonna have a real good time holding water in that. It's gonna go great. Versus our big orange thing here. And you've probably guessed that I am theming the color of my equipment orange as much as the game will let me. Channel color, favorite color, it's the whole thing. Alright, so let's go get ourselves some water. Which we just pull up to this creek, lake, whatever this body of water is, and just pump it in. And it probably won't be super long in the stream before we do our game switch up, because I do want to kind of split the stream between games. We did start very early because I am doing my subathon for my 3-year partnerversary, as well as, you know, belated birthday stream kind of thing. What's up? Referring to the Dwarf Fortress wells and the aquifer taps, with you can easily get your entire fort flooded if you don't know how to do it. That's... I very much enjoy watching Dwarf Fortress because of all the ridiculous and interesting projects that people manage to put together in there. That is an aspect of the game I do enjoy. It wasn't a game that I found I could get into very much playing myself, but the stories and all that come out of it and all that really are a big thing. Like, I think that is to me, that's Dwarf Fortress's strength from my viewer perspective of it. Is like, it does really let you get down into the weeds of some wild stuff. And just, again, the story generation side of it gets wild, where you'll have, like, one of your people stole some artifact from some other, you know, group factions thing who later joins you, but they hate each other, and it's this whole big thing. You're like, oh my god, I'm watching a soap opera in this place. Like, what is going on here? I need a flowchart to figure out what is even the connection between all these people here, and how all of this has continued to escalate. Let's say you're not imaginative with your forts, even though you do enjoy playing it, but you love seeing the more imaginative folks. Yeah, when you see that with a lot of different games, that there's a lot of games that do a good job of kind of giving you the tools to make and then getting out of your way. So, like, some of the games like Oxygen Not Included and Factorio and all those, you can do some pretty wild things. Even games like Terraria, which you wouldn't think of that, there's a lot of weird things you can do where you can make like auto creature killers to farm stuff, where you push all the enemies into a lava pit in the middle and all that. I do enjoy where people take the tools that a game gives them and says, what is the most ridiculous thing I can make with that? Or like the people, you know, how many different games that people figured out there's a way they can set up an automation to get an on-off. And then once they've accomplished that, where they've got that gate made, they're like, oh, I can make this run Doom. That they get just that on-off, and next you have like Doom in Minecraft being rendered on blocks. Just, you know, at 1 frame per like 10 minutes. As like all the different logic gates do their flipping and all that. And then you get too far away where it doesn't load things in and the whole program breaks and you gotta reset all the gates back to their starting position. Computers made from statues summoned to animals. Yeah, it's the really wild stuff like that get completely out of hand. Alright, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna stage this this trailer in front of my greenhouse. And I definitely hear that my wife is home downstairs. Any plans on to play Inzio when it drops? That is a game I definitely intend to check out. I would like to get a hold of a key. That's one of those ones that's on the fence that if I don't get a key, I might just buy it. Because we have done a bunch of the games like that in the past. It's also a game I think a lot of people be curious about, since, you know, the monopoly that is The Sims has been around forever may finally have competition. All right, so with that said, What's going to happen here, chat, is I'm going to take about a 5-minute break to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven and all that. Been going for about 6.5 hours, and we've got, I'm not going to bother mathing, 5 or 6 left before I wrap up for today, because I am doing the subathon, so this timer only goes while I'm live. I do wrap up at 4 a.m. my time, but then I'm starting extra early for as long as the subathon keeps going. So with all that said, I'm going to go ahead and put up the away screen. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Bad place. Okay, so this is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Don't screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk. One prisoner is rioting. Oh. Well. I blinked. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I never tried. The way we'd find out is I just back up the van and say, okay, can you hook up? And it either won't give me the option or will. Why? 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 Game. Why? I'm gonna bust up my gas station. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Metal pipe is actually a pretty crap weapon. No. I missed. Door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. And off the cliff. Whee! Well, that's interesting. And I'm trying to fold them up. There we go. So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour, and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're going to try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that, that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour once. Okay, so it looks like a, oh no, wait. I managed to not hit it. I managed to not hit it.
My champion, energize the spears.
Oh, we're dead.
Be gone.
Oh. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. Alright, and I am back. Rual is obviously not forklift certified. Well, I mean, if it's forklift certified, you'd know I'd be forklift certified. Because I would tell you I'm forklift certified. That's how that works. If you're forklift certified, every time be like, "Hi, my name is Rual. By the way, I'm forklift certified." And be like, "We're at a bar, man. Why are you saying that?" No, man. I'm forklift certified. Okay, so we got that hooked up. Okay. Thank you for the welcome back. It's just one of those things that's a meme that, like, for whatever reason, a lot of people get forklift certified, are very vocal about letting you know that they're forklift certified. And it's just a head scratch. It's like, oh, that's cool. Like, I mean, I'm happy for you. Like, that's a skill that opens up certain job opportunities and whatnot. No judgment about being forklift certified being bad or anything. It's just, weirdly, people can be pretty vocal on it. It's like people who do CrossFit. You know people who do CrossFit. Because they will tell you that they do CrossFit. You almost got forklift certified, is about to start the training for it, and then you got in a car accident. Well, that's no fun. But yeah. It's just one of those things, like, again, there's nothing wrong. It's just a weird thing that, like, it is a particularly vocal thing that people have are, like, really ready to let you know that they've got their certification. Alright, so, we got everything squared up for today. And we're going to advance the day, we're going to harvest the field, and I think that's what will happen is we will harvest the field and get all that sorted, and then maybe we do the game switch at that point. Like after we finish with that. Just because, like, we've been doing this for going on 7 hours now, and I wanted to split the stream sort of in half between the games-ish. And that feels like a good time to consider that. Alright, so all these are all fine, we just did all that. So, right, today we're harvesting, so we can repay that and not have to worry about it. Okay, so it is time to put the abomination to work. So we need to switch this up. You're just about halfway through? Yep, that's what I was thinking, is it's around halfway through, because normally halfway through is like 2-3-ish hours from now. But we did stream, or we did start stream almost 4 hours early, like 3-4 hours early, because again, streamathon things. And as a result, math is hard. Okay, what's going to be really hard is having any way of guessing when I need to start turning to line this up with the giant hopper. I failed. That's what I did. I wasn't even remotely close, but I didn't expect to. This is going to be one of those vehicles, I imagine once you get used to it, it's actually probably really good. But in that earlier phase, when you're still kind of getting an idea of like its turning radius and how much space it needs and all these, it'll be one of those vehicles that'll just be frustrating in how finicky it needs to be. Alright, now I just gotta plug that in here. And fold it back up to travel mode. Just... Oh, the sheer amount of engineering. This thing is ugly. It is a weird vehicle. It is a really, really weird vehicle. It very much feels over-engineered. But it's one vehicle that does everything. So, you know, that's kind of cool. But there's a strong counter-argument that, like, other than harvesting, a regular old tractor could do just about everything with, again, at any scale, the harvesting. Pay the machine's cost and hydraulic fluid every month once it springs a leak. That's I'm curious how horrendous the maintenance cost would be, because on one hand, it is replacing basically just about every vehicle on your farm. So you are preventing some level of repairs just by the fact. Where are my stripes? There we go. You are saving yourself some amount of money. You wonder if the AI can handle it? It was okay. We actually messed with it, and what it would do is it'd leave like one chunk of crops at every corner. Like one little rectangle of crops at every corner. To its credit, it did do the whole field, but it left just spots at every corner. And you could see what was happening. It wasn't pulling far enough back because it was trying to stay inside the boundaries or whatever. And it just didn't know how to deal with like the caster style wheels on the back. That it was really, really struggling with that. Yes, this is an example where it struggles at where there's a bit of a curve here, as you can see. and it's causing it to drag part of the bottom, which is hurting my top speed. Which is really kind of sad that it's like that sensitive. You'd want it to have like, I don't know, a little bit more suspension or something to be able to like a little bit more some manner of like split the front harvester head into two separate subsections so it could be a little bit flexible. But it just seems like the answer is this thing, it does one thing. That one thing is flat. Do you know what else it does? There's not another thing it does. I know I just did a 360. I changed my mind when I'm doing midway. I was going to go and do the head row, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go up and down the hill. The heck with this. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. It feels like it's not deploying that down. I'm getting myself confused with this. What is happening right now? Oh, I'm on the wrong device still. That's a confusing thing. So what I accidentally did is I switched my device to what I was changing the controls for. And I was changing the controls first for the actual vehicle, then the hopper, and all that, versus the header. So it was just I bumped the wrong button when I went to switch the like AI settings, and it just got that whole thing. Because right now we're using the GPS as opposed to an actual worker. But that's because, like, the control groups on this vehicle, you see them just above our objectives, are really weird. Because normally you have, like, one in the front, one in the back of the tractor in there. And you can get yourself confused even with that. I've kind of wanted to go through, I've debated a few times. I've got a HOTUS, which is a hands-on throttle and stick, so you got, like, the whole throttle and all, like, the dip switches and all that. I've kind of wanted to take the time to, like, map it out, where it'd be like, hey, front device on, off, back device on, off, you know, that kind of thing. Like, map all that up so it's not like toggle between them, hit this one, hit that one. Being able to just be like, you know, this is the device, turn it on, turn it off, whatever. Alright, so I'm going to want to snipe the end of this field because I can't turn around on this end of the field and make that work. Okay. But yeah, then come September, we would plant this again, and if we're lucky, we'll be able to get our hands on the cultivator header for the NEXAT and getting all that stuff. The way the cab moved out of the way. I mean, to be fair, if I'm driving along and I see this machine moving towards me, doesn't matter who's got the right of way or any laws around anything around that. I'm getting the heck out of its way. Like, I am ceding any and all considerations to the giant monstrosity on wheels. Because for all the things that this... No, the cab on the tractor, you just notice it's swung. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's, if you look where the camera is on this thing, we are all the way on the left side. It's really weird when you're driving it in travel mode because it's in front of the pivoting wheels. So you pivot the wheels, it just kind of throws the whole cabin to the side even before you start the turn. It would be a really weird vehicle to drive. It would take a lot of just being like, okay, forget what I'm seeing. I need to look up at my monitor and see where all of the things are lining up. because trying to eyeball this is going to be a real rough time. Okay. So pretty soon I'm going to be full up and need to drop off the barley we've harvested. And that's fine. Did you do a loan for this? Oh yeah, no, we're horrifically in debt. Basically it came up used for sale, which was like $300,000. So as we've been buying these parts, I've been basically riding my credit limit. Which I normally don't like to take loans in these games, like, at all. But in this particular case, I'm like, nope, there's not a path that I'm not abusing some type of mechanic, like using the power generation stuff that's effectively infinite money, or taking advantage of the repair bug to just magic tens of thousands of dollars into existence. That I do this without taking some type of loan or debt. Yeah, because our current debt right now is $395,000. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, that's low enough. By September, I might be able to bring down the money enough to get the cultivator header for this thing, so that when I go to do this field, I can use the cultivator header on it as well. I won't be able to make the hoeing header work as well, but you get the idea. We really will need to expand how much of the fields are. For all the negatives this thing has, it does have a lot of efficiency gains in that once you get it on track and it just goes straight, it can get a lot done quickly because it's just big. And actually has a relatively okay speed that does all the work. What? Why are you so... It's fine, I'm just gonna go here. What? Did it like remap it? It wants me to like squiggle way over here to the right. I'm just gonna cut across this straight and not worry about what that thing says. We can deal with that on the other side. Something went funky with its GPS. Because it should be on that orange line, but the orange line's like bisecting it. I'm also going to fill up before I reach the end of this row, I think. It's going to be close. I think we will be at, like, just over what I could hold. I'm going to make bad judgment. I'm going to try and not bother to stop to get the trailer. Because unfortunately, while the harvester is full, it doesn't let you go travel mode. I'm ready to clip. It's fine. For what it's worth, being as ridiculously large and high horsepower as this, it does just shove things out of the way. Wait, are we sliding to the right? That entire silo can only hold 2 loads of this thing. Yeah, we're slowly sliding around. Like, you can see the fertilizer lime cart there. Just sliding all over the place. Alright. You also go through a pretty good chunk of gas, which surprises nobody. Alright. Snipe the end of the field. We got 2, maybe 3 more passes. And then we were all harvested, and like I said, that'll probably be where we switch games. Just imagine having a farm where we've just got like 4 or 5 NEXATs just driving around, handling all of the processes. Like, literally every single one. It gets to harvest time, they just all zip around. What you switching to? That's what we gotta decide. The current things on the roster is we could do a RimWorld run. That we did have one of the milestones for the subathon was that it would do an evil run, because normally I don't do stuff like cannibalism or organ harvesting or any other like really truly awful things. The big focus in that one will be a cannibal run. So we could do like the awful run thing, the evil run, whatever you want to call it. We talked about doing prison architect with the challenge mode where they just endlessly throw prisoners at you until you eventually buckle and lose. Let's see, would need to put all the attachments into a hangar. No way you're leaving them out in the weather. Nah, it's fine. They probably have a good warranty. And we're definitely not buying a bunch of NEXATs to, like, Mantis. My plan is to get all of the 12, basically to get all of those objectives over there. So, getting the NEXAT to be able to do these fields was, like, a big part of that. Now we're just kind of filling in the missing headers, and we actually got some of the more expensive ones done. So I would need the so I'm missing the cultivator, the weeder, the slurry header, the one that does the sunflowers and the corn. So let's see, I have 1, 2 here, 1, 2 for the cedar, the NEXAT itself. All right, there's the harrower, so that's 10. I'm missing 2. The sprayer, that's another one. I don't know what the last one is, because there's a total of 12. Counting the NEXAT itself. And for the dare drop, I need to do all 12. Like, use them. Which one am I missing? So we've got... the slurry has a tank. Okay, so for the slurry, it's got a tank I need to load up the slurry into. That makes sense. All right. So yeah, that'll be good. Right now, we want to be paying down our debts. We're going to need more farmland, and I'm going to need the basic equipment for doing grass as well. Let's see, how are you going to prove that you used all 12 if there are different crop types? Melee equips? Honestly, my plan is to not worry about, you know, demonstrating I used every single one. Just have, like, all 12 of them there. And then just make, probably clip me using the slurry one or something like that. One of the ones that's like, yeah, that's a more obscure one that most people won't use. That'll probably be good enough. Because, yeah, you submit a clip. I don't even think you can submit multiple clips for one thing. I'll still make sure to do it, honestly. As far as I'm concerned, they're getting us like a $40, $50, $60 worth of keys to give to the audience. The least I can do is say, like, hey, if I agreed to do this for that, I'm going to make sure I'm honest with it or that it stops happening. Hi, wifey. Thank you.
I love you.
Love you more. Okay. It's kind of like where they had one of the dare drops is the production chain, and they realized there's nowhere in the game that stores the cumulative total of what you've made from your production chains. So they're just like, just show us you have $1 million net. The production chain was doing something, and that's good enough. Okay, so now I gotta drop this. All right. So there's the eggs. Let's just check, make sure this... Okay, so you want to feed the chickens real fast. I am not going to worry about that one thing of barley there. Greenhouses are sorted. So all I need to do is all that barley I just collected that I just loaded up in here. I need to get that in the semi-trailer so that we can feed the chickens. And that would be basically what completes this in-game day. And like I said, my intention here is that we'll do our switch. I'll probably put up a poll, let people vote on it, and then we'll do the game switch and figure it out from there. Try and give us a couple different options of things to do. And as always, one of my asks when I do these polls, like, if it's something that isn't of substance, like what's better, pizza or tacos or stuff like that, like you could like by all means meme tie it up, that kind of thing. My big ask is when I am doing like, hey, what game do you want to see kind of polls, those like ones where it is going to kind of decide what's happening on stream and is going to kind of be impactful on viewership and all that. My big ask is vote for what you actually want to see, that you want to watch. Don't just meme tie it up. Because I actually see that as harmful to the channel, because say for example I've got two things and like one person votes for one because they genuinely want to see it, and then the other one votes for them, that, so you end up with two, but it's only the one person wanted to see the one, but a lot of people want to see the other one, and so people start deliberately tying it because memes. That does mean a game that not very many people wanted to see artificially got boosted up there. That can be a thing that sucks. So my only ask is please don't please don't deliberately and maliciously try to tie it, because it is a thing that I actually see harmful to the channel for stuff like the game selection. Obviously, should we A or B or whatever in games, that's whatever. That doesn't negatively impact anything in a meaningful way. All right, so we're good. We're good. We're good. We advance the day. And then with that, we save, and we put up a poll, and we get that going on. Because I'm low-key just hoping we manage to get, like, the cultivator to show up on the discount for the store. So McDon, if we go to do grass, that wouldn't be a bad grab, but we won't worry about that. So we're going to save here. And let me go ahead and get a poll going. So poll. And we're going to have, what are we doing now? Rimworld, but evil. A prison architect. Endless intake. I can't type it. We'll just say prison architect. You'll just have to know it's endless intake. What else do we want to put on that list as possibilities? Oh, right. City Skylines 2 had a major update today, so Cities Skylines 2. We can put there because that had a major update. Planet Coaster 2. While they haven't had an update super recently, it's been a long time since I played it, and I've heard nothing but good things about a bunch of those changes. And what do I want to add for one more option on that list? I do want to at some point do Stone Shard. I've heard good things, and I haven't messed with it in a long time. I mean, I haven't messed with it at all. Not a long time. I haven't messed with it at all. So it's definitely one I can see hopping in and checking out. Oh, Oxygen not included. That's a good last one. Oxygen not included, where we begin a brand new run. All of these are going to be new runs. Okay, so poll has started. If you do not see the poll, refresh your browser. That's just going to be necessary. That is how that works. I can't do anything to make it show up for you. It's there. You got to vote, or it doesn't have it. You don't know Oni or Rimworld? I mean, you can wait to see what's there and support whichever one's getting the vote. All right, so I'm going to mute my microphone for just a minute and take a bite of my food while people are voting for it, because we are getting a lot of people going back and forth. So all that. Yeah. So I made it a hard choice. But that's kind of one of those things, by making you actually choose what you want and all that. It's the whole thing. For those watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be going down for a little while, a couple minutes as we do have to do a switch over on game. I do have the ability to host, but it's only one of those things that, like, on YouTube, I have to schedule it all in advance, saying, like, I know what I'm playing next kind of thing. And so I haven't got all that set up, but I'm going to try and do that here in the future to make that all work. But YouTube will be back in a little bit. On Twitch side, we're just going to keep going. All right, so we got that out of here. Do this, schedule, and depending on what we get,